Chapter 3151 Job Interview. VS treated the following discussion with Commodore Abigail Laverne as a job interview. The woman in question was already aware of the purpose of this meeting and the implications of becoming one of the first chief ministers of the Larkinson clan. The power and authority this position conveyed was immense, and would easily allow her to put the penitent sisters ahead. At the very least, serving a term as chief minister would ensure that no one would damage the interests of the penitent sisters. As a consequence, the naval officer controlled her behavior and made sure to supply VS with the most diplomatic-sounding answers that she could muster. Even though she used to be a hexer, she was one of the few Larkinsons who truly came from upper-class stock. Similar to Calabast, who originated from the Vracan matriarchal dynasty, Abigail emerged from the Avern matriarchal dynasty. That was where the similarities ended. The Vracans were much more rational and measured in their outlook, while the Everns embraced hexism wholesale. Calabast went on to become a diva agent before amicably parting ways with the hegemony. Abigail, on the other hand, became so caught up by religious fervor that she joined a cult that was too extreme even for other hexers. Though both of them eventually moved on and joined the Larkinson clan, VS would have preferred to put someone like Calabast in charge. It was too bad that VS couldn't rely on anyone else to lead the intelligence arm of the Larkinson clan. No other clansman with an intelligence background could come close to Calabast's competence. He also trusted her to have his back, if only because his future was intertwined with hers. He wasn't sure if he could maintain the same degree of trust if he put someone else in charge of the Black Cats. VS took a good look at the middle-aged officer. The woman sat next to the conference table with a rigid, military posture. Unlike Calabast, Abigail's language and body language no longer contained any trace of elegance or class. After becoming a penitent sister, she embraced her military identity and largely abandoned her privileged heritage. That didn't mean she forgot everything she learned when she was still a part of the Everns. As long as they didn't talk about the superior mother, Abigail was quite articulate. "What do you think about the reforms of our military?" VS quizzed. "According to Shedrin's plan, our mech forces will turn into mech legions and will all fight under the banner of the Larkinson army." "It's a necessary development," Commodore Abigail replied. "We have expanded so much that it is becoming increasingly difficult to manage the logistics of all of the different troops. The mech legions should focus on addressing their immediate priorities, while the Larkinson army is best at establishing a central structure that can take care of our most common needs. Since we all pilot mechs designed by you, many of the parts and materials are interchangeable. This makes it more convenient for a central authority to procure these goods and supplies in bulk before allocating them to the individual mech legions." Right now, the military bureau was not large enough, forcing the different mech troops to perform a lot of redundant work. "We can also centralize many other functions, such as allocating trained personnel, managing high-level ship affairs, and increasing coordination in battle. The latter is especially important as it appears that our mech legions are slowly developing their own specialties." "Where do you think the penitent sisters fall into our battle lineup?" "We deliver the wrath of the superior mother onto our enemies." Abigail Laverne grew fierce for a moment before calming down. "Our penitent sisters excel at assaults, but unlike the sword maidens, we are not fragile. We are more than willing to take the toughest and most dangerous assignments that need to be completed. Whether it is breaking open a tough formation or flying headlong into the guns of a warship, no matter how arduous the mission, we shall unquestionably do what is necessary. To die is to be redeemed. To serve our purpose is to atone for guilt." "I see," VS flatly replied. "What do you think about the other mech legions? If you want to become the chief minister, you need to be able to represent all of our soldiers, including ones that might not have a good opinion of former hexers like your penitent sisters." "I am a Larkinson," Abigail sincerely stated, her brown short ponytail swaying as she jerked her head. We are aware of the distrust that clansmen have towards us, but we are completely committed to the clan. As long as you and the superior mother support the clan, we will never falter in our loyalty. If I become everyone's representative, I will not treat anyone unfairly, especially if they are committed to protecting and fighting for our fellow Larkin sons. We are an honorable clan. As Abigail elaborated on her stances, Ves gained a better understanding of her mindset. In the past few months, the penitent sisters had indeed moved away from their roots. While they were still recognizable to Hexers, they held no loyalty to the hegemony anymore. They completely transferred their fanatical devotion towards both Ves and his mother. This meant that each of them were extremely loyal and dependable. Ves had no reason to question Abigail's loyalty, so she definitely ticked that box. Her stances and attitudes were a bit more iffy, but she was enough of a Larkin son for him to have some confidence that she would be able to serve as a responsible chief minister. She would also be able to serve as a strong counterbalance to no violentness. The only issue was that Ves didn't want to send the wrong message by rewarding a penitent sister with a high position. Who knew how much Hexer DNA was left? One of the latent threats of the clan was the pervasive Hexer influence around them. The presence of the glory seekers, penitent sisters, and even his own wife caused his clansmen to become more and more exposed to Hexer culture. Familiarity bred complacence. Ves was afraid that if the Larkin sons continued to get used to the Hexers and their abnormal quirks, his people would slowly put women above men in subtle ways. Suffice to say, Ves did not want this to happen. In the end, the risk was too great. Even though he felt that Abigail possessed enough qualifications to lead a portion of the clan, the optics were not right. At the very least, he did not think it was a good idea to promote her too soon when the penitent sisters still had some ways to go before they completed their makeover. He sighed. Commodore Abigail, you are an insightful woman. I agree with General Vull that you can do more, especially when it comes to managing our growing fleet and ship assets. However, you are not quite what I am looking for in a chief minister. A subdued moment of silence followed as he issued his judgment. Commander Chansey and Commodore Abigail couldn't help but look a bit downcast. Although they did not dare to harbor too much hope, they gained a lot of confidence from General Vull's endorsement. They did not expect that Ves would make a different conclusion. May we know why? Commander Chansey asked. Sure. Ves shrugged. As much as I am willing to put my trust in you, Abigail, I can't ignore the elephant in the room. You may regard yourself as a Larkin son, but many people within the clan barely notice any difference between you and the glory seekers. It's not desirable to put you in charge because a lot of ordinary clansmen who don't know any better will develop the mistaken impression that the Hexers have taken over a portion of our clan. I want to reduce the Hexer influence in our fleet. Appointing you as chief minister will send the opposite message. I am a Larkin son. We are different from our former sisters. You've already explained that, he said. For what it's worth, I believe you, but a leadership position as sensitive as this is extra sensitive, especially for the first ones to assume office. The best candidate is not necessarily the most loyal or the most capable leader. I also need to pay attention to other factors such as public support, likability, and political backing. Since you and your fellow penitent sisters stand further apart from the clan than the other mech legions, it is very hard to get everyone in the Larkin Sun army to become enthused about your appointment. He was being very open about his reasoning. Neither Chansey nor Abigail could refute what he said. Although it was unfair to allow subjective factors like bias and prejudice to drive his decision, this was how reality worked. The two women no longer spoke up. They implicitly accepted his judgment. Ves didn't feel so good about shooting Abigail down like this. He thought for a moment and decided to offer her a bit of hope. Look, the present circumstances aren't right for this, but that doesn't mean the situation will remain the same. There might be an opportunity in the future as long as certain variables change. The mech commander looked hopeful. What do we need to do to improve Commodore Abigail's qualifications? Well, you women need to continue to move closer to the clan, he said. While I won't insist that you should start hiring men en masse, it will help a lot if you can show you don't look down on them. There are many other ways you can show that you aren't hexers anymore. The more you are able to convince the rest of our clansmen that you are able to embody our Larkinson values, the more acceptable it becomes to elevate your best people to higher offices. I see. Ves inwardly smirked. He provided them with a powerful motivation to deepen their integration with the rest of the clan. If they were happy with their current state, then they didn't have to make any further changes. But if they held greater ambitions, then they needed to work hard to shed as many remaining hexer-associated traits as possible. While Ves did not expect any immediate results, over time the drive to increase their appeal would definitely prompt them to move closer to the center. After answering a few more questions, Ves saw no point in staying. He stood up and moved to depart. I'm sorry that I can't give you the job you want, Commodore, but work hard and try to make yourself more popular among our clansmen. As long as enough Larkinsons are willing to see you in charge, an appointment will come sooner or later. Understood, sir. I will endeavor to change our fellow clansmen's minds. With that, Ves returned to his shuttle and left the Mother's Wrath. Bring me over to the graveyard, he instructed. I need to have a good talk with General Vril. Tell him to bring some alternative candidates for Chief Minister. There has to be more viable choices than a penitent sister. All in all, this visit wasn't completely pointless. He not only refreshed his understanding of the penitent sisters, but also gave them a powerful incentive to moderate themselves further. Our clan won't have room for hexers for much longer, he quietly muttered. I can't do much about Gloriana, but I'll be damned if the rest of our clan continues to drag a piece of our old lives to the Red Ocean. The Larkinson clan's departure from the Komodo Star sector was meant to make a clean break from the past. The Hexadric hegemony's ability to influence Ves and the Larkinson clan grew less and less effective as the distance continued to widen. Though the Glory Seekers still exerted a certain amount of influence, they were too weak to pressure the Larkinson clan all that much. Once we reach the Red Ocean, I can truly change the terms. Chapter 3152, Back to the Center. General Vril expressed disappointment at V's choice. He genuinely believed that Commodore Abigail Laverne could do a good job in managing the affairs of the clan. That's the thing, General. It's not enough to have the capabilities to manage all of the heavy responsibilities that come with the job. They also have to gain the support of a majority of clansmen. The position of Chief Minister is one of the highest offices of the clan. Anyone who takes it up will become one of the faces that will represent all of us. I don't want to appoint someone who is either a hexer or close to it to speak on our behalf. I see. I may have neglected this angle, he said. I'm used to dictating orders to subordinates, but the political arena requires a different approach. Vril should have been more sensitive to these considerations, but he had been in charge for such a long time now that he had lost some of the political acumen that he used to possess back when he was a fire starter. I'm not writing Commodore Laverne off, General. She already ticks most of the boxes. As long as she and the penitent sisters work harder in reforming their image, the barriers that are hindering her from ascending to higher office will become a lot easier to overcome. That's good to hear. While all of our clansmen are loyal, the penitent sisters are much more notable in this regard. That's mostly due to their religious nature. From what I've noticed during my previous visit, the penitent sisters are mainly devoted to the Superior Mother. Though they also have plenty of reasons to be loyal to me and the rest of the clan, sometimes I feel like they are only fervent because of our relation with the Superior Mother, Ves remarked. I know what you mean, but in the end our hold over them is solid. If there is any chance that they are drifting apart from our clan, we will definitely be able to pick up the signs early enough to do something about it. No matter what, the best way for them to grow closer to their object of worship is to pilot your mechs. Their dependence on you and your work is our best guarantee that they will never go back to their old ways. That was true. Even if someone else was able to tie a design spirit to a mech design, Ves possessed a deep relationship with the avatar of his actual mother. As long as he issued a request, the superior mother would probably indulge him. He was her son, after all. Didn't he deserve to get spoiled once in a while? Ahem. Ves softly coughed. Let us set Commodore Ivern aside. What alternatives do you have? That's a bit of an issue, sir. The Larkinson army is lacking in upper-level talent. While we do not necessarily have to settle on a senior officer, our remaining officer base is too young and brash to draw upon. The responsibility of leading the clan as a whole is so great that it is best that it is left to people with a certain level of maturity and life experience. Ves agreed with General Vril, though there was an argument to be had for younger and more flexible leaders. He himself was very young for a clan patriarch, but then again his entire life didn't make any sense. Still, Ves prioritized stability and control. The clan was already developing well enough that it didn't need to take any further risks. He preferred to appoint a cooler head that wasn't so quick to take a lot of risks. Our clan might be lacking in senior leaders, but we have over 150,000 people in our midst. I seriously doubt that you can't find another eligible candidate from their midst. If necessary, we can set our sights on a retired veteran. Let's not be so quick to draw upon them. I have another name in mind that might suit your purposes. The former commander of the Living Sentinels entered the conference room and presented herself to Ves. Patriarch, she saluted. I am at your service. Ves fell silent as he studied the older woman. Magdalena Larkinson used to be a lot stiffer. As a military veteran and a mech officer, she was accustomed to projecting strength and authority. Yet now that she had passed on her previous command, she moved on to become a staff officer who worked directly under General Vril. The break from her former command seemed to have done wonders for her mood. She looked as if she had fully moved past her rather shameful departure. How are you doing, Magdalena? I'm doing well, sir. Commander Casella Ingvar is a much more suitable figurehead for the Living Sentinels. I don't miss my former job. What do you do these days? I serve as General Vril's deputy for the most part, she replied. Due to my background, I mostly assist with mech-related problems. I supervise the logistics concerning the allocation and transfer of newly produced mechs among other tasks. It was a rather boring-sounding job to Ves, but it was people like Major Magdalena that ensured that the different mech troops kept running smoothly. As the Major continued to elaborate on her job, Ves found that she possessed a comprehensive understanding of the military machine of the Larkinson clan. Her diverse experience allowed her to gain a good perspective on what the forward and rear sides of the Larkinson army required from each other. This allowed her to anticipate problems before they blew up and meet the needs of many soldiers without waiting for them to voice their complaints. All in all, her job wouldn't change all that much if she became a chief minister. She would still be working on the same problems. The only difference was that she would have to address issues plaguing the rest of the clan. There was only one major caveat to choosing Major Magdalena. How popular is she among the clansmen? General Vril grimaced. Not high. While she has been helpful inside the military bureau, much of our work is hidden in the background. There are thousands of Larkinsons who don't have a good impression of Major Magdalena. The Living Sentinels who survived the horrors of the Nixian Gap will especially feel sour if we reward her with a huge promotion. Ves fell silent for a moment. This is indeed an issue, but how many people are we talking about? Sir? Our clan was a lot smaller when we journeyed through the Nixian Gap, Ves observed. We didn't have all of the lifers, heavensworders, pernicers, Ivinans, and all of those other people on board yet. Do they have any bad impressions of Major Magdalena? It is unlikely they even know she exists, sir, General Vole replied. She's not a prominent presence in the clan at the moment. There are so many other clansmen who draw attention that Major Magdalena is outright invisible. Ves smirked. Then that's that. Compared to the few tens of thousands of Larkinsons who personally lived through the events of the Nixian Gap, the 100,000 newcomers haven't developed any negative impressions of her. That means the opposition to her ascension won't be as strong as you fear. I'm not quite certain about that, sir. The clansmen who have been with us for a longer time are much more influential than those who came after. All of the new recruits look up to them. The negative impression will definitely spread once Major Magdalena enters the spotlight again. Ves didn't look very worried. There is a limit to hearsay. In any case, most of her responsibilities will likely concern background matters. As long as she doesn't show up in public too much, I'd bet that most of our clansmen will no longer pay attention to her. She needs to do a good job, though. If she slips up, then she'll only inflame and vindicate all of the criticism. As Ves and General Vole discussed the merits of Major Magdalena's suitability as Chief Minister, the woman in question looked increasingly bewildered. She never expected that the two leaders were seriously thinking about putting her in charge of the entire clan. Patriarch, with respect, I believe you should consider another candidate. Ves turned his head. Why would you say that? I haven't done anything to deserve this honor. While I am aware that you are considering me because there are not enough choices, I can recommend several colleagues who will be able to serve your needs better. Both Ves and General Vole smiled. You have learned a lot from your previous failures. Ves spoke. I like that. It is only when you fail that you will truly understand the severity of your responsibilities. I would rather put someone humble in charge than some hotshot who wants to take bold action. At least I can be assured that you will not overreach in your decisions. General Vole added his own words. The Larkinson army needs to send a representative that stands up for it and meets its needs. I am reluctant to nominate someone with more ambition because there is a greater chance that the resulting chief minister will seek to fulfill his own interests. With Major Magdalena, we can be assured that she will look after the needs of our soldiers with humility. In the end, Ves made his decision. Despite the lack of merits and the negative sentiment towards Major Magdalena, he predicted that opposition to her ascension wouldn't be particularly strong. As long as the backlash was limited, there shouldn't be a major problem. Ves didn't want to consider anyone else, not when he had a candidate who was competent, humble, experienced, and trustworthy. The fact that she was a true-blood Larkinson who came from the original Larkinson family was icing on the cake. With her appointment, that would mean that 2 of the 3 chief minister seats would be filled by true-blood Larkinsons. Not only would this ensure that the Larkinson clan would develop along the lines of his original ideals, the combination of Magdalena and Raymond would also serve as a powerful check against non-violence. The man would always be in a minority. If he wanted to implement any measures, he had to gain the approval of either Magdalena or Raymond. Both of these older Larkinsons were not so easy to fool, and they were much more loyal to the Larkinson cause than adopted clansmen. All in all, this arrangement sounded great to Ves. He did not hesitate in passing on the necessary instructions. Though Major Magdalena would not be able to take office straight away, it wouldn't take long before she would formally become one of the most powerful and influential Larkinsons in the clan. Though the woman in question still expressed a lot of reluctance about her suitability, she eventually accepted the decision. If you need me in this position, then I will do my best to repay your trust, she said as fire began to spark in her eyes. Once they handled this important matter, General Verl eventually dismissed the soon-to-be chief minister, leaving him alone with Ves and a number of bodyguards. "Well, that's that," General Verl said as he put down his formality a bit. "I didn't expect you to embrace Major Magdalena, but if she is to your liking, then I support your choice." Ves crossed his arms. "Our clan has to remain firmly in the hands of those who are authentic Larkin sons. We have taken a lot of people lately who come from vastly different states and backgrounds. While it is nice to see that we are all getting along with each other, we can't let that overshadow our original culture. We need to reassert our original values and make sure that we don't become too swayed by other outlooks. The minority groups need to stay in the minority. The minority is quite stubborn about clinging to their old culture and heritage. Also, it is quite helpful for us to host different groups who excel in different matters. Just look at the Ilvananes or the Sword Maidens, for example. We would have become a very different clan if we stamped out all of that uniqueness. In fact, we might not even be alive today." Ves sighed. This was a recurring dilemma to Ves. The clan had swung too much in the other direction for his liking, but that was also what made it strong today. Chapter 3153 Second Transformation. The clan experienced many changes after another in the next handful of weeks. Now that Ves approved of the selection of the 3 chief ministers, the clan could finally implement the meat of Shedrin's reform plan. A lot of formal induction ceremonies and other official rituals took place as many people received new appointments. In particular, a lot of members of the former Perness family filled up newly created administrative positions in order to help run the rapidly expanding bureaucratic machine of the Larkinson clan. Many clan departments changed into ministries as the clan administration began to wear the coat of a state. There weren't many people that considered the Larkinson clan to be an actual state, but that did not mean it was detrimental to get a head start on transitioning to a state structure. The rank-and-file members of the Larkinson clan didn't experience too many changes in their daily lives. Sure, the clan apparatus had grown bigger and more comprehensive, but the lower levels largely remained the same. At most, some of the instructions coming down from the top had changed because a lot more people got to be in charge. The clan soon felt the short-term benefits of all of the reforms. The leadership deficit that had been plaguing the clan still existed, but became less severe. A lot of neglected issues were finally starting to be addressed, and the clan was allocating more resources to priorities that had long been overdue. The establishment of something that resembled a real government exerted a strong influence on the civilians of the Larkinson clan. Before the reforms, the Larkinsons felt as if they were subjected to a military rule of some sorts. Everyone knew that the clan largely moved when Ves dictated his commands. While there weren't many people who objected to his leadership, the lack of other prominent leaders meant that a lot of average clansmen felt as if they were in a situation where they had no choice but to obey orders. Now, the extra layers in the hierarchy along with the opening of many new positions allowed average Larkinsons to feel more connected with those who ruled over them. The distance between had narrowed and a lot more initiatives started up due to the appointment of so many fresh and eager officials. The Larkinson army didn't undergo as much upheaval. The military bureau formally transitioned into Central Command, though most soldiers simply referred to it as Headquarters or Central HQ. While the expansion of Central Command had already begun prior to the huge wave of changes, a lot more support and staff functions had opened up before subsequently being filled by both old and new clansmen. However, the most drastic change was the transformation of the mech forces into mech legions. On the surface, this was largely a simple change in how they were being called. In reality, the mech legions gained a lot more autonomy and power to decide on their own matters. However, they also become more dependent on Central HQ for matters such as personnel affairs and hardware transfers. It was a rather paradoxical change at first, but as time went by, the changes started to make sense to people. The staff working the mech legions just had to focus on the tasks that directly affected their operation, assured that Central Command took care of all of the overhead. This was a time of great change and progress. The Larkinson clan ushered in its greatest transformation since it opened up its doors to adopted Larkinsons. Though there was opposition to many different changes, none of them were overwhelming enough to stop the reforms from proceeding. Not even Major Magdalena Larkinson's elevation to the position of Chief Minister stirred a lot of unrest. The opposition that Ves half expected to emerge didn't really come to life. Sure, there were a lot of disgruntled relatives of deceased living sentinels. Their curmudgeonly complaints never gained any traction. There were simply too few clansmen who lived through the events that took place in the Nixian Gap. Of those survivors, there were even fewer people who retained any strong feelings about something that happened a long time ago. Time healed many wounds and the memories of the darkest days of their lives had faded. There was so much going on in the Larkinson clan these days that there were not a lot of people who still wallowed in the past. With Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Chief Minister No Violonpreness, and Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson taking over many of the duties that Ves had neglected, an entirely new energy infused the clan with forward momentum. They were finally making real progress now. Even though the clan hadn't acquired any new capital ships or picked up a huge batch of recruits, the different organizations within the clan were making much better use of existing resources. The design department largely remained unaffected by these changes, though. This was V's personal kingdom, and he was still in charge of it while Gloriana continued to lead the current projects. With his wife becoming increasingly more motivated to do a good job, she exhorted everyone else to complete the design of the Sentry project as fast as possible. The expert rifleman mech was a very different beast from the Dark Zephyr. While both of them were rather slim, the former fought in a completely different way than the latter. The lack of defenses and the lackluster mobility of the Sentry project caused it to be highly vulnerable to attacks up close. Ves and the other mech designers tried their best to give the ranged mech a bit of chance in winning a close-ranged battle, but it was a futile effort for the most part. That said, the trade-offs were more than worth it. The abundant amount of available capacity devoted to supplying as much power to the Luminar crystal rifle was impressive. Considering that the weapon that combined both alien technology and human ingenuity produced a lot less waste heat than comparable weapons, Ves was able to crank up the power of its shots to a high degree without worrying too much about melting the entire weapon. The Sentry project's firepower can only be surpassed by an expert artillery mech in the same class. Yet that didn't mean the Sentry project was limited to firing a handful of discrete high-powered beams. Energy weapons were highly scalable and easily adjustable. This allowed Ves to enable the weapon to lower its energy output to a substantial degree. The lower energy draw along with the reduced stress of firing low-powered shots allowed the expert mech to fire a rapid barrage of weaker beams that should still be powerful enough to eliminate hundreds of regular second-class mechs. Of course, a true mid-range expert rifleman mech such as the upcoming Star Dancer Mark II was able to make much better use of a rapid-firing gun than a more sniper-oriented machine like the Sentry project. Upon the final days of the project, the mech designers completed another intensive work session. Mro. Blinky's star-streaking form had faded again as he reached the limit of his capacity. The invisible bonds that tied the minds of Ves, Gloriana and their assistants had all faded, causing them to feel a lot more diminished. Still, the smiles on their faces signified that they were highly pleased with what they accomplished. Even with the bottleneck in processing power, there was still plenty of manual work that they could do to improve the design by another push. Ves slowly approached his wife and pulled her into a warm embrace as her fading but still pleasant scent wafted in his face. "We can finally start with fabricating our second expert mech," he remarked. She nodded as she leaned her head against his shoulder. I've already prepared all of the necessary materials and prepared all of our production equipment," I hope that this time we will be able to employ a lot more skill when trying to fabricate and assemble all of the complicated components of this expert mech. I have done my best to study up and practice with the production machines. I'm as ready as I can manage. The only thing I'm lacking is actual experience. The two continued to cuddle together as they gazed at the almost finished schematic of the Sentry project. In fact, it was already good enough to be put in use, but Gloriana still wanted to address some final issues before she was comfortable with finalizing the design. She looked down at her body. Her pregnancy was still at an early stage, so her belly didn't show any significant swelling as of yet. However, she wasn't looking at her body, but instead trying to imagine her growing daughter. I can feel her, she swore. My baby daughter. I think I can feel her. She's so tiny, but there's just something within me that I can't help but shower with love. Ves scratched his head. Are you sure? I think that Blinky is helping me connect to my daughter. I swear that in the last few days, whenever your new pet performs his job, I feel more connected to everything, including my baby girl. It's so magical. Whenever I feel troubled or frustrated, I just need to direct my concentration of what's inside my womb in order to regain the motivation to work hard again. She's been my greatest support. Ves didn't know what to say. He was initially skeptical about her claims. Blinky most certainly did not poke his tail through Gloriana's stomach. How could his wife already feel the growing collection of cells that was quietly growing inside her body? Then, he realized what might actually be happening. Whenever Blinky formed a design network, every participating mech designer shared some of their abilities to others. Ves already knew for a while now that Gloriana obtained a portion of his sensitivity towards life, but she mostly relied on her own abilities in order to optimize her mech designs. There was hardly any room for her to make use of what she was able to borrow from her husband. Only in their closest and most intimate synergy sessions was she able to understand his abilities to a degree where she could make better use of it. Outside of that, the advantages that he passed on to her only provided her with general benefits, such as being able to make her work more in line with the spiritual design of her work. Yet Ves overlooked that a sensitivity towards life also enabled Gloriana to pick up the growing presence of her remarkable daughter. Compared to other fetuses who were in a similar stage of pregnancy, their daughter already developed a stronger spiritual presence. Ves infused it with his own spiritual energy every day so that his unborn child would quickly be able to develop to the point where Ves could impart her with a companion spirit seed. She was far from reaching that point, but her presence had already grown strong enough that even someone with a weaker version of his sensitivity like Gloriana could feel her own daughter. Ves could see how that was affecting his wife. Gloriana exuded the warmth that only mothers could convey. Her entire body and mind became filled with affection. Love was a wondrous force that could never be quantified in numbers or described in words. Yet Ves did not mind that at all as he basked in the glow exuded by his partner in life. Gloriana's daughter was his daughter as well. Neither of them wanted to see their little girl come to harm. We still have many months to go, she whispered. Yup, he nodded. I really can't wait to hold her. The months go by too slowly for my tastes. We can speed it up as long as we do our best to finish our remaining expert mech designs. I'm not sure if we can complete the current round in time. Do your best. Do it for our daughter. I'll try. Chapter 3154, Different Mech Pilot. The dark Zephyr raced across a large volume of empty space and showcased the full speed and agility of the mech. It danced back and forth as it tried its best to evade hundreds of invisible energy beams. At this stage, the Larkinson army and more specifically the Hall of Heroes had refined Venerable Tussa's training regime. The power of an expert mech was so great that the normal intensity of routine practice was completely inadequate. Over multiple months, the live training sessions became increasingly more intense, systematic, and professional. For example, in order to conveniently provide a huge practice space where the Dark Zephyr could show its paces without exposing anything, the Black Cats specially procured and modified interference bots in huge batches. Tens of thousands of them could jam and mess up most forms of detection in a volume that stretched out for plenty of kilometers. If Venerable Tusa wanted to test the limits of his expert mech's speed, then the bots could be deployed in a long rectangular track so that the expert pilot would be able to gain precious experience in handling situations while accelerating forward. In order to provide challenging exercises to Tusa without burdening the Larkinson army too much, the Hall of Heroes also procured small and compact bots that were capable of firing weak, invisible beams that hardly did any damage but could be fired at an incredible frequency without worrying about inflicting any damage to anything. No matter if it hit a starship, a mech, a shuttle, or even a human wearing a vaxxed, no one would come to any harm. This enabled the practice scenarios to be omnidirectional, which meant that Tusa had to worry about dodging attacks from every angle. The ranged bots came with a variety of targeting modes. They could rely on their awful inbuilt targeting systems. They could connect to a central automated targeting system aboard combat carriers and combat-oriented capital ships for much better results. Mech pilots and other people could even connect to them remotely in order to put their skills to the test against the most challenging foe they faced. Through these tools and more, Venerable Tusa gained plenty of stimulation from having to dodge these attacks, especially when he did not rely on his mech's characteristic perception distortion ability. At first, his performance wasn't exactly stellar. His ability to anticipate attacks started off rather poor when the ranged bots first came into service. The bots were small and numerous, so it was hard to keep track of their movements. What was worse was that it was hard for the Dark Zephyr to track the activity of their ultra-weak energy projectors. Without the capacity to reliably detect energy and heat buildup just before a weapon released a shot, Venerable Tusa had to rely on other measures in order to avoid getting hit. He relied heavily on his instincts, intuition, experience, and other intangible sources to judge where he should move in order to avoid an attack that he had no objective way of perceiving. It was outright magical how the Dark Zephyr was able to glide away from a danger zone moments before an energy beam punched through the area. Venerable Tusa was not only able to do this once, but hundreds of times before he finally slipped up and allowed his expert mech to get grazed. His performance was drawing a lot of admiration from the other Larkinson mech pilots. Both old and new clansmen were continually amazed at all of the incredible maneuvers that Tusa was able to pull off. The parameters of his expert mech's excellent agility, responsiveness, and thrust-to-mass ratio were so high that it was as if they were looking at the shadow of a first-class mech. Currently, the practice session had become a little more interesting than other times due to the participation of other mechs. Just over a dozen ferocious piranhas tried their best to chase after the Dark Zephyr while being subjected to the harmless beams of dozens of ranged bots. Unfortunately, compared to the graceful and seemingly prescient Dark Zephyr, the ordinary second-class light skirmishers were doing a pretty bad job at evading the invisible beams. It was not because the attacks were invisible. The sophisticated sensor systems of second-class mechs were easily able to detect the weak energy beams, but by the time the systems passed their observations on to the mech pilot, the light-speed attacks had already struck their targets. Obviously, ordinary mech pilots did not possess the superhuman intuition and judgment of an expert pilot. This caused the mech pilots that Venerable Tusa took under his wing to struggle considerably. "All right, stop," Tusa commanded. The bots immediately ceased fire while the mechs turned around and accelerated in the other direction in order to stop going forward and shooting past the interference envelope. As Venerable Tusa brought his expert mech in front of the ferocious piranhas, their respective glows and other influences mingled together. The glows of the ferocious piranhas were harmless towards friendlies, fortunately, but their presence still charged the surrounding space with an indefinable energy. The combined pressure exuded by the dark zephyr was not as easy to endure to other people. The combination of an expert mech and prime mech produced a slightly more empowered aura that made the speed demons a little more lightheaded. It was fortunate that Tusa's force of will was actually the gentlest and least oppressive out of the Larkinson mech pilots. It was disturbingly easy to overlook Tusa and his expert mech when they wanted to attract as little attention as possible. "I'm glad to see that you're making progress," he transmitted to the Larkinsons, who received the privilege of receiving direct instruction from an expert pilot. "To become a true speed demon, it is not enough to maximize the thrust power of your flight systems and waste a lot of power in vain. What truly matters is to anticipate attacks, move away from them before they even appear, and to keep your mech alive. Excellent training can only take you so far. Just look at the performance of our latest edition. As much as I applaud his trained judgment and his technical piloting skills, he is not the best performer among your group." The mech pilots all directed their sensors towards the ferocious piranha floating to their right. This mech was different from the rest because it wasn't piloted by a Larkinson. Instead, its cockpit was occupied by Jessica Quinton, one of the 20 MTA mech pilots assigned to train with the Larkinson clan. The woman did not look pleased at her performance. "If I was piloting my old service mech, I would have been able to respond a lot faster. This ferocious piranha is a fine mech by second-class standards, but it is not a machine that I am accustomed to working with. The delay between issuing a command and having it actually move is excruciating." "Don't blame the machine for your poor showing, Jessica," Tusa admonished. The dark zephyr gestured towards another ferocious piranha. "Some of our own clansmen managed to outperform you despite possessing worse skills. Do you know why that is the case? They were lucky. The results of a training exercise like this are highly randomized. We did not run it long enough to average out results to an adequate degree. We aren't statisticians here, Jessica. I don't give a crap about luck. No matter whether you're lucky or unlucky on the battlefield, you have no choice but to deal with whatever happens. Instead of thinking about factors outside of your control, you should be working on relying on measures you can actually take. Now, does anyone know why Jessica performed worse in this particular test?" "She's not used to piloting our mechs," someone suggested. "Her intuition isn't as good. She's so used to piloting the good stuff that she doesn't know how to pilot our inferior mechs." Venerable Tusa smirked. "These are all valid reasons to me, but I think the biggest variable is something else. Let me ask you all a question. Do you love your mechs?" "I do. The ferocious piranha is perfect for my style. I just love to terrorize our foes with its glow." Even the clansmen who preferred to pilot a swifter and more scouting-oriented light mech had come to embrace the ferocious piranha. The notorious mech model designed by their patriarch not only conveyed unique advantages through its nauseating glow, but also performed well in many different areas. The light skirmisher model's only major shortcoming was that its straight-line acceleration was not the best. However, there was one property in particular that caused many, if not all, Larkinson mech pilots to love their respective mechs. "Do you know what you are missing, Jessica?" The MTA mech pilot frowned. "I don't love my mech as much as the rest?" Tusa nodded. "I can see it in the way you treat, handle, and speak about your mech. To you, the ferocious piranha is just an inferior, temporary machine to you. Even though you should be able to feel the living traits of your fine light skirmisher, you don't take advantage of them as much as the rest." The entire concept of living mechs sounded a bit exaggerated to Jessica. How could machines made out of metal and composites be alive? What she felt whenever she piloted her mech could easily be dismissed as psychedelic illusions. I don't see how this has anything to do with my performance in this test. It has everything to do with your performance. Look, I can't exactly tell you how to become an expert pilot. You need to find your own way. What I can tell you, however, is that I think you are making it much harder for yourself by continuing to treat your mechs as tools. Mechs are instruments of war, Venerable. You're not wrong, pilot, but they can be more than that. The mechs designed by our patriarch especially embody this. I believe that your refusal or reluctance to bond with your mech is hindering you from improving any further. Don't take my word for it, as I don't really know how this actually works, but in my opinion you are not worthy to go any further unless you drop your disaffection towards your current mech and begin to appreciate it for its merits. Though Jessica respected Venerable Tusa for his power and accomplishments, that didn't mean she was easily swayed by him. The systematic training she received from the MTA went into great detail about the different properties and possibilities of different mechs. First-class mechs came in very great varieties, and it was essential for every qualified MTA mech pilot to acquire some of the knowledge that typically belonged to mech designers. She could make detailed comparisons between the ferocious Piranha and her old first-class service mechs. The unquestionable gulf in performance between the two prevented her from developing a sincere appreciation for her weak and crippled machine. It was as if she used to live in a mansion but suddenly had to room in a shabby student dorm. To her, the transition was so great that it was as if she was forced to reside in a small packing crate. Venerable Tusa could sense Jessica's stubbornness. Just think it over, Quentin. No good ever comes with disrespecting the machine that does its best to protect you and serve your needs in battle. One of the lessons that our patriarch has taught to us is that we are not separate from our mechs. We are two parts of the same whole. In order for one to grow stronger, the other has to cooperate. Otherwise the mech will serve to hold you back and pin you in place. The other Larkinson mech pilots all nodded in agreement. They had no reason to question or reject these sage words of advice. Jessica Quinton, who trained under a completely different mech culture, simply thought that the expert pilot was spewing fantasies. Perhaps there were a few nuggets of truth in his story, but the MTA was well aware that expert pilots never excelled in science and logic. Chapter 3155, Outpacing the Rest. Venerable Tusa was quite disappointed by Jessica Quinton's lack of adjustment. The point of hosting them was to subject them to alternative training methods. Jessica was supposed to be one of the mech pilots who agreed to allow the Larkinsons to dictate her training program. Yet despite instructing her for a few months, Jessica never blended in to the extent the Larkinson instructors desired. She was hardly different, as the other MTA mech pilots also exhibited varying degrees of resistance to the lessons taught by the Larkinson instructors. This was not a difference that could easily be bridged. To the superior mech pilots who worked hard to become proficient at piloting an entirely different class of mechs, the machines utilized by the Larkinsons looked like toys in comparison. Even though the second-class mechs employed by the Larkinson clan were actually quite fantastic by the standards of the current region, they were as responsive as elephants and as sluggish as whales to those who once had the privilege of piloting real first-class mechs. The mechs employed by the Big Two, as well as every first-rate state, were powerful works that were packed with so much high technology that not even VS would be able to comprehend their full designs. The latest advancements in neural interface, power transmission systems, processing capabilities, armor toughness, attack power, and so on all conveyed so many advantages that first-class mech pilots had to learn an enormous amount of theory in order to be able to effectively pilot these beasts. It was practically impossible for unaugmented humans to pilot a first-class mech. The prerequisites were so overwhelming that only superhumans were able to pilot them. That included both augmented mech pilots and extraordinary mech pilots such as Venerable Tusa. As someone who received a robust suite of augments, Jessica Quinton's skill and knowledge exceeded that of pretty much every other mech pilot. Even Tusa admired some of Jessica's knowledge and capabilities. Yet it was exactly because of her amazing skills and powerful augments that he regretted her inability to adapt to piloting a living mech. On the surface, there was no problem with the way she handled her ferocious piranha. She probably downloaded the entire manual in her fancy implant and memorized all of the instructions and specifications. She knew exactly how much she needed to push a system in order to achieve her desired result with less wasted energy and movements than others. She even exhibited her unique flair by excelling in close-range duels. Her knife fighting skills were so good that she regularly kicked the butts of expert candidates in simulation battles. That makes it even worse. From his understanding of the MTA mech pilot, Jessica was so confident in her own acquired skills and abilities that she fundamentally looked down on the methods taught by the Larkinsons. Though Venerable Tusa didn't necessarily think it was wrong for mech pilots to stick to their own courses and try to achieve success in the manner that aligned with them best, the expert pilot nonetheless thought that Jessica could at least take over a bit of advice. Her continual disdain and lack of appreciation of her ferocious piranha and any other mech fielded by the Larkinson army were extremely regretful in his eyes. If the opposite was the case, then even if her chances of breaking through had hardly changed, she would at least be able to perform a lot better in some of the training sessions. She'll be able to dodge more attacks at the very least. The practice sessions with the ranged bots was one of his favorite moments. He not only got to exercise the skills that he valued most, but also made slow and steady progress in improving his extraordinary intuition. Even though facing an arsenal of harmless bots was not as stimulating as enduring actual enemy fire, the challenge of trying to anticipate and evade attacks before they even happen never got tiresome. It was because he worked so hard to improve this aspect of his piloting abilities that he felt so bad about Jessica Quinton. Unlike the close-minded MTA mech pilot, Venerable Tusa fully embraced what he said. He treated the Dark Zephyr like his partner, and perhaps even his soulmate. He frequently slept inside its cockpit, and constantly tried to convey his sentiments to the machine. Whether his mech understood his words or not, he sincerely believed there was something inside of the Dark Zephyr that opened up to him. He could feel it in his bones. Already, the mech had become even more responsive to him despite already scoring high in this category. He also derived other benefits that were difficult to describe but should definitely make a difference in battle. What's even better is that there are 2 additional somethings inside my mech. He smiled. He piloted and bonded with the Dark Zephyr long enough to understand most of its nuances. He was able to distinguish the sources of 2 different glows. Tusa had mixed feelings about the stronger source. Its character was different. It mostly came to play when he activated the perception distortion resonance ability. The stronger he channeled this ability, the more he felt as if he could mislead his attackers even more if he coordinated with this mysterious presence. He never really managed to do so. He didn't have much in common with this meek and humble presence. Though he felt tempted to dismiss this presence entirely, it was part of his Dark Zephyr for a reason. If Venerable Tusa truly wanted to master his expert mech in its entirety, he had to find a way to work with all of its facets, including the ones he liked the least. Compared to this obvious presence, Tusa much preferred to become attuned with the second presence. Though it was weak to the point where he could easily miss it, this smaller influence sang to him to a much greater degree. From the first time he piloted the Dark Zephyr, he made an immediate connection to what he felt was some kind of young and innocent bird. This little chick might not be as impressive as all of the other influences he managed to get in touch with, but none of them resonated with him quite as much as this humble little bird. Tusa had already forged a solid connection with the bird after piloting his Dark Zephyr just a few more times. He could still feel him, or her even when he left the cockpit. Trisk. Is that what you're called? Chirp. The little bird was like his muse. Even though he wasn't really sure how Trisk could help him out in battle, he never looked down on him or her because of that. He knew that Trisk was still young and just beginning to develop his or her powers. Each time he started a new session, he sensed that he or she had become a bit stronger, a bit more mature, and a bit more expressive. The only irritation that nagged him was that he couldn't quite tell the gender of what he was bonding to. In one moment, Trisk showed tendencies that Tusa associates with males. In the other moment, Trisk became a lot more feminine for some reason. The bird never remained static. He or she was constantly changing into different forms. Are you a boy bird or a girl bird? Chirp. Forget I asked anything. This little confusion didn't affect his closeness to Trisk. Developing greater bonds with his expert mech and the additional presences watching over it not only made him feel more comfortable when piloting the Dark Zephyr, but also deepened his resonance. The fruits of all of this progress started to become increasingly more clear. As Tusa quietly attuned himself to his expert mech while it floated in open space, 3 distant mechs steadily approached the interference zone and came close. 3 prime mechs stopped a short distance away from the Dark Zephyr. Their forceful auras were quite powerful in their own right, but the Dark Zephyr's active resonance practically turned the zone around it into a territory where only Tusa and his expert mech reigned. Joshua. Dice. I see you've brought a third partner this time. We're tired of getting beat up by you all of the time. You've improved so much lately that we can't keep up with your performance anymore. Venerable Joshua helplessly transmitted over the short-range communication channel. Hey, I've heard so much about these little practice duels of yours. Venerable Orphan chuckled. My prime mech might not be as quick and agile as the others, but don't underestimate my spear. Tusa curled his lips into a grin. I'll be sure to take that into account. Now let us check our practice weapons. I'll need to apply the right settings to my expert mech before we can begin. There was always a considerable risk whenever mech pilots sparred against each other with real combat machines. Even with lots of precautions, there were still ways for mechs to collide against each other with such great force that mech pilots could lose their lives. The expert pilots in question were not regular pilots, however. They were able to control their machines a lot better. Their mechs were also covered with solid unending alloy plating, which was extremely difficult to break through incidental attacks. Still, just to be sure, the mechs did not employ their standard armaments, that were also made of unending alloy. Instead, they wielded custom practice weapons made out of softer and weaker materials. Such weapons did not provide them with an authentic dueling experience, but safety came first. You're lucky that you don't have to face my sharper pair of knives, Tusa said as his Dark Zephyr wielded a pair of weapons that were purposefully coated in red. My real weapons could cut right through the weaker parts of your prime mechs. Hey, let's see if you are still able to boast after we gang up on you, Tusa. Orphan replied as her prime spearman mech wielded another brightly colored weapon. The 4 mechs all charged at each other without exchanging any more nonsense. Though the Dark Zephyr should have easily been able to outpace and outmaneuver the 3 prime mechs by a huge margin, the expert mech was actually performing well below its previous standards. In order to make this practice session fairer, Tusa had voluntarily activated a custom setting that artificially reduced the maximum performance of many of the Dark Zephyr's parameters so that it performed nearly identical to the now-defunct Piranha Prime. This put all of the mechs on even ground in theory. Though the handicap still left the Dark Zephyr with a distinct mobility advantage, Tusa's 3 opponents had already moved to surround the expert mech. Though Venerable Tusa was sure that he could slip out from this cage, he deliberately allowed his foes to box him in. The point of this practice session was to test and exercise his close combat fighting capabilities. Come! Two spears and a sword closed in on the Dark Zephyr with impeccable timing and coordination that only expert pilots could accomplish. Yet before they could strike their targets, the Dark Zephyr raised its weapons to deflect the two spear thrusts while easily moving out of the way to evade the sword strike. Not enough! After parrying a few more attacks that came from multiple directions, Tusa finally decided to go on the attack. It's my turn now! The Dark Zephyr, which still performed a lot worse than normal, was easily able to weave through the different attacks and somehow managed to reach the rear of the Valkyrie Prime. Though Venerable Joshua responded remarkably quickly by reversing the Valkyrie Prime's spear and stabbing towards the back all the while moving away, the Dark Zephyr easily avoided the hasty defensive stab before striking lightly at the flight system of the Valkyrie Prime. Damn! Help me get this guy off my back! The Dark Zephyr was already long gone by the time the Bright Sword Prime and the Bright Spear Prime had caught up. In fact, the expert mech had already circled around and managed to strike the rear of Venerable Dice's expert mech before the Sword Maiden expert pilot could move her sword around in time. You're in my way! We'll never catch him at this rate. Damn, ganging up on Tusa is harder than it looks. He keeps circling around and forcing us to move around each other. Though the Dark Zephyr operated at reduced strength and did not employ any of its resonance abilities, the gap in performance was still evident. In just a couple of months, Venerable Tusa's growth had already outpaced the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3156 The Importance of a Good Weapon. The expert pilots ended their practice session and returned to the Spirit of Bentheim so that their mechs could be checked over by the best technicians of the Larkinson clan. The results of their little competitive duel were the same as before. The addition of Venerable Orphan and her Bright Spear Prime did not tip the balance against Tusa's favor. In fact, it was the opposite. Because the three mechs all had to get close to the constrained Dark Zephyr in order to launch their attacks, there were frequent moments where their paths were blocked by their own allies. This forced them to go around, which produced significant delays in which Tusa could easily deal with the opponent immediately in front of his expert mech. We need to work on our positioning. Venerable Dice gruffly spoke as she and the rest entered a private ready room where the expert pilots could talk among themselves. Our performance earlier was outright embarrassing. We can't keep getting in each other's way when we confront an actual enemy expert mech in battle. Neither Venerable Orphan nor Venerable Joshua looked happy. They both sat down with downcast eyes and depressed force of wills. It was hard to imagine them as valiant expert pilots who achieved dramatic results during the Battle of Reckoning. Every Larkinson expert pilot knew that they only had to wait a little longer before they got their own turn. Yet seeing Tusa making the most out of his head start to the point where he could completely beat down all of the other remaining expert pilots was a hard pill to stomach. Hey, it's just a couple of more months according to the design department. Venerable Tusa attempted to soothe his colleagues. A good living expert mech is definitely worth the wait. While I got to receive my own machine first, that also means you guys will be better off. The next expert mechs will probably be even higher in quality. Tusa was fine with that. Unlike ordinary mechs, expert mechs were never completely finished. They were under constant development and periodically received upgrades so that their performance would still be able to keep up with the overall trend. Still, not every improvement was easy to implement. He expected the last batch of expert mechs to become a lot more impressive than his humble Dark Zephyr. He would have no choice but to live with that, he supposed. Why are you so much stronger? Venerable Joshua plainly asked. Can piloting an expert mech as opposed to a prime mech really make such a difference? Venerable Tusa crossed his arms as he leaned against the bulkhead. I can't even begin to describe all of the changes. The simplest way I can put it is that the Dark Zephyr is the first mech that I can truly merge and resonate with. There are many elements about the mech that makes it extremely easy for me to handle it as if it is my own body. The customized neural interface, the exceptional responsiveness, the powerful processors and the living mech itself are all so much better that I can fully exercise all of my skills without worrying about being held back by my own partner. Instead, we are both working together to achieve greater results together. It was the cooperative and synergistic relationship that was the key to his rapidly improving performance. The other 3 expert pilots in the room envied Tusa for being able to pilot a machine that truly strengthened rather than hindered his performance. Out of the 3 defeated expert pilots, Venerable Dice was the least affected. The stern expert pilot had drawn her personal great sword out of its sheath and polished it with a simple cloth, even though the weapon didn't even require such treatment. "We are expert pilots," she stated. "We are warriors, not monsters. Unlike exabeasts and the like, we can't fight by relying on our own natural abilities. We need to wield a good, sharp weapon in order to exert our full strength and skills. It's just like wielding a sword. A stronger, sharper sword will yield better results than a fragile and duller blade that could easily fall apart if you hit something a little too hard. Right now, most of us are still stuck in this situation." It was sad, but their prime mechs were simply not a good fit for their present strength. They were fantastic mechs compared to ordinary mechs, but they were ultimately not the right tool for the job. Even fabled sword masters could be felled with ease if they were caught without swords in their hands. The stark contrast between expert pilots with and without an expert mech caused all of them to realize the importance of a good machine even more. "I'm glad we're part of the Larkinson clan," Tusa said with a smile. "Even though we no longer serve in a military where the higher-ups take care of everything, I think we're far better off here. We're in the company of a couple of great mech designers who can design fantastic expert mechs that I'm certain can't be replicated by any other mech designer. I can't make any comparisons, but from what I have observed from other expert mechs such as those fielded by the Cross clan, our machines are the only ones that actively cooperate with us. All of those other powerful machines are more like tools than partners." Not every mech pilot had to respect their mechs in order to break through to expert pilot. If that was the case, then V's design philosophy would have already become a lot more prevalent. Even so, Tusa still thought that Patriarch Reginald Cross could have taken another step forward if he adopted some more Larkinson ideas. "How much has your resonance strength grown these days?" Venerable Joshua curiously asked. "My current record is 6.34 lavares." "Damn! So much?" Considering how little time had passed, Tusa had more than doubled his previous level. Dice, Orphan and Joshua might be powerful in their own right, but their prime mechs didn't offer nearly as much improvement as an actual expert mech. "I'm still growing." Tusa revealed an important observation. "While my growth rate has slowed down after the first month, I'm not close to hitting a wall yet. I first thought that the warnings that the mech designers gave to me were right and that a mid-tier expert mech is a bit too arduous for me to pilot effectively. That didn't turn out to be the case. My expert mech fits me like a glove, and I think that is helping a lot with mastering its capabilities and sustaining my growth rate." Though he wasn't sure about it, he attributed these effects to Gloriana. Throughout the design process of his expert mech, the infamous Hexer wife frequently requested his input. She took a lot of measurements, drafted up numerous different plans, and allowed him to pick whatever he wanted even if his choices were not always normal. The great effort she put into making the Dark Zephyr into a machine that completely complemented his piloting style and his inclinations was some of the most luxurious treatment that he had ever received as a mech pilot. He could feel the personal touches that went into designing and making the expert mech each time he took it out for a spin. After sharing a few more thoughts with his fellow expert pilots, Tusa changed out of his cumbersome custom piloting suit and wore a rather understated uniform that was barely different from that of any other Larkinson. He exited the hangar bay and navigated through the corridors, making sure not to make his presence felt by his passing clansmen. This was fairly easy for him to do, as he could easily make his force of will as light as a breeze. He ascended a couple of decks and reached the second deck, which was the fanciest of them all. This was where all of the ballrooms, formal meeting rooms, main offices, and other impressive compartments were situated. Tusa took a few turns and eventually entered a large office that was a bit lacking in decoration. Grandpa. Tusa. One of the three chief ministers looked up from his terminal. Did you have a good time outside? The Dark Zephyr is truly a joy to pilot. Tusa sighed as he sat next to his grandfather's desk. The two chatted a bit. Though Raymond did not have a piloting background, his Larkinson heritage granted him a great understanding of what Tusa was going through. The latter was hardly the only expert pilot that carried the Larkinson name. How is the Larkinson family doing these days? Tusa changed the topic. I've been wondering what they have been doing for some time. Couldn't you call them up yourselves? Tusa shrugged. My old friends act all differently now that I'm an expert pilot. That's what I like about our clan. I can still hold a normal conversation with a fellow clansman, somewhat. Well, if you must know, the Larkinson family has been quiet lately. Unlike us, they haven't grown and haven't entered any battles that I know of, despite taking on mercenary contracts in the Garland Empire. Our relatives are making good use of the Larkinson mechs that they have been permitted to make and utilize themselves, but they are hardly an equal to our avatars and other mech legions. The Larkinson clan had improved so quickly that the Larkinson family were forever stuck with playing catch-up. It didn't help that the old family refused a lot of handouts offered by the clan in good faith. How is Uncle Ark doing? He still hasn't really shown up in public so far, Raymond said. He's been in retreat for a long time. Maybe too long. Tusa furrowed his brows. If he's preparing to break through to ace pilot, then I'm not sure if he'll be able to find his opportunity behind closed doors. He should seek out a battle. Combat has always been the best way for people like us to break our limits. His grandfather shook his head. Do you think that Ark can go off on a reckless adventure like our patriarch? He can't afford to push himself and his family members into danger. The entire reason why they refuse to join our clan is because they reject our approach. Then why not leave the Larkinson family behind for a time and take on a more exciting mercenary contract? One of the reasons why the Larkinson family remains respected in the Garland Empire is because Ark is propping it up, Raymond pointed out. While it is understandable for him to go out and seek a breakthrough opportunity, what if he enters the wrong battle or fights for the wrong side? Those Garlanders are brutal, Tusa. The Crossers aren't the only ones who are lusting to challenge expert pilots. Though Ark can be considered to be among the strongest of expert pilots, his expert mech. Ark's original expert mech that he kept after deserting from the Mech Corps was a powerful machine, but only by third-class standards. It was barely adequate in second-class standards and could easily be crumpled by genuine second-class expert mechs. One of the greatest difficulties he faced right now was the lack of a proper high-tier second-class expert mech that could fully keep up with the battles in the enormous second-rate state. Though there were plenty of organizations in the Garland Empire that were willing to supply an expert mech to an expert pilot, the troublesome part about Ark was that he required a machine on par with Patriarch Reginald's Balvo's Rage or stronger in order to do him justice. Designing and fabricating such a powerful but expensive war machine was not cheap, and not every organization was capable of bearing the enormous cost. Can't the Larkinson family come to us for help? The elder Larkinson snorted. You can keep waiting, then. It's highly doubtful that they will drop their pride and ask for assistance from us. They need to prove to themselves that they can succeed on their own. That sounds stupid. That's pride for you. It's been the downfall of Venerable Ganso, and it might even deny your Uncle Ark his greatest opportunity. I hope you'll be able to learn from their example. Don't think you're such a big hotshot now that you've become a supreme expert pilot. You're still human enough that you need to rely on the weapons that we supply to you in order to kill all of those powerful enemies. Venerable Tusa took his grandfather's words very seriously. No matter how strong he became, he vowed that he would never forget the people that made it possible for him to fulfill his dreams. I can only be free because my fellow clansmen enable me to spread my wings. It is only right to stick with them and protect them from their enemies. Raymond looked pleased. Spoken like a true Larkinson. The old family should have adopted your attitude. It's the only one worthy of our heritage and our ideals. Chapter 3157, An Extra Touch. Ves and Gloriana stood side by side as they gazed up at a giant projection of a refined mech design. After several months of intensive design work that involved a lot of number crunching, a lot of experimentation, and a lot of adjustments, the mech designers finally completed their second expert mech design. What a powerful ranged mech! Gloriana sighed as she hugged Clixie against her chest. Compared to ordinary expert rifleman mechs that militaries routinely issue to expert pilots, this one is definitely a cut above the rest. Meow. It's not a high-tier expert mech, but it comes close. The greatest determinants of the tier of an expert mech was the material composition and design quality of the machine. Looking at the budget was another good way of determining the overall placement of the expert mech. The Larkinson clan did not skimp too much in designing the Sentry project. The only reasons why the clan couldn't incorporate any better materials was because they were too prohibitive in cost or very difficult to obtain in the open market. Regardless, the armor system, the structural parts, and other physical aspects were actually quite decent by expert mech standards. Against a horde of ordinary mechs, the Sentry project should be able to withstand a barrage. It was not a rugged expert mech by any means, though. Compared to melee mechs which didn't have to allocate as much capacity towards ammunition and energy cells, the Sentry project's structure resembled an egg. As long as an attack punched through its relatively thin surface, it could inflict serious internal damage, especially when it was empowered by resonance. The parts density of the Sentry project was nearly just as high as the Dark Zephyr. Both mechs contained a lot of powerful miniaturized components that were nearly pressed against each other like passengers riding a low-budget transit shuttle. There was barely any space to incorporate any redundancy and compartmentalization in the interior. As a result, the Sentry project was quite vulnerable against penetrating attacks, which most offensive expert mechs could easily launch. This was the great compromise of the sniper-oriented expert rifleman mech. In ideal situations, the Sentry project should never be deployed too far forward. Its fantastic firepower along with its high precision allowed it to deal effective damage at ranges where most opponents simply couldn't retaliate. I'm quite proud of how my Luminar crystal rifle turned out. VS grinned. It offers substantially greater firepower and efficiency compared to normal rifles. It's too bad that it's one of a kind in a sense. The best Luminar crystal rifles could only be made by him. His affinity for Luminar crystal technology, his ability to merge with the illustrious one, and his possession of the crystal cube all combined into a unique capability that was probably unique. It's the prime materials and resonating exotics that truly makes this rifle stand out from the pack, he whispered. Though the Dark Zephyr hadn't fully showcased the power of combining both prime resonance and true resonance in a single expert mech, VS expected to witness a different result with the Sentry project. The opticonium incorporated in the weapon was one of the more remarkable resonating alloys developed by a specialized material development company. When VS studied the materials himself one day, he found out that it was neither a metal nor a crystal. Instead, It combined the properties of both, no doubt due to the exceptional materials in its formula. Though Ves had no idea how it worked, he admired the way that Master Willich seamlessly integrated this key material through the structure of the crystal luminar rifle. The transparent and reflective aesthetic of the mech-sized gun gained additional dimension and complexity with slightly darker and more opaque elements in its interior. He couldn't wait to make this rifle for real and see how it looked when Venerable Stark finally piloted the Sentry project for the first time. With all of the energies running through the crystal body, he predicted that the weapon would turn into quite an interesting light show. Ves even bet that many energy weapons specialists throughout the mech industry would grow green with envy if they heard what the luminar crystal rifle was capable of. Despite his dependence on alien technology, the results were undeniably superior to the prevailing competition. Only other mech designers or weapon developers with access to exclusive technology could match the advantages of luminar crystal technology. Gloriana admired the gun as well. This weapon is the key piece to the ensemble. It's a dream for me to be able to work on an expert mech design that is paired with such a powerful rifle. The simulations don't do it justice at all. I'm so eager to see how much damage this expert mech can unleash with its perfectly matched armament. The entire expert mech design revolved around the expert pilot and the luminar crystal rifle. The flight system, the targeting system, the sensors, the armor layout, the energy transmission system, and so on were completely shaped in a way to support the expert pilot and her weapon. All of this effort was worth it. Combined with the first true luminar crystal rifle of its kind, the Sentry project was a truly unique work of art, craftsmanship, and design. The expert mech's extreme parameters did not prevent it from looking sleek, refined, and utterly deadly. The only hidden flaw that Ves was truly worried about was whether Venerable Stark would be able to embrace the highly unusual main weapon. Though she responded well enough when Ves explained the weapon system and allowed her to wield one of his infantry-grade luminar crystal rifles, there was an undeniable alien element to the mech. Given Venerable Stark's awful history with the Sandmen, he was afraid that she might develop a strong aversion to the luminar race and its signature technology. Would she reject the Sentry project? Nobody knew. The power and efficiency that luminar crystal weapons offered was too good to resist, but if Venerable Stark became so boneheaded to the point where she couldn't bring herself to make use of alien technology that belonged to an ancient extinct race, then Ves and the other mech designers would have to waste a lot of time to modify the expert mech. Both Ves and Gloriana had done their best to increase the compatibility and comfort of the Sentry project to its intended user. As long as Venerable Stark felt at home inside its cockpit, then the chances were high that this potential issue would never even come up in her mind. Gloriana checked the schedule. We've just entered FTL travel a day ago, so we have a couple of days to prepare for the fabrication attempt. I've already made the necessary preparations, but I think it is best to inspect the state of our machines and calibrate anything that has become misaligned. Don't be so quick to leave the design lab, he spoke. Our design might be finished, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will be the version that we will turn into a reality. I think we have room to give our design an extra touch. What do you mean by that, Ves? She furrowed her brows. Even Clixie tilted her furry head. Mal? I haven't considered this option for a while as I never thought it was necessary to consider it. However, I think this is a great opportunity for us to gain a lot of insights in how to design a high-spec mech. Do you remember what we did when we finished the original Bright Warrior design? Though it happened a long time ago, Gloriana could never forget what Ves had brought. Are you talking about letting Mr. S perform a pass on our design? She whispered as she widened her eyes. Yes. Ves smiled and nodded. We shouldn't disturb him too often, but there are 3 strong reasons why I think it is worthwhile to ask for his help this time. First, this is still one of our earlier expert mech designs. We still have several more to go, which means that we can incorporate many of the lessons and insights that we can learn from an improved Sentry project to our other projects. Gloriana already looked eager when she heard this prospect. That is a great idea! It's a pity that we completed the Dark Zephyr too soon, but we can always revisit it later on when it is time to update its design with everything we have gained since its initial completion. This was a benefit that Ves, but especially Gloriana, had gained a lot from. Since the system's superpublish function always employed the most direct way to upgrade a design implementation while staying true to the original design intent, the solutions it came up with often came into a form that an older and more experienced version of themselves might have developed. Being able to study their future direction in advance was an incredibly powerful learning experience that would allow them to skip years of trial and error and immediately design mechs that were literally ahead of their time. The second reason why I think this is the right choice is because the Sentry project is one of our most critical expert mechs in our lineup. Ves continued. While I admit that I am partial towards the Chimera project, I won't deny how critical it is for us to field a strong expert mech that can form a powerful deterrent at range. In space battles, ranged combat is too predominant. If we don't score well in this area, then we'll definitely suffer disproportionate losses if the enemies we face bring their own ranged expert mechs along. Gloriana cared less about this reason, but it was an important consideration for Ves. While he didn't think the melee expert mechs were useless, they usually came into play in the later stages of a space battle. At the start, the ranged duel that ensued between two distant forces could inflict quite a lot of damage. The outcome of this critical duel would have a heavy influence on how the remaining battle unfolded. The Battle of Reckoning had taught Ves that it was extremely critical to maintain an advantage in this aspect. If the addition of a powerful expert rifleman mech could ensure that all of the transcendent punishers, eternal redemptions and bright warriors could suppress the enemy without too many concerns, then half the battle was already won. What's the third reason? His wife asked. Ves grinned and pointed his thumb at the rifle wielded by the projected expert mech design. I'm curious to see how luminar crystal technology can be pushed further. I have already reached the limits of my knowledge when it comes to improving and optimizing the design of the luminar crystal rifle, but I feel there is a lot of depth that I haven't been able to explore as of yet. If I can gain a couple of insights on how this new weapon system can be elevated to the next level, then all of our subsequent mech designs armed with ranged weapons will benefit hugely from this gain. This was actually his primary motivation for choosing to make use of the superpublish function. Working on the Sentry project for such a long time had caused him to become more fascinated with this essential cornerstone technology. Since he didn't want to spend any more DP on upgrading his skills, this was the next best way to gain an instant boost in how to apply the tech in a practical manner. This was slightly different from dumping more theories in his mind. His recent improvement in this area already filled his head with a lot of knowledge, but he was sure that his utilization rate had dropped. Luminar technology was spiritually reactive, which meant that Ves needed to manipulate it in a spiritual manner in order to bring out the best of its capabilities. Perhaps by superpublishing the expert mech, Ves would be able to glimpse the system's own understanding of spirituality when it improved the expert mech design. This kind of knowledge was probably something that wasn't contained in any of the skills and sub-skills offered by the system. After all, it stole all of this knowledge from existing human works. Chapter 3158 Active Chief Ministers. Ves originally wanted to save the superpublish function for the Chimera project. He wanted to make sure that Venerable Joshua's expert mech would become the best out of the current batch of expert mechs that he designed and made. Directly improving the quality of the Chimera project's complicated design would definitely yield a lot of results. Yet, this was not exactly an efficient decision. Much of the gains that he could derive from superpublishing a mech design was not the immediate improvement in a single work, but all of the methods and solutions that a different source had implemented onto the original work. The latter meant that it was much more beneficial if he employed the superpublish function earlier rather than later. Though the Dark Zephyr preceded the Sentry project, Ves thought it was a bad idea to superpublish the Expert Light Skirmisher. The first time was the most special. Ves did not want to spoil the first expert mech that he had a significant part in designing and making. He did not regret this decision as he was more than happy with the Dark Zephyr's performance. Could it have been better? Certainly. Was it desirable? Not if it came at the expense of more worthy choices. The plain reality was that light mechs were simply less valuable and impactful than more substantial machines. They were smaller, cheaper, less demanding, and less burdensome to design and craft. That made it an excellent starting point for Ves to dip his toes into expert mech. Designing the Dark Zephyr was more of a trial than anything else. All of the problems and complications that Ves and the other journeymen encountered during the fabrication run proved that it had been necessary for them to undergo this ordeal by themselves. Now that Ves had experienced what it was like to complete an expert mech design project, he no longer needed to stick to this original approach. It was fine to ask for help every once in a while. Though Ves did not like the fact that his ownership of a super-published design would definitely drop, this was a relatively small price to pay for all of the benefits that he and his fellow mech designers stood to gain. Besides, as much as I care about the Sentry project, it's not dedicated to an actual Larkinson expert pilot. Venerable Devia Stark may have pledged to fight on behalf of the Larkinson clan, but her true loyalties remained uncertain. Ves did not expect her to stick with the clan permanently, considering her motivations. Even if she sticks with us for 100 years, she probably won't feel any reluctance to part ways with us once she has fulfilled her promise. He knew better than most that expert pilots were incredibly stubborn about their choices. Their ironclad wills essentially made it impossible for others to indoctrinate them. The survivor of a fallen and forgotten third-rate state definitely had greater objectives in mind, ones that would inevitably cause her to split ways with the Larkinson clan. Since this was the case, Ves felt a lot better about losing some ownership in the Sentry project in exchange for receiving a lot of useful gains. Once he announced his choice, his wife enthusiastically endorsed his decision. She was incredibly hungry for more guidance and practically shooed him away so that he could contact Mr. S. and request the mysterious mech designer to make a pass on the latest iteration of the Sentry project. "I can't wait to receive the guidance of a supreme mech designer!" Gloriana exclaimed, completely ignoring the fact that the presumed master or star designer was most probably a man rather than a woman. "Don't come back until you can deliver an improved mech design." Ves pretended to go somewhere private in order to make contact with his secret patron. In truth, he simply summoned his system calm, activated the superpublish function, and applied it to the Sentry project. After that, he suppressed his desire to study the transformed design and acted as if Mr. S. hadn't gotten back to him yet. He spent the remainder of the day attending his other duties. One of the more important ones was checking up on what the newly instated chief ministers were up to. He decided to head over to his main office and summon them all in order to have a good talk. The chief ministers currently resided on the Spirit of Bentheim, but there was talk that this might change in the near future. This was because the concentration of leaders was too high. If the factory ship ever blew up or fell out of contact, then the rest of the Larkinson fleet would momentarily fall in confusion. In order to prevent a single decapitation strike from completely upending the clan, it was prudent to spread all of the chief ministers out. They just needed to work all of the details, but that was not something that Ves needed to be concerned about. "Minister Magdalena, Minister Raymond, Minister Novilon." He nodded to each of the older clansmen who took their seats across his desk. "I've been hearing good things about the changes that are taking place. There are also rumblings of uncertainty as people aren't quite sure whether all of the changes will remain good. A lot of people's lives are affected by the decisions you make and the plans you are implementing. This is why I would like to hear from you what you are preoccupied with. What are your current priorities and what issues are you trying to resolve? The three ministers looked at each other before Novilon decided to speak up first. We are still finding ways to approach our new positions. It is unusual for an organization like our clan to be governed by three equal decision makers. Right now, we are attempting to test an approach that will compel us to vote on major decisions but leave the implementation to the most suitable chief minister. This was the most common-sense approach that allowed all three chief ministers to speak on behalf of their constituents, but not waste too much of their time on redundant work. As long as you guys keep checking up on each other's work, I'm fine with that. Ves dismissively waved his hand. I'm more interested in hearing what kind of major changes you have in store. What new initiatives have you come up with or are planning to propose? Novilon decided to speak up first. Since we are transitioning to a state, but lack actual territory to rule over, I believe it might be wise to organize our various ships like towns and cities. The sub-capital ships are small enough that these changes won't have a significant impact on people's daily lives, but it will likely assist with meeting the needs of all of the people who live aboard our capital ships. This is especially important once we discard all of our sub-capital ships in order to enter the Red Ocean. The Larkinson clan was slowly nearing 200,000 members, and that was not even the limit. While the population density of Larkinson fleet was fairly low since everyone was spread out across hundreds of ships, once the fleet condensed into just 10 or 11 capital ships, the amount of people stuffed aboard those ships would definitely lead to a very different atmosphere. Even if the Larkinsons slowly acquired additional ships later on, the capital ships would still remain as dense population centers for a long time. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven cheek. I'm okay with this as long as the authority of these local governing institutions are limited and clearly defined. We can't have mayors or councillors demanding that the Spirit of Bentheim reduce the power output to the shield generators or the production halls just so that they can start producing candy or something. The essential functions along with the defenses of our ships must never be compromised. Chief Minister Novilon has already consulted me from the start. Magdalena Larkinson spoke up. I have been advising him on how to ensure that the new positions will not encroach on restricted territory. Ves smiled. That's good to hear. Novilon proceeded to outline some additional plans, but none of them sounded exciting to Ves. As the highest leader of the Larkinson clan, he lived above every other clansman. He didn't share their toils and struggles, so it was hard for him to appreciate the initiatives meant to give them more conveniences. Fortunately, Raymond soon took over. I have been looking at the finances of the clan, he said. The LMC earns a lot of money, but most of it is channeled towards strategic acquisitions and heavy military expenditures. Only a fraction of it is left to improve the rest of the clan. Don't get me wrong. I am not proposing to reduce our military spending. What I am actually working on is finding ways to increase our sources of revenue, find better ways to spend our money and cut costs in areas that already receive plenty of funding. That sounds like a big task, Ves remarked. Raymond sighed. It is, and I am far from finished. So far, I can only share a number of tentative plans with you. One of the most impactful is to start our own central bank. Ves blinked his eyes. Pardon? It's something that needs to be done sooner or later. Let me make an assumption. Up until now, you have always been thinking about prices and costs in terms of hex credits, correct? Yes, he admitted. He hadn't even realized how ingrained it had become for him to measure everything of value by the currency of a state that was already many light years away. It made less and less sense to price everything in hex credits now that they were no longer purchasing goods from the hexadric hegemony. With the way the Komodo War is progressing, The hex credit might no longer exist as legal tender. Chief Minister Novilon added his own piece. We don't have to worry about losing money since our cash reserves consists of many different local currencies, but our continued use of the hex credit as our de facto currency prevents us from developing our identity as a sovereign clan. Raymond proceeded to give a brief presentation that was rather heavy on economics. Knowing that Ves wasn't interested in learning about the technicalities of setting up a central bank and issuing a new currency, he quickly came to the point. If we want our clansmen to develop a greater sense of independence from other states and organizations, they need to adopt and develop confidence in our own currency. No matter what we call our own coin, spending it will increase the prosperity of our clan and make everyone feel that we can stand on our own while we continue to journey the stars. In other words, implementing a currency that was exclusive to the Larkinson clan was not just about economics. It was also about shaping and strengthening the distinct cultural pride and identity of the people. A state that failed a population to spend its own currency was a state that could never truly serve its own people. It was like living in a house without electricity. The basic shape of the home and the essential function of providing shelter was still there, but there was still something missing that would always make its residents feel as if they were missing out on something that other people took for granted. I think this is a good idea. Ves eventually nodded. However, something as complex and impactful as introducing a new currency for our clan is doubtlessly a huge and disruptive shift. Take it slow and don't rush it. There is not much harm in continuing to use hex credits as our default currency for the moment. I plan to establish our central bank and have it ready to issue its own currency before we enter the Red Ocean, Raymond promised. Chapter 3159 Untapped Manpower. Ves never thought that something as simple as the currency used to make transactions could have such a profound effect on the clan. Since he was primarily a mech designer who frequently brushed with danger, Ves mostly paid attention to the military and production aspects of his clan. As a result, the way it developed up to this point was disproportionately slanted towards productivity and military force. Was this a bad development? Ves didn't think so. In the early days, the Larkinson clan urgently needed to grow stronger. The best and most direct way to do that was to focus on increasing the clan's income, bolstering the internal production capabilities of the clan, and most importantly expanding its military might. The downside to this constant focus on production, business, self-sufficiency and defense was that a lot of other priorities never really gained the attention they deserved. There were other leaders and decision-makers in the clan, but their authority was not high enough and their expertise was not always remarkable. The reforms that were still in the process of transforming the Larkinson clan changed all of that. The addition of a lot of newly appointed officials meant that there were finally people in the clan who could address all of those issues that Ves never thought about. Since Raymond wanted to do it right, he was far from ready to establish a central bank, let alone have it issue the clan's new legal tender. It would take many months before the right people were put in place to set up a good structure for the new currency. Our currency can even become something more in the future. The oldest man in the room revealed one of his ambitions. While there are risks involved, if we can make it circulate among the other states and organizations in the Red Ocean, we can derive an immense amount of economic benefits from this circumstance. Ves looked incredibly skeptical. What reason would others adopt our currency? Won't they be looking to do the same thing as us? I seriously doubt that our currency will become relevant to outsiders unless we engage in transactions or something, but even then we'll probably pay in Terran or Rabarthan coins. That is why we need to anchor our currency in something unique and valuable. We happen to have both in spades. For example, if you have become good in designing powerful and unique mechs that can only be produced in our fleet, we can demand our customers pay in our money rather than other currencies. Won't our customers simply change their foreign currencies into our own before transacting as normal? It sounds like we haven't gained much except for an opportunity to rip off our customers through manipulating fees and exchange rates. The actual implications of this change are far more than that, VS, but I suppose I am getting ahead of myself. We should revisit this topic in a decade once we have managed to find our footing in the red ocean. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson came up with other ideas, some of which had to do with the LMC and others which affected other parts of the clan. They were less impactful than introducing a new currency, so VS quickly lost interest. Soon, VS directed his attention to Magdalena Larkinson. She had developed a couple of ideas as well, but none of them were extreme. One proposal was to allow the older mech cadets to intern in various different mech legions. This not only allowed the future mech pilots to know what to expect, but also helped them with deciding which elite mech troops suited them best. We should also be setting up a proper military reserve, the former commander of the Living Sentinels proposed. There have been numerous incidents in the past where we have suffered heavy losses and couldn't get back up to strength fast enough. Since it is a lot more dangerous to remain under strength in regions such as the Red Ocean, we need to make preparations beforehand so that we will be able to bounce back in the event we have suffered significant losses. Now this was a good suggestion. In a frontier region like the Red Oceans, friends were hard to come by and order was still non-existent in many zones. Any fleet that roamed the dwarf galaxy had to maintain their strength at all costs or risk getting swamped by other rivals. Where will we find the additional manpower? VS asked. Well, we have a growing pool of retired and partially disabled veterans, she said. I've talked with the life or biotech experts over at the Dragon's Den, and they told me that they can apply many treatments and augments that can mitigate a lot of common injury and age-related ailments. As long as we invest in our retired mech pilots, they can regain enough fighting capability to fight once more if necessary. VS was not completely ignorant about this topic. As a mech designer, it was mandatory for him to know what kind of people were suitable to pilot certain kinds of mechs. The ability for older and severely injured mech pilots to interface with a mech once again is quite difficult to restore, at least from what I have learned. The act of mech piloting is not only a mental but also a physical burden. The reason why so many older and badly injured mech pilots are forced to retire is because their brains have sustained a lot of wear and tear, either through decades worth of piloting mechs or undergoing a traumatic experience where they felt the deaths of their own machines. He should know, as his own grandfather was among this group. Benjamin Larkinson used to hold the title of Venerable, but after suffering a defeat during one of the battles of the Bright Visual Wars, he had lost virtually all of his extraordinary capabilities. It was a rather sad outcome for a once promising expert pilot. The fact that Benjamin was unable to maintain his force of will to this day signified that this crippling had likely collapsed his will for battle. Fortunately, the Larkinson family's support structure provided him with enough warmth and love to find meaning past his military service. Chief Minister Magdalena looked pensive. The lifers have conducted some preliminary studies on this, and it is indeed true that our retired veterans will not come close to returning to their peak. Their effective genetic aptitude grade will probably range between D and E. Perhaps we'll find a number of exceptions who can achieve a C grade, but those will be the exception rather than the rule. VS crossed his arms and thought about it. In many second-rate states, young potentates who received a score of D or lower weren't even allowed to attend a mech academy. While there were a lot of them, they simply weren't worth the effort to train and bring into service. Even if a military organization implemented a rotation for mechs, it was still prohibitively expensive and troublesome to make sure that each trained mech pilot had the opportunity to pilot a machine. It was far too expensive to produce a lot of mechs and assign them to awful mech pilots who could easily be defeated. Yet, the Larkinson clan's situation was not identical to other states. The demand for sufficient manpower in a place where it was a lot more difficult to poach mech pilots from others meant that there might come a time where the clan needed to rely on these old and infirm veterans to hold the line. As long as these medical treatments aren't too costly, I guess it might be worth it to increase the readiness of this group, Ves commented. However, there is a very major shortcoming to this plan. If we end up in a scenario where we have just survived a difficult battle, then we not only lost a lot of lives, but also a lot of mechs. With the way our fleet is configured, we don't have a lot of room for spare mechs that we can just stockpile and bring out whenever there are vacancies. Magdalena already had an answer for that. We have the Spirit of Bentheim, and in the future we will likely expand our fleet with other mech-producing vessels. As long as our stock of materials is sufficient, we should quickly be able to pump out a lot of new mechs. What if your assumption is wrong? As long as we are able to secure the original battle site, we should quickly be able to salvage the broken debris and reprocess them into materials that we can use to quickly fabricate new mechs. Quality isn't important, and it shouldn't matter too much if we can't obtain all of the necessary materials. We just need to expand our numbers as fast as possible so that our mech legions look substantial again, so we shouldn't hesitate to kludge something together even if the resulting mech doesn't resemble one of our original designs. Even if we do that, our reservists aren't strong enough to utilize our Larkinson mechs effectively. Even the Bright Warrior, which is our most basic model, is actually an advanced second-class mech that requires a mech pilot's substantial training as well as a high minimum genetic aptitude in order to perform well. One of the core mech doctrines of the Larkinson army was elite development. The Larkinson fleet simply didn't have enough space to carry a lot of mechs on its ships, so instead the clan focused on making the most out of the limited slots available. This prompted Ves to design premium mechs that were considerably more powerful than a typical second-class mech. He did so with the confidence that most if not all of the current mech pilot roster was trained and skilled enough to control these powerful machines. The recruiters had always maintained high standards of recruitment. Mech pilots with genetic aptitudes that were too low to pilot the current edition of the Bright Warrior simply couldn't go any further. Now that Ves potentially had to consider the needs of a lot of previously disqualified mech pilots who could barely go back in the saddle, he suddenly realized that he didn't even have a design ready for these reservists. If we want to be ready to activate the reservists, then we need to pair them with mechs that even the worst of them can pilot and become effective on the battlefield. How about a frontline mech? If you aren't able to design one yourself, then we should look into licensing one or borrowing one from the Hexers, Magdalena suggested. No, Ves immediately spat out. We are not going to rely on the products of others. It's not necessary and not desirable. If we want to do a good job, we have to do it ourselves. They quickly discussed the requirements of a potential Larkinson frontline mech model. In order to serve the clan well in a crisis under difficult circumstances, it had to be quick and simple to fabricate. If Ves pared down the complexity of a second-class mech to its bare essentials, it might be possible for a production line to pump out a frontline mech within 24 hours. This was already 3 to 4 times faster than usual. Ves just gained a good idea. Aside from that, by designing this frontline mech ourselves, we can reuse materials and even whole components that are used to make our other Larkinson mechs. This will allow us to quickly replenish our strength as long as we maintain control over the debris field at the end of the battle. The more he thought about it, the more it sounded like a great idea. Though it wasn't certain whether the Larkinson clan would ever have to resort to this measure, Ves wanted to have a complete contingency plan in place in case the worst had happened. Designing a basic frontline mech should not be difficult. It might even be an interesting exercise. Chapter 3160 Path of Least Resistance. The chief ministers all came up with lots of ideas, some of which sounded great to Ves. He was quite happy that they already showed a lot of initiative in addressing the various issues that the clan hadn't been paying attention to. He would have never come up with these solutions himself because a lot of underlying problems failed to enter his sights. The advantages of appointing 3 chief ministers instead of 1 became apparent as well. Though Novilon was not able to exercise as much discretion as his father had hoped, working alongside 3 very different Larkinsons who came from different wings of the clan soundly covered the areas where the former Pernusser was not inclined to pay attention either. This would probably become the model of the institution of chief ministers going forward. The only minor complaint he had was that the title of chief minister itself sounded unwieldy, but that was not a big deal. Obviously, Ves couldn't completely divest himself from his responsibilities as patriarch. Some of the proposals were so impactful and wide-reaching that he had to make sure that they aligned with his own ideas. "I'm glad that we could all come together so that I can get up to date with the initiatives you are working on," he said at the end of the meeting. "I'm quite satisfied with what I have heard. Each of you have unique visions of what needs to be done, and I wouldn't have agreed to appoint you if I doubted your judgment. We try our best to make the clan better every day." Novilon spoke like a true politician. "It is a challenge but also a pleasure to lead a young and growing organization. As a spacefaring clan, the problems we face are different and many solutions cannot be employed due to the absence of territory or fixed locations. This circumstance will grow much worse once we enter the Red Ocean. The only way for us to keep up is to become more inventive." The Larkinson clan was unique. From being led by a mech designer to entrusting recently recruited personnel to important positions, the clan could not be equated to other space-born clans. Ves stood up from his seat. "I don't have any further comments on most of your plans, but I have my own ideas about the proposal to mint our own coin and the initiative to set up a military reserve. I'll speak to you later about them when I have the time." He had a couple of special ideas in mind to increase the effectiveness of both. While he could have allowed Raymond and Magdalena to implement these respective plans like normal, Ves did not want to stick to the normal approach when he was capable of doing more. Once the chief ministers left his office, Ves spent the rest of his day on various other matters. He still had to pretend to wait until Mr. S. got back with a revised design. Though the system had already supplied him with the revised work, he tried his best to suppress his impulses. Someone as sensitive as Gloriana would probably be able to tell if he had already spent hours on studying the super-published design. She would probably crucify him if she realized that he already held the improved design for a time but kept it out of her hands. A long day passed before Ves felt that enough time had passed to present the design that had ostensibly been improved by a mysterious patron. Ves didn't bother with informing the assistants. Instead, he called Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedys over to a secure room inside the design lab and waited until his honor guard had jammed the entire space. Gloriana looked incredibly excited. Even Clixie got caught up in the excitement as the furry cat received a lot of hugs and pets recently. Meow. "What's this all about, Ves?" Kedys asked. "I haven't been working on the Sentry project at all these days, so why am I here?" "I know that ranged mechs aren't your thing, but what I am about to show you will likely be able to teach you a thing or two on how to push your design ability to the next level. You did contribute to some of the mech in the earlier stages, so the Sentry project is not completely irrelevant to you." Ves turned to Juliet. "Your contribution is a lot greater since you have worked a lot on the expert rifleman mech's flight system. Even if it isn't as powerful as that of the Dark Zephyr, I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised to see how it has transformed." The two women looked confused. "What do you mean, sir?" Juliet modestly asked. "Have you managed to convince Master Willix to optimize our expert mech design further?" Ves grinned. "You're on the right track. I did entrust our expert mech design to a powerful mech designer. He is my patron of sorts. While I can't tell you much about him, just know that this is a precious opportunity for you to look into a future mirror of yourself. Take advantage of what you will see and learn from this experience." As he talked, Gloriana grew increasingly more impatient. Even though only a short amount of time had passed since they gathered together, she was already staring daggers in his direction. He did not dare to delay any further and promptly activated a large projection that showed off the super-published Sentry project in multiple different forms, from a realistic mock-up to a detailed wireframe diagram that exposed all of its internal nuances. Every mech designer, including Ves, fell completely silent as they studied the new mech design. On the surface, not a lot had changed. The outwards appearance of the mech alone was more than 95% identical to the last iteration that the design department had developed. An average person on the street would probably think the two designs were identical. Ves and the others weren't laymen, though. They were skilled and passionate mech designers who trained their vision for mechs to an exceptional degree. An invisible ripple spread from this room. The subtle changes that were applied throughout the entire design were incredibly profound, so much so that all four journeymen momentarily lost all of their situational awareness. Their entire attention had been sucked into the beautiful and more refined mech design. This is exactly what I need," Gloriana muttered to herself as her eyes became so wide that she practically looked crazed. "So this is what I could have accomplished. I was blind before, but now I can see again." Juliet and Kedis hadn't said anything, but that was because they were too flummoxed to spare any energy on reacting to the astonishing display. They had become fully invested in studying each and every improvement to the design elements they spent a lot of precious hours developing. Even Ves did not spare any time on observing how much he managed to surprise his colleagues and eagerly studied how the system refined his own applications. First of all, the super-publish function did not disappoint. It truly improved the mech design in a way that its overall performance had truly improved by a margin of 10% and no more. Though it didn't sound like much, the improvements applied to a design that Ves and the rest had already done their best to optimize. Even if they spent more months on iterating their work, they probably wouldn't be able to improve the Sentry project's parameters by more than 1%. In comparison to such a lackluster result, a jump that was at least an order of magnitude better was practically a revolution. Ves first studied the overall frame of the design. The external contours had become a bit more streamlined, which not only allowed it to resist incoming attacks a little better, but also shifted around the dimensions so that the internals could be arranged to a more efficient architecture. When Ves moved from studying the simulated appearance of the mech and shifted his gaze over to the wireframe diagram, he studied the guts of the machine. The super-publish function introduced minute but quite impactful tweaks to the core components such as the power reactor, the mech engine, the flight system, and so on. Even smaller and less critical systems such as temperature regulators received a bit of attention. All of these high-grade mech parts were designed exclusively for Hexer expert mechs, so the hegemony's mech industry invested heavily in their development. It was quite amazing how the system easily managed to spot ways to improve them further when numerous Hexer master mech designers and other highly qualified component developers had already poured many years into refining these component designs. However, the improvements to these components were not as relevant to the mech designers as how they were combined and arranged into a cohesive mech system. As mech designers, their primary role was to select existing component designs and puzzle them together into an efficient and ideally synergistic package where the whole was always greater than the sum of its parts. This was where the real brilliance in mech design lied. With regards to the refinements in the internal architecture, Gloriana had become a lot more crazed about them than Ves. Yet even he appreciated the elegance of the sublime architecture that he was able to study at his leisure. What the journeyman, but especially Gloriana, found miraculous was that the amount and magnitude of the design tweaks weren't even all that great. For example, one component had shifted to the left by a millimeter and another component gained a bit more reinforcement so that it could bear a slightly greater load. The super-publish function's approach to improving a mech design essentially emphasized maximum efficiency. It aimed to achieve the greatest possible impact with the minimum amount of adjustments. Ves appreciated this very much. He was certain that the system could have thrown out large portions of their old work and completely filled up the cavities with new and original design elements. But it didn't. The current approach almost completely preserved the original design philosophies that gave the Sentry project its unique charm. Ves and the other 3 journeymen still felt that the Sentry project was their own work. After studying the various improvements to the mech frame, such as the cockpit, the sensors, and the targeting system, he finally laid his eyes on the most crucial element of the Sentry project. When Ves originally designed the crystal luminar rifle, he already considered it a work of art in its own right. The system added an extra touch to the weapon design that made it even more beautiful. Sure, the rifle performed substantially better. Ves could quickly tell that the subtle tweaks to the layout made him feel incredibly stupid for missing these possibilities in the first place. Yet his attention never lingered on the design of the rifle for long. This was an aspect that he could always improve as long as he designed more rifles and became more familiar with the feel and functioning of energy weapon systems. What truly mattered to him was how the system treated the individual crystals that made up the weapon and bestowed it with powerful or unique capabilities. The system did not disappoint his expectations. The alien crystals that Ves had only managed to cobble together through unorthodox methods had undergone small changes that nonetheless managed to set off bombs in his mind. So this is what I could have done to increase the effectiveness of my crystals. Though Ves did not understand all of the changes, he tentatively figured out the gist of the changes. Just like with the other portions of the Sentry project, the system sought to improve the rifle by following the path of least resistance. In this case, the easiest and most efficient way to do so was to improve and optimize the material composition of the luminar crystals, as well as cleaning up their intricate internal circuitry patterns. However, since luminar crystals were inherently spiritually reactive, the improvements were undeniably related to the utilization of spiritual energy. It was as if Ves received a brief crash course on how to leverage spiritual energy to create stronger and more exceptional luminar crystals. As Ves and every journeyman became more and more engrossed in the areas that sucked them in, the entire room buzzed with creative energy that gave birth to many new and profound insights. Chapter 3161 Relative Boost. Ves always knew that luminar crystals held a lot more potential that he had never managed to tap. His fundamental understanding of this tech was too shallow, and his reliance on external help was too great. This caused him to hit walls fairly early. It was quite frustrating to know that he could easily improve his implementation if he mastered the tech a little more. He was sure that all of those ancient luminar engineers would have laughed at him if he presented his work to them. He was an outright amateur compared to what the luminar race had pushed their signature tech. This was why the super-published version of the Sentry project was so precious. The overall improvement of the mech was 10%, but there was more to this proportionate boost than met the eye. In the aspects where the Sentry project was weak at, this little boost was extremely interesting to Gloriana but not so much to Ves. If the different parameters of the original expert rifleman mech design was graded into standardized numerical scores, then if its offensive capabilities was set at 100, its defensive and mobility capabilities would roughly fall at 13 and 25 respectively. Of course, these numbers could change drastically depending on what kind of scoring criteria Ves adopted, but the general range shouldn't deviate too much. The point was that a 10% boost in defense would only effectively increase the Sentry project's defenses by just over 1 point. 1 point. In relative terms, this was a huge change. In absolute terms, an enemy expert mech that tried its best to smash the Sentry project to pieces would hardly notice any differences. An attack that was powerful enough to penetrate the armor of Venerable Stark's expert mech would punch through regardless if it was just a bit stronger. The boost in mobility was a little more significant. With an increase of 2.5 points, the mech became a bit faster and more maneuverable. The greater performance was just significant enough for Venerable Stark to clearly benefit from it in desperate battle situations. Yet, it's the boost in offense that is truly remarkable. The Sentry project was an expert mech that was designed with extreme offense in mind. VS and the rest deliberately made a lot of trade-offs that made the expert mech slower and easier to break relative to other expert rifleman mechs. They did not hesitate in doing so because these sacrifices enabled them to push the offensive capabilities of the precision-oriented expert mech to become the ultimate sniper machine of the Larkinson clan. With an offensive score of 100 points, a 10% boost took on an entirely different meaning in this area. VS had already done his best to pile up as much power and efficiency as possible in the rifle. He also worked together with Gloriana to adjust the mech frame so that it offered much greater support for its Luminar crystal weapon. They pushed until they were no longer able to squeeze any more performance out of the whole design. Now that someone, or something, else casually strolled in and made a few incredibly advanced changes that easily pushed the limits upwards by a whopping 10 points, the end result was much more impressive. As mech design was a discipline where greater performance was often subject to the laws of diminishing returns, the adjustments made to the expert mech design effectively elevated it from a journeyman-level design to a senior-level design. VS wasn't sure how close the firepower boost was to reaching master level, but from a technical perspective the super-published expert mech design was a substantially more dangerous combat asset due to this concentrated improvement. After the journeymen slowly realized how much had changed, they couldn't wait to study the adjustments in detail in order to figure out the effects and underlying theory why they worked. It was not enough for them to enjoy the super-published mech design as a single work. If they wanted to apply all of these solutions to the mech designs going forward, then it was crucial for them to reverse engineer all of the changes down to the last details. This was why they quickly split up and moved to their respective workplaces in order to puzzle out the answers they wanted to see the most. When VS settled down in order to study all of the improvements made to the Crystal Luminar rifle, he soon realized that deriving useful insights from the design was far from simple. Some of the effects of the improved crystals can't be described in words and numbers. I have to see how it performs for real. This required him to reproduce the improved Crystal Luminar weapon for real, but that was a bit of a problem as the complete rifle design was not only huge, but also extremely expensive and difficult to make. The opticonium integrated in the design also made it prohibitive to make a weapon just for study purposes. I should wait until I am truly ready to fabricate the Sentry project before I make this powerful rifle. VS decided to take a step back and simply apply some of the new and improved methods on a smaller infantry-grade Crystal Luminar rifle. Even though the hugely reduced scale meant that he had to adopt a substantially different design approach, the general principles remained the same. Thus, when VS quickly fabricated a Crystal Luminar rifle that incorporated at least 70% of the new and improved implementations, he eagerly handed it over to a bot in order to witness it in action. Fire! When a bright and searing beam struck the target dummy at the other end of the reinforced test firing range, VS paid close attention to the sensor readings. A 5% increase in maximum firepower. The efficiency is a little higher as well. Though this improvement was only half as much as the original boost, this was still a huge difference considering that only a couple of hours had passed since VS first studied the new design. With more time and effort, VS could easily derive further gains from the super-published design and push himself closer to the standard of the newly updated version of Sentry Project. He frowned a bit. The only problem is that I need to master the theory behind these changes as soon as possible if I want to maximize the quality of the Sentry project. The key to making a good mech was to understand how it worked. The more he comprehended what made it good, the more he was able to ensure the physical product was as ideal as possible. Ves decided to try out an unconventional approach. He retrieved the crystal cube and settled in to perform a rigorous comparison between the normal and super-published versions of the Sentry project. Illustrious One! I need your help. He expended a lot of spiritual energy in order to merge with the Luminar design spirit and study the altered crystals from an alien perspective. As his entire aura and demeanor became more radiant, his eyes glowed with light as they blazed at all of the intricate design details that held his interest. The crystal object in his hands glowed as well as it became partially active. Hours went by as Ves slowly gained more insights. He did not focus that much on the improvements in material composition. There was hardly any mystery behind them, though he had a feeling that the MTA would be really interested in how to make better second-class Luminar crystals. No. What Ves truly tried to study was the more esoteric aspects of the improved crystals. He regularly referenced the hastily improved test rifle that he made and studied it in detail with his spiritual senses. Though a mech design only consisted of a blueprint of a complete product at its basic level, this was actually not the complete package. A proper design always included essential documentation which may or may not include design logs, clarification, a fabrication plan, and so on. Though the system hadn't really added a lot of extra material, the handful of pages of essential information needed to fabricate the improved Luminar crystals were extremely crucial. They were free instructions that came as a side effect of super-publishing an expert mech that centered around a Luminar crystal rifle. Through these clues and more, Ves and the Illustrious One were able to combine their respective know-how to deconstruct or decipher the majority of the changes. While they hadn't yet figured out the knack behind the more abstruse but impactful design tweaks, Ves was quite happy with the progress he accomplished. If I design a new Luminar crystal rifle, then its performance will probably be 8% better than normal. Much of it was because he was able to implement more efficient and effective internal circuitry patterns. While their fundamental workings were still unclear to him, he felt as if he had taken one step closer to the truth. They're not just transforming energy from one form to another. They also seem to distort reality to an extent. This is why the output of these Luminar crystals are so disproportionately powerful, or abnormal. He still had a long way to go before he became an expert in this field, but at least he was able to move past an obstacle in his research. What Ves really appreciated was that he had managed to achieve a couple of minor breakthroughs in how to utilize the spiritual properties of Luminar crystals. As he performed some impromptu experiments by making a couple of Luminar crystals, he began to infuse his spiritual energy into the developing product in different and more intricate ways. Not all of his experiments succeeded. He still had to employ plenty of trial and error in order to achieve a result that was closer to what he knew was possible. In truth, Ves hadn't gained as much as he hoped from this study. The marginal increase in how to employ spiritual energy more effectively in the production of Luminar crystals did not teach him a lot of useful new insights. His theoretical framework on Luminar crystals hardly budged. That didn't mean he thought that this was a wasted moment. The new directions that the super-published design was pointing towards gave Ves a lot of useful hints. If he chose to go deeper in a specific direction, then he would probably be able to make more substantial gains sooner than later. Ves was still in the dark as far as Luminar crystal technology was concerned, but at least he was able to spot some lights in the distance. A few days quietly passed by as every journeyman spent so much time on researching the improved mech design that the Larkinson fleet had already dropped out of FTL some time ago. Given that Ves had instructed the fleet to stay put in real space, he could not delay the fabrication of the Sentry project any further. All 4 journeymen gathered together again. They exchanged happy and knowing looks as they were already able to tell that each of them made substantial gains. Even Kedis learned a few profound lessons. "We have to decide how to go forward with this project," Gloriana stated. "Should we experiment more with the improved expert mech design, or should we proceed with fabricating it straight away?" "I doubt we can improve it any further than that." Ves voiced his skepticism. "I know you want to build up on the better design, but it has already reached a level that is way beyond our ability. Any changes we'll make have a greater chance of disrupting the highly optimized arrangements than producing actual gains. I say we just move forward and fabricate it as is. Don't forget that it is an expert mech design that we already possess a limited understanding of its workings. Now that it has become more opaque, our ability to control its factors has decreased." "Ves is right. Let us trust in the mech designer who presented us with this improved design. The last thing we should do is to despoil this great design with our lack of vision." Chapter 3162 Altered Timetable. The team of journeymen solemnly prepared for their fabrication run. Ves wanted each of them to take advantage of the exceptionally good mood they were in right now. The optimism that Gloriana and the others had held while they designed the mech, along with the powerful rush of excitement from receiving a super-published version of their work, produced a powerful effect that made everyone feel incredibly eager about their upcoming attempt to make the expert mech. Of course, not all of the circumstances were perfect. The technical fluency required to fabricate an expert mech was still daunting to mech designers at their level. Even if they poured more effort into studying more advanced fabrication techniques, they didn't know if they were able to handle the volatile resonating materials better this time. Their understanding and sense of ownership in the Sentry project was already less than ideal due to incorporation of the essential contributions of Master Willix. Now that a second external influence had made a pass on the expert mech design, Ves and the rest were not doing any better in this regard. They couldn't do much about this, though. Not without spending a lot more time on preparation, but that was unfeasible. The Larkinson clan needed its expert mech sooner than later, and Gloriana was eager to finish them before she was ready to give birth. Therefore, everyone gathered at her personal workshop the next morning while looking eager and raring to go. Just like before, they had to work on the mech design for at least 5 days straight in order to complete the second major mech of their lives. Despite their optimism and eagerness, there was yet another complication that threatened to disrupt their attempt. "I can't stay awake for 5 days straight while expending my full concentration during this entire time," Gloriana told her husband. "I especially can't do so while injecting my bloodstream with a cocktail of stimulants that are designed to artificially keep me awake and in a hyperactive state." She rubbed her belly as she did so. Enough time had passed by now for her normally flat stomach to show the beginnings of a bulge. Ves briefly concentrated his mind and swept his spiritual senses across Gloriana's body. The constant effort he had put into feeding his unborn daughter with spirituality had made a substantial difference in her spiritual growth. Already his daughter's spirit had surpassed the average strength of a norm, and was already on its way to reaching the level of someone who was spiritually active. Ves did not spend a single second on thinking whether it was wise, safe, or even desirable to make someone so spiritually powerful at such an exceptionally early stage. His daughter wasn't even born yet, but already her spiritual development surpassed most of humanity. All he cared about was letting his daughter enter the cosmos on the strongest footing possible. The ideal result he was aiming for was to implant her with a companion spirit seed before her birth. From what it looked like, his unborn daughter's current rate of spiritual growth was not fast enough for him to achieve his goal in time, but he wasn't worried. With each day that passed, her tolerance and capacity became a little greater. She was growing more and more adept at handling spiritual energy. By the time his little baby was born, She should definitely give him a pleasant surprise. Ves smiled and approached his wife in order to place his hand on top of hers. Pure warmth flowed between them as they both sensed their child in their own ways. "I understand," he said. "I don't want to risk the health of our baby either. We'll have to adopt a different approach to our design work. I've already reshuffled the timetable and set up a rotation so that we can each take extended breaks where we can take naps and rest our strained and overburdened bodies. I won't be able to stay on top of the ongoing process as much as I want, but this is the only way I will be able to ensure the health of our daughter." She had extensively consulted with Dr. Rania and the other medical specialists before she settled with this decision. Though they were mech designers who were highly passionate about their work, the quality of a single machine could never trump the importance of their own flesh and blood. As long as they invested enough time, they could easily design a lot of mechs. Birthing and raising a child with loving care was something different. Children were not products that should be discarded if they were defective somehow. Parental love didn't or shouldn't work that way. Though the genes of their designer baby was substantially better than that of a baseline baby, at this early stage both of them were equally as vulnerable to negative external influences. In fact, designer babies were even more sensitive because even a minor deviation from their design could ruin their ideal biological arrangement. When they announced a modified schedule to Juliet and Keddies, either of them reacted too strongly about it. They had never fabricated a masterwork mech before, so how could they possibly know what they were missing? All of the changes meant that the fabrication time would likely be extended to 6 whole days. This was quite a difference, but there were other expert mech designs in the pipeline that likely required even more days. Ves feared how much time he would have to spend in order to upgrade the huge Shield of Samar to its expert mech incarnation. "I think you have made the right choice," Juliet gently said. "You are a mech designer, but you are also a mother. Between the two, the latter responsibility is much more important because you have only one chance to nurture and raise your current child properly. The superior mother will be pleased with your dedication. You carry her grandchild, after all. If you insisted on keeping yourself awake by pumping your body with chemicals, then I would have said something myself." The two didn't always get along with each other, but ever since Gloriana had become pregnant, their relationship had mellowed out a bit more. "Let's pray for the superior mother's blessing before we start," Gloriana suggested. "We worked hard on the Sentry project not just because we want to protect ourselves, but also because we want to secure the future of our children. My daughter and the many children that follow will grow up under the protective shadow of our expert mechs. Each of them employ their great strength to guard all of our offspring on our behalf so that we can raise them in peace and without fear of death." After sounding noble for a moment, Gloriana and Juliet both moved to the giant statue of the superior mother and fell to their knees in order to begin their ritual worship. Ves simply shrugged at the nonsensical sight and turned his back to the display. "So, Keddies, are you excited?" "Surprisingly, I am," she said. "It's strange. I'm only really interested in working on sword-wielding mechs, but there's just something about this expert rifleman mech that interests me. I'm quite fascinated by all of the improvements. The stronger this machine, the more support it can provide to my fellow sword maidens who will have to rely on support from the rear. In the ideal case scenario, the Sentry project should be capable of sniping critical leader figures among the enemy ranks. Its ability to bend its beams will likely come as a nasty surprise to those who think they are well protected behind their barriers." The two chatted for a time as they waited for the hexers to be done with their silly prayers. After roughly half an hour, his wife and her colleague returned from the statue looking a lot more refreshed and ready to fabricate their second expert mech. "Let's begin." The mech designers all headed towards different production equipment in order to start with the fabrication process. This time, the division of labor was different. While Gloriana was still in charge of the main structure, Ves had taken complete responsibility over the Luminar crystal rifle. His affinity with the tech, along with his reliance on his unique methods to create the weapon, did not give his wife a lot of opportunities to contribute to its creation. Juliet focused on the flight system but also took responsibility for the expert mech's extremities in order to make the best use of her time. As for Kedis, she was relegated to a lesser role. She performed odd jobs as well as tedious, time-consuming assignments that didn't require as much brainpower to complete. They all started picking up steam after an hour. Their excitement and energy had accumulated to a degree where they were not ready to put down their work anytime soon. "Ves," Gloriana called. "Bring out Blinky. It's time for him to do his part." "Got it, honey." The purple spiritual cat emerged out of his head after Ves called him out. The companion spirit took one moment to look at his surroundings before he began to poke his black-tipped tail into the heads of all of the journeymen. This was a familiar process to the mech designers, so they easily accepted the connection that had formed between them and the remarkable cat. Mro! It was only then that the mech designers truly started to pick up the pace. Every journeyman shared a piece of themselves while the design network was active. As could be expected, Juliet and Kedis didn't bring anything useful to the table this time. V's contribution was always useful, as it was helpful for the others to become a bit more sensitive and aware of the life they were creating. Though the effect was not that useful at the very start of the fabrication process, it would become a lot more vital at the latter stages when the expert mech finally started to take shape. This meant that Gloriana's contribution dominated the design network at this time. The need to fabricate powerful components at exceptional quality was extremely important at this early stage, and she was able to encourage others to pay much more attention to the potential flaws and mistakes that they made or were about to make while they worked. The quality of their output noticeably increased right after the design network took effect. While the difference wasn't drastic, every little difference helped. As time continued to pass, Ves gradually realized that the design network was slowly shifting. With his sensitivity, he was able to perceive a small abnormality that somehow altered the character of the network but did not disrupt it in any way. Instead, Ves instinctively felt more relaxed and sublime when he focused on this subtle but peculiar influence. He quickly finished the luminar crystal that he had been synthesizing with the help of the crystal cube and threw a brief glance at his wife. "What the?" His wife looked a lot more enthusiastic than normal. She boasted a wide grin as she churned out small and delicate parts with greater speed than ever before. When he swept Gloriana with his spiritual senses, he sensed that the temporary bond that Blinky had formed with her did not just tie her into the network. It turned out that this spiritual operation inadvertently brought along a hitchhiker. "Our daughter!" Both his wife and child came together in the design network. Even though Gloriana was highly focused on her current work tasks, there was an unconscious part of her that instinctively embraced and drew strength from her unprecedented intimacy from her child. As a result, her motivation skyrocketed and her energy grew more vigorous. Yet that wasn't all. Just as Ves detected this highly abnormal interaction, something even more drastic happened. The statue of the superior mother that was resting at the side of the work hall suddenly glowed with a spiritual intensity. Ves could feel the design spirit becoming more active. Suddenly, he noticed that his mother was forming a vague connection with Gloriana. No. This connection already existed. What the superior mother actually did was activate this connection. Pure energy flowed from the powerful design spirit and poured straight into Gloriana. Where it went after that, Ves wasn't sure, but in his spiritual vision, his wife started to glow as if she had become the incarnation of a perfect mother. Not only did this unexpected influence invigorate his wife beyond reason, much of her excitement along with the additional energy began to spill over into the design network. "What the heck are you doing, Mother?" Chapter 3163 The Meaning of Sentry. With the surprising descent of the Superior Mother, the entire workshop became charged with energy. Every mech designer sensed a strong and firm presence watching down on them all. Despite the Superior Mother's oppressiveness, her sharp edge was not present today. Instead, everyone felt the enormous presence exude a glow that could only be described as maternal joy and love. The womanly and motherly aspects of the Superior Mother had come forth, drawn by a pregnant woman's own love and devotion. What made this moment even more remarkable was the strong family relations between them all. Gloriana was her daughter-in-law, and the child in her belly could be considered the Supreme's directly related granddaughter in a way. As the model of a good mother, how could the ancestral spirit be any worse as a grandmother? "She's really spoiling her granddaughter, though," Ves muttered. The Superior Mother did not stage this grand appearance to impress Her Majesty to the mech designers. She had a definite purpose in mind. For whatever reason, she chose to descend and pass her blessings when the carrier of her grandchild was in one of her best states. Ves recognized that it was easier for the Superior Mother to connect with Gloriana when the latter was emotionally and spiritually excited. It also helped that she was in the same room as the giant lightning-struck statue that originally birthed the ancestral spirit. All of these circumstances provided the Superior Mother with a fantastic opportunity to check up on her future granddaughter and provide her own blessings. The final condition that enabled her to intervene was that Gloriana's unborn child already possessed an absurdly strong spirituality. Ves had constantly accelerated her spiritual development by feeding her with his own purified spiritual energy. Even though he felt that much of it either went to waste or got converted into something else at extremely low efficiencies, there was no doubt that his daughter took at least some of his energy as her own. Day by day, the drops of energy had already accumulated to quite a potent reserve for a baby that hadn't even left her mother's womb. For a moment, he grew worried whether the Superior Mother would ruin his arrangements. The reason why he constantly empowered his upcoming child was because he wanted to bestow her with a companion spirit seed. This took up a lot of spiritual capacity, which made it all the more important that it wasn't taken up by something else. So far, Ves did not see anything that suggested that she was ruining his original plan. He wasn't sure what the Superior Mother was doing, but most of the Superior Mother's energy flowed through Gloriana and directly entered the cells that made up his daughter's body. Ves vaguely sensed a strange reaction taking place. According to his perception, the Superior Mother was acting on the residual life-attributed spiritual energy that his daughter's tiny body had absorbed, empowering it and using it as a channel to transform the unborn child's flesh in some mysterious fashion. The remarkable event seemed to take hours, but ended just a minute later. His tiny daughter's body and spirit were both tiny and malleable in their unborn state, so the Superior Mother could easily apply her blessings. Once the fetus no longer experienced any further changes, the grand presence receded a bit and seemed to give the little girl's pristine spirit a gentle caress before drawing away. Though Gloriana didn't receive any direct gifts herself, the fact that she acted as a willing and eager channel for the idols she worshipped the most was definitely a boon in itself. When the Superior Mother finally receded completely, the statue no longer surged with energy, and the workshop was no longer graced by her exceptional consciousness. A long silence ensued. The current fabrication tasks that everyone had previously been working upon had all been paused with one notable exception. Though Gloriana no longer hosted a powerful entity, the residual energy of the Superior Mother still clung to her form, attracted by his wife's own maternal desires. This extra byproduct seemed to invigorate her as if it was a powerful stimulant. Her eyes shone with more brilliance than ever while her spirit had become so elevated that it seemed as if it was about to ascend. If her earlier mental state was already good, now it was as if she was on fire. Her hands whizzed across the controls as she fine-tuned the fabrication of an extremely delicate component. Her judgment, intuition, and mental processing speed had all been raised to their limits. Though it was quite burdensome for Gloriana to work at such an extreme load, the energies that flowed through her body and spirituality perfectly propped her up and gave her the strength she needed to maintain her peak state. There was no way that Ves wanted to waste such a good turn of events. While he had lots of questions and wanted to examine his unborn daughter's altered state in detail, this was not the time to interrupt the fabrication attempt. No matter what, Ves trusted the superior mother not to harm or screw up his future daughter. His spiritual sweeps did not detect anything amiss, and his intuition was completely convinced that his daughter came about better after this experience. That's good enough, I guess. He discarded all of his worries and fully embraced the moment. Just like Gloriana, Ves also gained a rush from witnessing his mother bless his child. Both of their excellence moods bled over through the design network, filling it up with love, joy, and an unprecedented degree of motivation towards finishing their expert mech. Of the remaining 2 mech designers, Juliet had gotten caught up in the excitement as well. Even though she was not a direct beneficiary of what happened, witnessing and feeling the superior mother take concrete action in the strongest fashion was an unforgettable moment for her. After knowing that the Supreme was paying attention to them somehow, she wanted to appear at her absolute best. Anything less would be a disgrace. I'm a penitent sister. I must prove myself worthy to the superior mother so that my child will also receive a blessing one day. Compared to Ves, Gloriana, and Juliet, Kedis maintained her composure. Though she was happy for her mentor and his wife, as a sword master in her own right, she always believed in her own strength. Her will was solid, and her attitude towards the superior mother was one of respect, not worship. Well, whatever is going on right now, I'm not complaining. Her contribution to the Century project was a lot less than customary, but Kitty still identified herself as one of the designers and makers of this expert mech. She did not reject the buoyant influence from the design network, even though she could easily block it out. Just like the rest, she fully embraced the moment and immersed herself in the rising tide. Roughly an hour went by until the high tide had finally faded. Blinky's ability to maintain his design network was still limited, and all of the excitement that previously took place did not change this basic quality. Bro. You've done a good job, Blinky. You can rest now. Ves gently stroked his companion's spirit's head before allowing the cat to enter his mind. Everyone already expected the design network to go offline, so the journeymen had all been ready for it to happen. Everyone's productivity immediately dropped by a noticeable margin, but not as much as Ves had feared. Even without the benefit of Blinky's helpful ability, the mech designers were all pumped up. The realization that this day was special caused them to hold on to their fantastic moods. With their overflowing morale, they did not even feel tired despite working intensively for several hours. Under this combined influence, the parts they churned out were not only consistently high in quality, but came with their own unique charm that carried the hopes and dreams of their creators. The Century project was called this way because the expert mech was meant to act as a vigilant soldier who stood guard in front of the Larkinson clan. Any enemy that approached and threatened the fleet, and the people aboard them, had to be shot down before any Larkinson came under threat. This meaning also harkened back to the Battle of Reckoning, where an enemy expert mech came extremely close to reaching the spirit of Bentheim, threatening the entire vessel and everyone aboard, including innocent civilians such as mothers and children. Since the Larkinsons were nomadic and lived on starships, the people who resided on them constantly had to fear for their own lives when battle broke out. It was the job of the mech legions to shield the Larkinson clansmen from harm. But as the aforementioned battle already showed, this was not enough sometimes. Each and every expert mech of the Larkinson clan played an important role in defending the innocents, but none were more critical than the Sentry project. The other expert mechs needed to spend a lot of time and find a good opportunity to close in on a threatening opponent. As much as Ves appreciated the speed and power of the Dark Zephyr, it could not come to the fleet's assistance if it was stuck on the other side of the battlefield. This was where a ranged expert mech was able to show its value. In a battle in open space, such a mech was able to attack at nearly every target at every position at very long ranges. It did not have to move forward in order to attack a distant target, which meant it was always ready and always poised to shoot down a powerful mech that had somehow managed to outmaneuver or break through the lines of existing Larkinson mechs. Paired with the Shield of Samar, the Sentry project was meant to serve as the final line of defense against other expert mechs. This was the driving motivation behind this expert mech design project, but now it had taken on an extra meaning. Ves and Gloriana wanted to do their best to create the strongest possible expert rifleman mech so that it could become a guardian against any enemy that could threaten their child. This slight change in nuance was a deviation from the original design of the Sentry project. Yet instead of leading the fabrication run astray, it empowered it because this additional intention was fully compatible with the original intention of the expert mech. In a way, the Sentry project had taken on a more personal meaning to Ves and Gloriana. As future parents, their interest in seeing this expert rifleman mech did well was significantly higher than before. "I am not a mech pilot," Ves spoke as he accumulated his own intensity, as he shaped the most exquisite luminar crystals that he had made so far. "I can't go on the battlefield and defend my children in person. The only way I can keep my babies safe is to do the best I can on a different battlefield." He readily channeled the illustrious one as he manipulated the crystal cube, causing him to appear as if he had become an embodiment of light, crystals, and perhaps even more. His recently acquired insights along with his strong motivation caused him to develop an even greater feel for the crystals he was making. The rifle parts he made became more lustrous as Ves not only refined his method of infusing them with spiritual energy, but also made small spontaneous tweaks to their physical design by following his instincts and intuition. This rifle was about to become something special. Several more hours went by as Blinky enjoyed enough rest to activate his design network once again. The 4 journeymen worked with gusto for 2 straight hours before they were finally beset with fatigue at the end. While the other mech designers could go on for a time, Gloriana had no choice but to take a break in order to preserve her health and the health of her baby. Chapter 3164 The Second Expert Mech. The altered work schedule led to a different dynamic in the workshop. The Sentry project was far from done. The journeymen still had to fabricate a lot more parts before they were even ready to begin the crucial assembly phase. Previously, Ves and Gloriana always insisted on working day and night for several days in a row in order to preserve and maximize their momentum. This did not come without a cost as they needed to rely on stimulants to artificially keep their mentalities at their highest levels. While Ves was a lot more able to cope with these strenuous demands, Gloriana was not able to match his physical and mental endurance. Previously, this was still a circumstance that she could cope with, but this time was different. The Sentry project was already a little larger and more voluminous than the Dark Zephyr, which meant it took significantly more work to put it together. Gloriana's pregnancy also ruled out most if not all options to stimulate her body and mind. After all, a lot of influences acting on her body was also capable of affecting the fetus as well. This was an extremely delicate matter as the wrong chemical could easily cause the unborn baby to develop unnaturally. From the moment Gloriana had reached her time limit, she quickly finished her current fabrication job before reluctantly stepping back. Her instincts as a mech designer urged her to go back to the 3D printer that was still hot and ready to fabricate another mech component. However, her instincts and mentality as a mother easily won out this time. She retreated from the production equipment. Instead of leaving the workshop, she remained in it but moved away until she reached a special room that had been prepared for anyone needing a rest. The hastily fabricated room resembled a thick metal ledge that was luxuriously furnished and completely isolated from the hustle and bustle in the rest of the workshop. At least, that was supposed to be the case. Gloriana kept the hatch a little bit open so that the noise of active machinery was still able to reach the bedroom. Once she slipped into her bed, she quickly fell into slumber, dreaming of both mechs and motherhood. Ves and the others were still at their stations. They continued to soldier on as they tried their best not to cause any undue delays. The absence of a strong and powerful motivating presence caused the workshop to become a little more subdued. However, that did not affect the mech designers too much as they still had plenty of compelling reasons to maintain their high state. Fabricating a mech isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. It's not enough to build up momentum. We need to sustain it in order to achieve a comprehensively better result. This was not an unfamiliar problem in the mech industry. Those who worked hard to make the most exquisite mechs came up with a lot of theories and approaches to maximize their chances. Ves had taken a look at these materials. Much of it was garbage, but he had also managed to gather some good tips. One of them was setting up a rotation so that only a portion of the fabrication team should go off duty at a time. As long as there were still enough mech designers on duty, the momentum of the fabrication team would not recede too much. Still, certain mech designers left behind a major void when they left. Gloriana and Ves disproportionately fueled the current momentum, so any time that either of them pulled away, the mood in the workshop dropped by a noticeable margin. It's not all that bad, though. Ves had decided to follow suit and take breaks as well, even though he could have opted to take a lot of stimulants in order to keep himself awake and sharp for 6 whole days. He recognized that continually pushing himself to work day and night was ultimately detrimental to his health and to the health of the rest of his team. Humans weren't meant to work in this fashion. Just as he expected, Ves wasn't able to maintain his focus after he retreated from his work. He didn't feel so bad about it. After forcing himself to work at his peak for so many hours at a time, it was inevitable for him to slide a bit. By taking a short but well-earned power nap, he woke up almost completely recharged. When he woke up and quickly freshened himself up, he left his temporary abode and returned to his station with a bit more clarity in his mind. It was a bit difficult at first for him to get back into the groove. In fact, Ves doubted that he would ever be able to return to his previous mental state. Blinky! Mro! However, the moment Blinky emerged again and re-established his helpful design network, a rush of love, desire, expectation, and many other notable influences poured into his mind. While this external influence wasn't strong enough for him to get subsumed by it, Ves was readily able to take advantage of it to stoke his dormant engine. He became increasingly more fired up and soon regained his older peak state. After another day of long work shifts interspersed by periodic breaks, it became clear that Blinky played a crucial role in keeping the flames of passion alive. The companion spirit's ability to pass on the sentiments of one mech designer to another enabled everyone to return to their peak conditions and go back into the flow. Even Gloriana acknowledged how essential Blinky had become to this fabrication. It also didn't hurt that his design network inadvertently brought her closer to her developing baby. After Superior Mother blessed her granddaughter, the unborn child's spirituality had become noticeably stronger and more defined. Surprisingly, despite being affected by 2 strong Hexer influences in the form of Gloriana and the Superior Mother, the baby's spirit still retained its pure nature. Part of it was because the child was still too young to develop any actual thoughts, but VS also noticed that it possessed a resiliency that made it remarkably difficult to influence or contaminate. He wasn't sure why this was the case and whether it was normal. It reminded him a bit of the stubbornness of expert pilots, but there was no will component behind it. Odd developments like these showed that there were still a lot of facets about spirituality that VS did not understand. It doesn't appear to be bad, though. VS derived a lot of joy and comfort in his future daughter's growing strength. As an upcoming father, all of this was quite new to him, so his recent fatherly desires heavily affected his composure. With the driving force of two eager and highly motivated parents, the days continued to pass by while everyone constantly remained in high spirits. Progress on the mech design project hadn't actually slowed down as much as VS feared. Though there were hours where mech designers were resting instead of working, once they went back to work, they became remarkably productive again. Their rested states enabled them to accomplish more work in less time. It was a remarkably pleasant pattern which continued to push them forward with unceasing optimism. Finally, the mech designers fabricated all of the powerful and sophisticated components for their next expert mechs. Though a large amount of parts were incredibly difficult to make correctly, the mech designers were a lot more prepared than before. They studied up on how to fabricate components with volatile and abnormal materials and possessed a considerably greater proficiency in all of the production equipment. Whenever they worked on a component that incorporated resonating materials, they made sure to wait until they were connected to Blinky's design network so that everyone could take advantage of Gloriana's design philosophy. In turn, the soon-to-be mother also benefited from the connection. The contribution made by VS enabled her to feel the life in each and every component she created. She became more attuned to the Century project design and was able to make sure that each critical component aligned with each other in a more ethereal fashion. Once the four journeymen inspected all of the parts, they soon proceeded to the assembly stage. This was a less critical phase, but that did not mean they were allowed to slack off. They needed to take great care and fit everything together because the Century project packed a lot of delicate components together. Slowly but surely, the mech was being pieced together. Starting from the internal frame, heavy bots along with powerful robotic arms and lifting systems attached more parts to the expert rifleman mech. It slowly gained more definition at the fleet which was meant to support the rest of mech. Over the span of several hours, the legs became solid before it was the torso's turn to get covered up by solid armor plating. While Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis worked on the mech frame, VS devoted much of his time to assembling the crystal luminar rifle. Compared to the experimental products he crafted before, the weapon he was working on was the Century project's real weapon. It incorporated a sizable amount of opticonium, a remarkable material that was already giving the crystal components a different feel. Putting them together was not that hard, but VS had to be careful and make sure that everything remained congruent with each other. The key resonating material was spread out among different components, but they all had to come together in a way for the opticonium to act as a single whole. VS enjoyed assembling the rifle. Compared to his previous luminar crystal weapons, this one was more powerful and significant than any mech-size rifle he had made so far. It would likely remain as the premier ranged weapon that he had the pleasure to design and make for a very long time. Only an artillery cannon would be able to surpass this potent rifle in firepower, but VS didn't think an opportunity to design a mech with such an exaggerated gun would come so soon. At the final day, the workshop received a small group of visitors in the form of expert pilots. Venerable Joshua, Janzi, Tusa, Orphan, Dice, and Stark had quietly entered in order to watch the second expert mech of the Larkinson clan take shape. They stood close to the entrance, and well away from the assembly section in order to avoid disturbing the mech designers. They all did their best to retract their force of wills to keep their presence to a minimum. "There's something different about this expert mech," Venerable Joshua commented. How so? Venerable Orphan asked. Isn't it just an expert mech? It's not just an expert mech. Although I don't know a lot about how mechs are put together, something about this machine reminds me of the Quint. Now that Joshua had mentioned it, the expert pilots scrutinized the increasingly more complete Sentry project in a different way. Each of these remarkable individuals possessed a special sense for mechs. The others soon noticed the extra weight that the expert rifleman mech carried. What do you think, Venerable Stark? The only guest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan remained impassive. I do not trust many people, but I trust that Ves will always deliver a good mech. Her eyes gradually turned hot as she was able to see her first true expert mech come to life. The prospect of gaining a lot more power than before put her a lot closer to fulfilling her own goals. As the expert pilots continued to admire the work taking in front of them, the journeymen had almost finished their work. The mech was fully put together except for one final touch. Everyone put their signature looks onto the mech. Ves did so first and applied his third eye in the form of a high-quality luminar crystal to the forehead of the expert mech. Juliet came next and applied a pair of stylized six-sided wings coated in red onto the upper center of the flight system. Kitty's did not contribute as much as the other journeymen, so she settled with carving a small imprint of a great sword on the side of the Sentry project's waist. Once the three were done, Gloriana finally came forward and personally affixed the crystal rods around the third eye that Ves had already applied. From the moment she was done, the Sentry project finally became a single whole. Every journeyman paid rapt attention as the expert mech seemed to transform before their eyes, though its physical form did not change at all. This contradictory reaction only took place under specific circumstances. Ves quietly reacted to his hand from his hidden pouch. He had already guessed that they would come close, but even he was surprised that all of their hard work allowed them to push through the threshold. Masterwork, he whispered. Though he already had several masterwork certificates under his belt, this was a different matter. The probability of making a masterwork was much smaller when the complexity and difficulty of a mech went up. Yet due to a confluence of factors, the journeymen of the Larkinson clan managed to birth their first masterwork at the expert mech level. The implications of what they had accomplished barely entered their minds before each of them became utterly engrossed in the subtle transformations. Their design seeds bloomed with excitement as the incredible end result made them feel a lot more accomplished in their careers. Chapter 3165 Double Rule Breakers. Unlike Kedys and Juliet, Ves was already familiar with the benefits of completing a masterwork mech. Though he did not expect that they would succeed naturally without requiring him to cheat, he fully embraced the moment and opened up his entire mind and spirit to earn his just rewards. It's been too long since I last completed a successful masterwork, he whispered. Unlike the previous time where he and his wife created the little angel, the finished and realized version of the Sentry project was an authentic masterwork mech. It did not come close to the masterwork threshold. It firmly passed through this barrier and achieved greatness on its own merits. The spiritual satisfaction that Ves was able to gain from that was considerably greater than if he created an artificial masterwork by using one of Lucky's gems to push it over the threshold. He was incredibly happy that he was able to make a masterwork mech under much more difficult circumstances than normal. Despite the fact that they were working on an expert mech that they weren't entirely qualified to work with, they were able to maintain a consistently exceptional quality by relying on their fantastic moods and Blinky's design network. It didn't even matter that their sense of ownership in the Sentry project had dropped twice due to the contributions made by Master Willix and Mr. S. The overwhelming drive to provide the greatest possible protection to their upcoming daughter drove the miracle couple to do their best. A circumstance like this was difficult to replicate in the future. What worked once would probably not work twice because the novelty was already over. All of the coincidences that went into enabling them to succeed in creating their first masterwork expert mech were so exceptional that it was impossible to make them all happen at the same time again. Ves did not think so much at the moment. Instead, he kept observing the Sentry project as it completed its indescribable transformation. He just knew that its performance had not only exceeded its theoretical maximum, but also gained an indefinable quality that was extraordinary by nature. This was one of the ultimate goals of many mech designers. Too many had tried and failed to make a single masterwork mech in their career, but a small group of young journeymen managed to do the impossible. It could not be overstated how remarkable it was for 4 young journeymen to violate 2 huge assumptions. First, journeymen weren't capable of developing expert mechs. Second, journeymen weren't capable of making masterwork mechs. While there were always freaks of nature who managed to be the exception rather than the rule, even Ves was surprised that he managed to break both of these rules at once. Though he did not dare to bet that he and his colleagues were the only journeymen so far to accomplish this incredibly improbable feat, the amount of mech designers who managed to make an actual masterwork expert mech was probably a minuscule number. The value and profoundness of a masterwork mech was directly proportional to its power, class, capabilities, and other factors. A masterwork version of a budget third-class mech like the Desolate Soldier was incomparable to a masterwork second-class mid-tier expert mech. If not for the fact that Ves wasn't able to allocate any unending alloy to the Sentry project, this remarkable masterwork expert mech could have been a lot more significant. Even so, its more standard armor system was already fit for the purpose. The Sentry project would have never been able to produce a masterwork mech if the mech design itself was not sufficiently good. More than 10 minutes passed by in absolute silence as the journeymen were calmly absorbing and internalizing all of the invisible gains they made. The invisible transformation that had acted upon the completed masterwork mech provided all of them with a lot of revelations. To Juliet and Kedis, these benefits were entirely new. Thus, the impact of this wave was disproportionately high to them. The 2 women had become completely immersed as they gained inexplicable insights and truths that would definitely allow them to design significantly better mechs going forward. Ves and Gloriana were old hands at this, but the significance of creating a masterwork expert mech was substantially different from that of creating a regular mech. Some of the insights they gained were deeply intertwined with how resonating materials enabled expert mechs to align with their expert pilots. Gloriana's interests roused to the extreme as this was highly relevant to her future work. As for Ves, he was much more interested in another aspect of the Sentry project. He directed his gaze towards the Luminar crystal rifle. The Sentry project was not only an expert mech, but also a prime mech. He strategically embedded several P-stones into the rifle so that it could carry the illustrious one's spiritual energy. The remarkable transformation that affected the entire mech did not skip over the Luminar crystal rifle. The weapon was part of the design, so it also experienced subtle changes that affected the functioning and soundness of this potent gun. What Ves found most relevant was how the masterwork transformation caused the rifle to become even more whole and unified than he had previously managed. He thought that he had already done a good job, but evidently he had overlooked numerous shortcomings in the integration of resonating materials and prime materials in the rifle. He even saw hints of a connection between the two. Though they were responsible for different forms of resonance, they shared a lot in common. This was why Ves had always speculated that it was possible to combine true resonance with prime resonance and achieve a result that was much more transformational than overlapping their effects. Soon, Ves would be able to see whether his assumption was accurate. The Sentry project's design spirit was a lot stronger than Trisk and Arnold. The best was yet to come. Eventually, the mech designers pulled themselves out of their obsessive fascination. Each of them shared knowing glances at each other. The insights they learned were unique and difficult to describe. Their design philosophies had all advanced in some mysterious fashion, and they just knew that the quality of the mechs they developed next would inevitably be better than if they never went through this profound experience. "We should take a break," Ves suggested. "No!" Gloriana shook her head. "I need to see our new baby in action. I can't wait that long to see what we have made. Look! Venerable Stark has already changed into her piloting suit. She's already eager to experience what it is like to pilot our first masterwork expert mech." To be honest, Ves was incredibly eager to see the results as well, so he did not resist her suggestion. He quickly made the arrangements, though he did not go out of his way to tell everyone that he had made another masterwork mech. Those who possessed the right vision for mechs would understand the implications of what they were looking at. Those who did not possess the ability to discern a masterwork mech did not need to know what kind of superweapon that the journeyman of the Larkinson clan had inadvertently made. A sense of exhaustion soon settled over the foursome. Even after enjoying periodic rests, the mech designers had spent almost a week on doing nothing except making the best expert mech possible. There was no way for them to cure their mental fatigue so easily. Despite that, they did not consider this session to be truly complete without witnessing the performance of their precious work. While the masterwork expert mech was slowly being moved to the hangar bay, Ves briefly met up with the expert pilots. "Well, I'm sure you know what happened," Ves lightly said. "I knew you were good. I have always believed that you're the best mech designer. This is one more piece of evidence that following you was the best decision that I have ever made." Venerable Joshua smiled as if he was as far-sighted as Prophet Ilvain. Venerable Janzi was not as blind as her ex-boyfriend. The mild frown on her face caused her to experience a rare moment of puzzlement. "This is supposed to be impossible. You can't just make a masterwork version of an expert mech. I wouldn't bat an eyelid if you managed to succeed in making one if you were a master, but you're barely old enough that you need to shave your chin. How is it possible that you've managed to break so many rules?" From the way that Janzi was pinning her gaze at him, Ves had the feeling that she was speculating whether he owed his success due to blood sacrifice. What did she think he was? A cruel and greedy man who reveled in blood and did not hesitate to slaughter hundreds if not thousands of hapless humans just so that he could design and make better mechs? "Look, I've always been exceptional from the start," Ves shamelessly boasted. "Common sense doesn't apply to me. Besides, I couldn't have done all of this without the help of Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis. They have all poured their entire passion and devotion into this expert mech. The outcome should not be so surprising once you hear how much effort had been put into making it the greatest rifleman mech that we have developed up to this point." The designated pilot and the eventual recipient of the Sentry project lifted her arm. "Enough, Janzi. The process is important, but this discussion is a distraction. We should celebrate this result, not question it. I can already feel that this expert mech is alive and eager to show its light." The other expert pilots quieted down at that. This was her moment now. After a tormented journey, Venerable Ves Stark would finally be able to become an expert pilot for real. Ves asked an important question. "How do you wish to name your expert mech?" he asked. "We designed every aspect of this remarkable machine for you. Just like with Tusa, bestowing it with a name that you fully agree with helps a lot in bringing you closer to your partner." Venerable Stark fell silent for a few seconds. "I had some names in mind, but, now that I have seen and felt my expert mech, I don't think they fit what you have brought into existence. Let me give you an answer after I've piloted my expert mech. I think it has the right to pick its own name." "Okay. Whatever you say." A name held a lot of meaning. Ves didn't want to pressure her into bestowing the masterwork expert mech a name that would ultimately detract from its majesty. "I'll head over the hangar bay," Stark stated. "Tusa, come with me, and don't forget to don your suit." Venerable Tusa began to have a bad feeling about this. "You don't need my help. If you want to exercise your marksmanship, you can just tell the Larkinson army to set up a lot of practice targets. My role on the battlefield is to snipe down expert mechs. What better way to test my accuracy than to put my skills to the test against your Dark Zephyr?" This argument was irrefutable. Ves slapped Tusa's back. "Just go already. You've been complacent for far too long. It might be fun to bully around your fellow expert pilots, but that's no way for you to become an ace pilot. If you truly want to go forward, then you need to face a true challenge." Would you rather test your skills against Venerable Stark, or wait for later when an enemy expert mech tries to take you down? Tusa was still an expert pilot, so he did not hesitate for long. He was just concerned that this test might not proceed as well as everyone hoped. Not only was Venerable Stark piloting a brand new expert mech with untold power for the very first time, she also possessed considerably greater resonance strength than him. Her damage output would definitely be astonishing. Chapter 3166, The Pinnacle. The significance of creating a masterwork was always great. Though no one was able to offer a truly precise definition of a masterwork, those who lived for their craft were always able to recognize the pinnacle of what an object could be. The appreciation that mech designers and other knowledgeable people exhibited towards works of supreme quality could not easily be passed on to those who lacked the requisite depth. In fact, whether a masterwork actually performed substantially better than a more normal copy was still a hotly debated question. Too many people who did not understand anything about craftsmanship could not fathom why the value of a masterwork copy was 100, 1,000, and in some ridiculous cases even 1,000,000 times more expensive than a normal version of the product. The materials were the same. The design was nearly identical. While there were certainly minute physical differences between a masterwork mech and a non-masterwork mech, these tiny shifts and adjustments were extremely crucial. They did not only optimize a design a little bit further, but also adjusted to the individual properties of the actual materials used in a design. Not every material was the same. Two identical bars of briar alloy might look and weigh the same, but when put under a detailed scanner, it was always possible to detect slight imperfections and natural variations. One of the reasons why the high-tech industry sector developed the fabled and incredibly demanding materialization process was to control for these difficult variables. By breaking down raw materials into individual atoms and molecules, a sophisticated production machine could select the most standard and suitable ones to piece together into a solid work. Any mech produced through materialization was theoretically identical to a given design. Yet the automated materialization process was not smart and adaptable enough to work with the natural imperfections and variations of different materials. Usually, these deviations were considered flaws, but in the right hands, the unique materials could be shaped and combined in a way that delivered greater performance than before. Masterwork mechs were intricately tied with synergy. They were put together in an exceptionally exquisite manner that somehow allowed them to make a collection of average components perform well and a collection of excellent components perform to an unreal degree. There was a lot more to masterwork mechs than just these simple effects. The mysterious transformation that masterwork mechs always undertook was largely metaphysical in nature. A single whole product that had reached an ideal state of a given design was such an astonishing creation that reality itself seemed to take a bow in front of it. This was the least that it could do after welcoming a work that deserved to be immortalized throughout the ages. We need to implement more safety precautions. The damage output of this mech should not be small, Juliet suggested as the mech designers all stood behind spare workstations on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim. An occasion as memorable and important as this had to be witnessed from the throne room of the factory's ship. Should we deploy extra interference measures in order to hide the Sentry project even further? The more people know about it, the more it will be coveted. That's not necessarily the case. Gloriana shook her head. Don't forget that proper expert mechs are tailored to an individual expert pilot from the ground up. While there are lazier methods that simply take an existing template and make some hasty adjustments to an expert pilot, that is not what we have done. I have done my utmost to meet each and every need of Venerable Stark. I can guarantee you that if another expert pilot like Venerable Joshua or my brother attempts to pilot the Sentry project, they will never be able to do it justice. She was absolutely confident in her own judgment. Designing an expert mech was one of the few times that she could truly stop bothering with trying to make a machine compatible with a range of users. By adopting a bespoke approach, she could maximize the compatibility between her product and her intended customer, which would hopefully result in a unique experience that also delivered much greater performance without resorting to more expensive parts and materials. This was her way of making a mark in the mech industry. We don't need to bother with confidentiality too much, VS remarked as he set up his own workstation. The MTA probably already knows about it, and it will be difficult to hide our new creation from our allies. I believe it is better to briefly show it off to the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan so that they know that we have taken another major step. Perhaps in time news of our incredible accomplishment will spread through the mech community, but as long as the exact performance parameters of our expert mech remains vague, we can still surprise any enemies we come across. Keddy snorted. I'm not sure if many people will even want to provoke us after they learn what we can do. I might not pay much attention to the greater mech community, but I'm certain that we can become galactic celebrities if we wish. People throughout this galaxy and the next will soon knock on our doors in order to request a custom mech from us. Although the chance of producing a masterwork for them is too small to bother, I don't think we'll be able to remain as incognito as before. Were masterwork expert mechs rare? Not necessarily. The greatest of masters and star designers were able to make them at a decent rate according to articles that VS had read. He wasn't sure whether this statement was true, but those who were willing to pay unlimited sums or grand favors were able to get the absolute best expert mechs one way or another. Yet for most people, such works of art were absolutely unattainable. They could forget about approaching such supremely accomplished mech designers. Compared to trying to request a mech from a powerful and unreachable figure, it was a lot easier to approach a bunch of journeymen who somehow lucked out and produced a miracle. VS already felt the onset of a headache. He even entertained the radical idea of destroying the masterwork that had just been born into this cosmos, but he immediately strangled it a second later. Deliberately destroying the realized Sentry project was one of the greatest blasphemies that a mech designer like him could ever commit. His own design philosophy recoiled at the thought, and his professional standards simply couldn't tolerate the thought at all. No matter what consequences a masterwork mech produced, it should never be despoiled. Ugh! VS rubbed his palm against his face. I'm too tired to figure out what we should do next. All I know is that hiding it will never work in the long run. The best we can do is to control how we release our information. To be honest, he had no other ideas on what to do besides that. He was not a well-connected mech designer who was part of any greater industry-oriented clubs and communities at the moment. If he was still aligned with Master Olson or part of the Clifford Society, then he could easily shelter under their wing and have them handle the aftermath of what he had done. It's too bad I cut ties with them. I don't have any choice but to go directly to the MTA. In fact, he was already counting down the time it took for a familiar dignitary to show up. He was sure that this annoying frequent visitor would present him with a firm recommendation. The only question was how much leeway he had in refusing her suggestions. Her attitude was an extremely important indicator to how much she, her faction and the rest of the MTA valued him at this time. Well, she hasn't treated me wrong so far. The MTA always indulges in people who contribute to the industry. He briefly threw a glance at Gloriana. His pregnant wife was happily humming behind her own workstation as she projected over 50 different data projections. Ves did not forget that one of Gloriana's driving motivators to do well was to ask a favor from the MTA. With an accomplishment as amazing as this, she was bound to get her wish, and even more. The Sentry project is about to launch. The entire bridge became a lot more quiet as many Larkinsons who heard that they were about to try out a new expert mech became incredibly curious to what they were about to behold. The Dark Zephyr had already exceeded their expectations. This next expert mech should at least equal the splendor of the Larkinson clan's first expert mech. The Larkinson army was already in the process of implementing an exercise region in open space. Due to the potential dangers of testing an expert mech that was noted for its firepower, Gloriana decided to hold the examination at least 100 kilometers away from the main fleet. This meant that it would take a lot of time to move all of the bots, mechs and hardware to a patch of open space. The increased activity emanating from the Larkinson fleet had already caught the attention of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan. The sensors aboard their ships and mechs were already paying extra attention towards the Larkinson assets. Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross already received a brief and not very helpful notification of what the Larkinson clan were about to do. Though it shouldn't be too unusual for the Larkinsons to make a big movement in order to put a new expert mech to its paces, the activity taking place in their fleet was a lot more exaggerated this time. It seems the Larkinsons believe their next expert mech to be quite special, Professor Benedict Cortez noted as he entered the bridge of the Hemington Cross and walked next to the leader. The Dark Zephyr the brats managed to design is quite a stellar package. I would love to get my hands on the materials used to make its armor system. Those damn journeymen are so wasteful. I have a feeling this mech will be different. Patriarch Reginald spoke. The senior mech designer frowned. That's strange. I feel the same way. I couldn't concentrate on my design work at all in the last 12 hours. Those Larkinson journeymen must have been working hard if they can affect my concentration from such an extensive distance. While numerous people began to speculate on what the Larkinsons were about to show, the expert pilot who had the privilege of piloting the most remarkable mech produced by the Larkinsons was just about to interface with it for the first time. The long amount of time she spent with the Larkinsons had calmed her down and made her appreciate her new life, but this was not what she was all about. I'm not a Larkinson. I'm a survivor of the Weimar Republic. She recalled all of the sights she had seen when Brutus took her on a tour to the sand-scoured remains of her former state. The desolate planets. The sand-blasted landscapes. The cities submerged in soil. All of these tragic sights and more reminded her of what she was truly trying to accomplish. Those responsible must pay, she softly hissed. Her force of will roared to life as the fires of retribution burned in her eyes. She resolutely activated her expert mech, causing her to interface with a new and completely different machine. The mech technicians standing far away in the hangar bay all skipped a breath as the expert rifleman mech flared to life. The red-coated mech lit up as its third eye along with several other elements began to show off an attractive luster. However, these luminous elements were incomparable to the rainbow patterns emitted by the rifle carried by the Sentry project. Even though it was not fully active, the weapon already surged with so much life and energy that the mech technicians felt as if they were going blind if they kept staring at this exquisite weapon. This expert mech is completely opposite of the Dark Zephyr. Whereas the Dark Zephyr was the epitome of a shadow, the Sentry project was the pinnacle of light. Chapter 3167, Rumblings. The moment that many people had already been waiting for had finally arrived. The first masterwork expert mech that the Larkinson clan had ever produced was about to step out into the field for its inaugural deployment. While expert mechs were always game changers to organizations, the ones developed by the Larkinson clan were much more significant than usual. Whether it was the unique mix of mech designers who developed them, the remarkable advantages that allowed them to stand out from the crowd, or their great significance in the Larkinson army, every expert mech designed by the Larkinsons in-house was definitely worthy to be put into a mech museum. When the Sentry project activated for the first time, those who were more sensitive than others were able to sense elevated activity from the hangar bay. A bright source of light appeared to shine through every physical barrier and blind anyone sensitive enough to perceive this phenomenon. Of course, much of it was an illusion. The Sentry project did not literally release any strong flashes of light, though people like Ves were still able to figure out that something remarkable took place. A strange thought entered his mind. The Sentry project is already remarkable in that it is both an expert mech and a prime mech. That latter part actually matters this time because the illustrious one is a lot stronger and more developed than Arnold and Trisk. How much stronger will it become now that it is also a masterwork? Though the Dark Zephyr already showed some promising signs in how it was able to leverage its prime mech attributes, for now it largely revolved around true resonance. The Sentry project had the potential to present a more balanced package. Though Venerable Devia Stark was a much more developed expert pilot than any of her peers in the Larkinson clan, the illustrious one possessed a rich background as well. Combining these factors with the fact that they were put together in a masterwork, then the expected power level of the Sentry project should definitely surpass the Dark Zephyr by a significant margin. Out of everyone involved with the expert mech, no one else possessed a better inkling of how much power it had at its disposal than its pilot. Venerable Stark almost controls herself. One of the reasons why the Sentry project exuded so much power at the beginning was because she did not expect to get swamped by the overwhelming amount of power she was able to harness. She gritted her teeth and imposed her will on her overactive machine. "Calm down!" Both Stark and her expert mech had trouble getting along at first. Gloriana had done a great job at making the physical mech fit her nature, but there were other influences that did not quite get along with a pilot like her. The design spirit of the Sentry project was out of alignment with the mech pilot. Venerable Stark and the illustrious one had little in common with each other. While this was not a critical flaw, it nonetheless produced several compatibility issues that caused the pilot to experience greater difficulties in taming her unruly expert mech. Yet she never gave up in trying to master her new machine. Even though the mech was standing inside the hangar bay for several minutes now, she steadfastly concentrated her will and tried to find a way to get along with the Sentry project. It was absurd for her to be unable to tame her own expert mech at the first try. Even though she did not care too much about her pride, her self-image as a soldier would surely take a hit if she was unable to succeed in showing off the strength of her new machine on the very first attempt. "You're powerful and aggressive. I like that," she whispered to her mech as sweat began to pour from her brow. "Yet there is a time and place for you to show off your might. You're being too feisty right now. Calm down and control yourself before you harm our own allies." Compared to the Bright Beam Prime, which had been disassembled in order to reuse some of its parts, the Sentry project was much more alive. This was normally a happy occasion, but Stark had the impression that she was tasked with taming a new and overeager dog. She was pretty certain that this was not how it was supposed to go. Venerable Tusa never exhibited so many difficulties from the start. Then again, his expert mech was not as strong at the start. Despite the difficulties she was facing, she tried her best not to impose her will too harshly on the mech. This was her battle partner going forward, and it was essential for them to trust each other to the greatest degree. In order to further their mutual understanding, she did not hesitate to open up her mind and expose her will and intention to the powerful machine. Eventually, the first presence to accept her was not the expert mech itself, but the design spirit that watched over it. When the illustrious one was able to learn more about what kind of person Venerable Stark was like, he managed to find common ground with her past. Though the illustrious one was not a direct survivor of the downfall of the ancient Luminar race, he was derived from at least two of them. He was the successor of both the Crystal Golem along with the Blinding One, two very different Luminars who took up radically different paths as their race had begun to fall many eons past. Nowadays, the illustrious one was probably the only surviving member of this nearly forgotten race. Perhaps he wasn't technically a Luminar, but in spirit he fully considered himself to be a part of the extinct race's legacy. So, you are carrying the dead of an entire nation on your back as well? Stark realized as she began to deepen her bond with this mysterious alien entity. She was reluctant to associate with the alien at first, but as she deepened her exchange with the illustrious one, she realized that he was not an evil villain. As long as he did not have innocent human blood on his hands, she was willing to further her contact with this lonely spirit. Though their race, backgrounds, and nature were radically different, the few things that they had in common allowed them to resonate with each other on an emotional level. Venerable Stark spontaneously decided to swear a pact. I vow that I will destroy the killers of your people if they still exist. In return, I hope to receive your help if I ever need to borrow your help in wiping out the ones responsible for letting the Weimar Republic and its people die. The moment the illustrious one agreed with the pact in his own way, the Sentry Project lit up again as its rifle began to exert a powerful influence that dampened the excessive activity emanating from the masterwork mech. It was remarkable how easy the illustrious one managed to calm down the expert mech. It was as if it was made to act as a mediator between the mech and the mech pilot from the start. Once the expert mech no longer righted due to its excessive strength, Venerable Stark was finally able to forge a proper understanding with her machine. The two came to an accord, in large part because the illustrious one supported the expert pilot. It was only then that Venerable Stark began to feel that the Sentry Project was truly made for her. The will she projected no longer encountered any resistance, and seamlessly merged with the physical frame of her expert mech. The resonance between them rapidly grew as Venerable Stark was finally able to leverage her sizable resonance strength. A soft corona swelled around the mech. It's stepping out! The Sentry Project no longer glowed as brightly as before. It gave off a calmer and more controlled impression, but it was not weak by any means. It was unnecessary for it to display its might and waste its power when it wasn't firing its gun. The mech slowly moved to the hangar bay hatch before launching out at moderate speed. From the moment the Sentry Project appeared in space, a lot of gasps were being uttered. Have I gone blind? That's a masterwork mech! How is this possible? Only masters should be able to create such machines. The reactions from those who possessed the technical acumen to judge the quality of mech were just as exaggerated as Ves had predicted. He switched through the feeds of the monitoring system throughout the fleet and observed plenty of looks of astonishment. Those who studied to become a mech designer were the most shocked of all. The assistant mech designers of the design department had no idea that their bosses succeeded in accomplishing the impossible. Both old and newer assistants had become more fervent about working in the design department than ever. Compared to many other mech designers at their level, they were extremely fortunate for being able to work and study under the auspices of young but extremely talented masterwork mech designers. My friend who stayed behind in Tallulah Silver will probably regret his decision to work for another company after he hears of this. He missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Do you know what it means to make a masterwork expert mech? It's practically a certainty that Patriarch Ves and his wife will become master mech designers. I need to work harder and break through so that I too can make a masterwork mech design alongside the Patriarch. I bet that Miss Kitty's got a free ride this time. Ves chuckled as he overheard the speculations from the cute little assistants. At the very least, this accomplishment had certainly lit a fire under their butts. However, the strongest reaction did not come from the Larkinsons. Instead, the reaction was much greater from the allies of the Larkinson clan. So this is why we were able to feel closer to the superior mother in the last few days. She has personally blessed this great mech, a devout glory seeker speculated. Marshal Ariadne Woden was not so certain about this theory. As the head of the glory seekers, it was important for her to maintain her composure at all times. Inwardly, her mind was already buzzing with thoughts. It seemed that the relationship between the glory seekers and the Larkinson clan had to be adjusted once again. She threw a brief glance over at the projection that displayed the flagship of the Cross clan. I bet the reaction over there is stronger. She wasn't wrong. The Cross clan placed a high importance on mech pilots. This also caused them to possess a lot more appreciation for good mechs than normal. Now, thousands of Crosser mech pilots were looking at the Sentry project with stars in their eyes. Even if they weren't able to appreciate the true splendor of a masterwork, just being told that this machine was the pinnacle of what a design could be was enough for them to worship the expert rifleman mech for a long time. Though Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict did not explode in excitement, the implications of what they were seeing had absolutely come as a bombshell to the two Crosser leaders. The Larkinsons have exceeded my expectations once again, Professor Benedict mildly said, though he wasn't able to hide his jealousy. I was already aware that common sense doesn't seem to apply to these kids, but this is something else. Even I have never been able to make a masterwork expert mech. His desire to collaborate with VS increased even more. It was as if he saw the hope of breaking through to Master Mech Designer in front of his eyes. As for Patriarch Reginald, his body was completely still, but his will was roiling like an earthquake. If his next expert mech could become a masterwork as well, then he had a strong hunch that there was no way that he could fail to become an ace pilot. What a waste! Reginald painfully squeezed from his lips. That should have been my expert mech. Chapter 3168 Blinding Flash. 100 kilometers was a large distance on land, but only a brisk flight in space. Thousands of additional Larkinson mechs had deployed in space, but not because they needed to escort the second expert mech of the Larkinson clan to its destination. They weren't needed to protect the Sentry project. The chance of the expert mech malfunctioning was virtually zero at the moment. If the mech contained any major flaw that could cause it to deviate outside of its optimal performance standards, then it wouldn't have become a masterwork in the first place. A lot of bots went ahead and prepared the large region of space instead. While it was impossible to hide any laser beams that surged past the interference envelope and continued to soar into the distance, the Sentry project itself would at least maintain some privacy. The Dark Zephyr had already launched ahead and was hovering patiently in the middle of the interference zone. When Venerable Tusa was able to see and feel the approach of the masterwork expert mech, his face turned a little sour. Any expert pilot would feel jealous when they saw such a fantastic mech. The probability of any of them receiving a masterwork was low. The few who were able to pilot them had won the lottery as far as everyone was concerned. He soon calmed himself down. It was natural for a human to experience envy, but expert pilots like him were not supposed to be shaken by these weaknesses. While this was not a real battle, it was still important for him to be in his best form. When the expert mechs flew close enough to each other, the domains produced by their resonance overlapped with each other. Venerable Tusa immediately had the illusion that a portion of his territory was being taken over by a more powerful presence. He mentally inspected the resonance strength meter in order to see what it had to say. Damn! Wasn't she just below 19 Laveres previously? How come she jumped to 23.58 all of a sudden? The sudden increase in strength signified that Venerable Stark had not only managed to harness her new expert mech to a high degree, but also experienced a minor breakthrough after a long time of not being able to pilot a mech that could fully accommodate her strength. The Laveres scale was not linear. An expert pilot who possessed a resonance strength of 5 Laveres was not literally that many times stronger than an expert pilot who measured at just 1 Lavere. Even if this was the case, there were many other factors such as mech class and mech type that determined which one was more likely to defeat the other. In general terms, a light skirmisher possessed a modest advantage against a rifleman mech. Every child knew that if a light skirmisher ever got into point-blank range of a ranged mech, the latter was almost certainly doomed. The only hope for the rifleman mech was to take an approaching light mech down before it closed the distance, but that was easier said than done. Many light mechs were primarily designed to thread through enemy fire, and the Dark Zephyr exemplified this archetype. "Yet why do I have the suspicion that I am in trouble?" Tusa whispered. Just the confrontation between their resonance fields already revealed a remarkable difference. Venerable Tusa was still young and had a lot of time to develop his potential, but that also meant that his current level of strength was still in the early stages. Venerable Stark was different. Despite her lack of experience in piloting actual expert mechs, her age and life experiences had molded her will into a strong flame that allowed her to persist despite the long delay in obtaining an appropriate machine. She had already experienced the lowest that an expert pilot could go. Every other challenge and difficulty seemed trivial in comparison. Even so, that did not stop her from becoming more and more excited at the prospect of finding out how much power she was actually able to wield this time. After a brief delay, a reinforced communication bot relayed a command from the spirit of Bentheim. "Before you can begin to test fire your weapon, let us make sure your mech is able to maneuver correctly. Please perform the following movements." The Larkinsons rushed through the basic maneuvering tests. Unlike the Dark Zephyr, the Sentry project was not a mobility-oriented machine. The only reason why Gloriana and the other journeymen wanted to see the expert rifleman mech move was to record the improved performance of a masterwork version of the expert mech. The maneuvering tests proceeded without any problem. The Sentry project wasn't capable of performing any extravagant moves, so Venerable Stark and everyone else was quickly able to ascertain how it moved. "It's not a dancer, that's for sure," Ves muttered. "The improvement in mobility is so slight that there's no need for us to study it any further. Let's proceed with testing its defensive parameters," Gloriana instructed. This was fairly simple. The Sentry project flew back to the middle and maintained a stable position relative to the interference envelope. A single bot warmed up its energy gun and fired a weak second-class laser beam onto the surface of the expert mech. "The armor is holding." The bot began to fire successively more powerful laser beams at different parts of the mech. Although riflemen mechs were not known for their defensive prowess, their expert mech counterparts were still a lot better protected. The bot stopped firing when the Larkinsons gathered enough data to figure out how the Sentry project reacted against laser attacks. Another bot began to fire solid rounds at the Sentry project. The mech endured increasingly stronger impacts, but its armor held remarkably well. These tests repeated several times until Ves and the others gathered enough data to figure out exactly how much conventional damage the expert mech was able to take. "Let's proceed with testing its resonance shield." This was a much more interesting test. Every expert mech incorporated resonating materials that were able to project such a useful ability. The ones incorporated in light mechs and slimmer rifleman mechs were substantially weaker, but as a different set of bots began to stress the glowing barrier, it remained incredibly strong. The Larkinsons did not plan to test the limits of the Sentry Project's resonance shield in this specific test. It was too dangerous, especially considering that this work of art was not covered with unending alloy. Still, the data that they have managed to gather already allowed Gloriana to estimate how much damage the masterwork expert mech could take before breaking. The results weren't precise, but the numbers were already a lot greater than those of the Dark Zephyr. The ranged mech was actually able to fend off a lot more attacks than a mech that was much more likely to be in the line of fire. None of the mech designers were surprised at this observation, though not all of them predicted this big of a gap. The amount of damage that a resonance shield can withstand under normal circumstances scales with the resonance strength of an expert pilot, Gloriana said. Venerable Stark is a lot further ahead than the rest, so it is expected that her expert mech can take a lot more hits than the Dark Zephyr. What they were really wondering was how its status as a prime mech and a masterwork strengthened the resonance shield. When Ves studied the projection of the Sentry Project, he wasn't able to figure out how much stronger its resonance shield had become due to these extra influences. It didn't help that the machine in question was way too far away for him to sweep the machine with his spiritual senses. He would have to witness the mech up close in order to discern more details. He instinctively judged that the Sentry Project's resonance shield was strong enough that it could give any attackers an unwelcome surprise. Alright, now that we got all of the chores out of the way, let's begin the fun stuff. Venerable Stark, please arm the rifle. We'll begin with a simple test shot. A sacrificial bot flew forward and occupied a conspicuous position. There was nothing behind it except for empty space that led away from the star system. In fact, it was pointed directly below the orbital plane. This ensured that if some other ship coincidentally transitioned into the star system, the chances of it getting struck by an errant energy beam would be so low that it was virtually zero. Before they commenced the first test, Venerable Stark suddenly issued a request. I would like permission to fire my rifle at maximum strength. I think I will be able to get a better feel for what I can do if I can see how much power it is able to unleash at a single time. Ves threw a look at Gloriana. Originally, they planned to follow the previous pattern and start out low before slowly ramping up the damage output. She shrugged. I suppose we might indulge her. It is extremely unlikely for the Luminar crystal rifle to blow up considering it is a masterwork weapon in its own right. This didn't exactly conform with all of the safety rules, but they were willing to make allowances for the expert pilot of their first masterwork mech. In truth, Ves and the other journeymen were just as eager to know how powerful the Sentry Project's single shot could be. Which mech designer didn't like to see things go boom in the most violent way possible? Permission granted, but make sure to pay attention to your safety. Venerable Stark finally began to grin. It's time. Let's try and see what we can do. For the first shot fired by the Sentry Project, she opted to stick with the standard laser beam. It was the simplest and most basic form of energy attack that the Luminar crystal could fire, but light was the essence of her expert mech. In order to unleash the most powerful laser beam that the Sentry Project could unleash, Venerable Stark took her time to charge up the attack. The crystalline rifle began to glow increasingly brighter as it began to accumulate more and more energy. Not only that, but the expert pilot also tried her best to leverage other ways of empowering the attack. She resonated with her mech and more specifically its rifle to an increasing degree. The weapon quickly began to radiate more and more light as several different energies coursed across its lustrous crystals. At least 3 different sources charged up the rifle. The expert mech had supplied a lot of conventional energy to the weapon. In fact, the rifle absorbed so much of it that it couldn't take any more. The true resonance generated by Venerable Stark exerting her force of will upon the weapon not only empowered the attack in a mysterious way, but also stimulated the opticonium that was seamlessly embedded in the rifle body. What made the Sentry project different from many other expert rifleman mechs was that it was also a prime mech. At this time, Venerable Stark resonated with the abundant amount of spiritual energy taken from the illustrious one and dumped into the pistons embedded into the rifle. For a moment, it seemed as if the armament turned into an avatar of the illustrious one. If the weapon already glowed like a rainbow before, now it blazed like a sun. Signs of instability finally emanated from the luminar crystal rifle. It was trying to contain so much power from different sources that it could not physically bear the enormous strain for long. "Enough, Venerable Stark!" Ves shouted into the communication channel. "Pull the trigger already!" The projectors that displayed the Sentry project all flashed white as the bots observing the expert mech were momentarily blinded without exception. The entire star system seemed to have turned into a bunker as a thick laser beam that was as wide as mechs surged directly out of the interference zone and flew straight downwards relative to the orbital plane for many light seconds. It didn't take much time for the various sensor and observation systems to regain their normal functions, but the fact that they failed in the first place was already a sign that the attack was extremely remarkable. The white beam of death had not only vaporized every atom of the sacrificial bot, but also contained plenty of power to punch through the armor of a typical second-class expert mech. In fact, the exaggerated power of the Sentry project also had even greater implications. "This is the perfect ship killer!" Gloriana exclaimed. As the expert mech dimmed back to normal, Venerable Stark had become a bit more fatigued. It wasn't easy for her to leverage multiple forms of resonance to launch such a powerful attack. It was only now that she finally found the right name for her combat partner. "We will fight side by side until one of us falls apart, Amaranto." The third eye of the masterwork expert mech flashed in red for a brief moment of time. Chapter 3169 Easy Targets. The firepower of the Sentry project, now named the Amaranto, did not disappoint. Ves, Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis did everything they could to maximize the firepower of their first expert rifleman mech design. They gave up so many useful features and gave up the opportunity to strengthen many different parameters in order to specialize it to the extreme. Despite its stronger-than-average resonance shield, it was poorly suited for mid-range flanking and skirmishing action. Its flight system and other mobility systems were solely meant for positioning and repositioning, not dodging and weaving through enemy attacks. Just because it was able to move faster than a heavy mech didn't mean it could dogfight. Its defenses were also rather lackluster. Due to the scarcity in unending alloy, Ves was forced to resort to a more generic expert mech-grade armor system that was relatively light, coped well with heat, stable and dampened vibrations. All of these design choices were meant to increase the Amaranto's offensive actions first and defensive needs second. "All of it was worth it, though," Ves grinned. After Venerable Stark fired her first fully charged laser beam, the remaining tests became a lot more routine. This was just a familiarization session for the expert pilot and an initial technical review for the design department. The more data the mech designers gathered on the Amaranto's performance, the more they were able to revise their models and accurately map out the expert rifleman mech's actual performance, as opposed to making educated guesses based on dubious calculations. This was not something that could be completed in a single session. The Amaranto was unprecedentedly powerful, but that also made it exceptionally lethal. If the expert mech ever suffered an accident and inadvertently unleashed its full-powered attack on one of the vessels of the Larkinson fleet, then that would have been an absolute tragedy that could have easily been prevented if the Larkinsons implemented additional precautions. Stress testing could come later. The Masterwork Expert Mech was in their complete control, so they could deploy it any time the fleet was not traveling through FTL. In fact, if the expert pilots didn't mind the limited maneuvering space and heavy firepower limitations, They could even train in a land-bound environment in the large biomes aboard the Descentibus and the Dragon's Den. The Amaranto no longer fired any full-powered shots. Instead, it stuck with the laser beam but began to vary its attack in different ways. The Masterwork Expert Mech fired its weapon at various disposable target bots at once by splitting the laser beam. It fired its weapon in a rapid staccato pattern as it intercepted over 100 different dummy missiles. It fired moderate resonance-empowered laser beams that looked deceptively weak but could easily burn a hole through any typical second-class mech. As the Amaranto slowly churned through its energy reserves, Venerable Stark already looked a bit exhausted. Ves had been paying attention to the piloting telemetry when the red-coated expert mech unleashed its initial attack. Several indicators dropped by quite a margin, signifying that such extreme attacks took a lot out of Venerable Stark. She probably wasn't able to fire too many ship-killing laser beams in quick succession before she exhausted herself. He expected something like this to occur. The pattern was not that much different from before when Venerable Stark was still stuck with the Bright Beam Prime. The design department deliberately reused the same approach of her Prime mech to her current machine. The Amaranto can't fire too many times against powerful opponents, but it doesn't have to do so, Ves remarked with a smile on his face. As one of our trump cards against enemy expert mechs, a singularly powerful attack launched at the most inopportune time can either instantly take down an enemy expert mech, or at least break open its defenses. Launching a lot of weaker attacks was not as effective against powerful and well-protected mechs. The resonance shields and high-quality armor systems of most expert mechs were expressly designed to minimize the threat posed by lots of conventional mechs. This was what allowed these expert mechs to sow terror on a large-scale battlefield. The best way to penetrate the armor of these resilient expert mechs was by moving as far away from the attack profile of conventional mechs as possible. This was why the Amaranto excelled so much at single-target, single-shot attack power. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of unsuspecting enemy expert mechs. The weapon only needed to drop down once in order to claim another head. I'm glad its performance against regular opponents is decent as well, Gloriana commented. It won't be as good as Brutus' upcoming expert mech in this area, but it can offer plenty of support when it doesn't need to guard against powerful opponents. The Luminar crystal rifle designed by Ves was optimized for maximum firepower, but energy weapons were much more adaptable than their physical counterparts. Just dialing down the power setting and making a few other adjustments was enough to turn it into a rapid-fire turret. Of course, since the mech and rifle wasn't designed for these firing modes, the overall power and fire rate would never be as good as a more appropriate weapon model. Ves contemplated whether he should develop a second Luminar crystal rifle that could give Venerable Stark an additional choice, but he soon gave up on that. He doubted that his subsequent weapon would be able to reach masterwork quality. Handing over an inferior weapon would only diminish the Amaranto's splendor. There are hardly any battles where too much firepower is a detriment, he figured. If the firepower of the Amaranto is wasted against mechs, then it should just point its muzzle at the enemy starships instead. According to the measurements of the full-powered laser beam attack, the Amaranto was capable of burning straight through multiple layers of thick hull plating. That didn't mean it was capable of drilling through big or heavily armored vessels such as the Graveyard or the Indigo Tremor. Both ships were clad with thick armor that only capital ships could bear. While the former was just a big wall, the latter was designed with military standards in mind, which meant she had to carry enough armor to resist long-range harassment from several powerful ranged expert mechs. Therefore, the Amaranto wasn't necessarily a vessel that was capable of crippling a capital ship on its own. Even with several targeted shots, at most it was able to damage an important module or two. That was far from enough to take down a typical fleet carrier since they possessed plenty of redundancies. The Cross clan's Antonio Cross was especially good at dealing with enemy expert mech fire. Though her mech capacity was disappointingly low for a capital ship, she was not only highly self-sufficient, but also possessed a clever hull plating arrangement that increased her redundancy factor and compartmentalization factor to an excellent degree. That didn't mean that a much larger but more fragile fleet carrier like the Hemington Cross was easy to cripple. Her sheer bulk and size automatically granted her a lot of buffer. Her density was lower, but there were so many compartments that a typical penetrating attack was unlikely to drill all the way to the most deeply nested sections where all of the power generators and armored bridges were typically situated. The Amaranto is fair game against anything smaller and lighter, though. Most subcapital ships should not be able to remain operational when struck a couple of times. Ves already estimated that the Amaranto was sufficiently capable enough to cripple the subcapital support ships of the Larkinson fleet. The various cargo haulers, mech repair vessels, tugging vessels and so on boasted thin hull plating and lightly reinforced structures in order to lower their costs. This made them prime targets for any mech that could precisely locate their critical modules such as their propulsion systems, power generator or FTL drives and punch through all of the hull materials in between. What makes the Amaranto particularly suitable to assassinate starships is if it can employ its beam-bending resonance ability. The Amaranto came with 2 key resonating materials, which each bestowed the mech with 2 different resonance abilities. The expert mech already demonstrated the overcharge ability bestowed by integrating electricium in its power reactor and energy transmission system. This was just a straightforward power boost that was primarily responsible for scaling up the Amaranto's full-powered attack to a ridiculous level. Ves had no intentions of testing out the beam-bending resonance ability granted by the opticonium incorporated in the luminar crystal rifle. This was a strategic advantage that Ves did not want to show off in front of too many people. He would have to arrange a suitable test site in order to properly test how much Venerable Stark and the Amaranto were able to curve the beam attack. The more the beam was able to bend, the easier it was for the masterwork expert mech to target the weak points of both mechs and starships. In the most ideal case, this beam-bending effect would not only allow the Amaranto to take out a combat carrier, but also immobilize a capital ship by crippling her normally inaccessible propulsion system. The existence of the Amaranto was so significant that it opened a lot more strategic options for the Larkinson army. The expeditionary fleet had much less to fear against large enemy fleets. Gloriana eventually wanted to move on to the final phase of the testing session. Alright, we've gained a good idea on the Amaranto's firepower. Before its power runs out, I want to test its accuracy. Ves smirked and switched to another communication channel. Tusa, you're up now. Go and build up some speed. You'll need it soon. Oh, and make sure to keep your Dark Zephyr within the designated zone. The expert pilot in question cursed for a moment, but did as he was instructed. While the Dark Zephyr began to accelerate in a circle, the Amaranto patiently waited. The red-coated mech still exuded a reddish glow due to all of the power it had expended. Its crystalline rifle was an especially eye-catching element. All of the different energies coursing through its crystal components had caused it to light up like a rainbow dancing in a nightclub. The masterwork expert mech presented a notable contrast to the Dark Zephyr. Whereas the latter was coated in black, which psychologically made it a lot harder to track in the dark of space, the Amaranto not only created a light show, but also possessed a substantial energy signature, as not even its luminar crystals were able to absorb all of the excess heat that its weapon had generated. All of this meant that most targeting systems would have a much easier time at locking in the Amaranto than the Dark Zephyr. The Amaranto definitely needs to rest behind a solid barrier, Ves noted. We can't afford to expose its entire frame to an enemy force. Gloriana grinned. That won't be a problem. When we finish the Shield of Samar, the 2 expert mechs will be able to pair together. Won't it be great if we can transform it into a masterwork as well? It will be the perfect combination. VS rolled his eyes. That was an extremely unlikely possibility considering they needed to build on top of an existing mech. The inability to start from scratch meant that the upgraded revision would always contain some flaws that would detract from its overall quality. This was a huge handicap that made the challenge of building a masterwork expert mech even more impossible. At this time, the Dark Zephyr built up a sufficient amount of speed relative to the Amaranto. Venerable Tusa had even opted to resonate his expert mech and activate its perception distortion ability on his own accord. The Dark Zephyr became a lot harder to pin down because its visual coordinates did not match its actual coordinates. Without the help of a few hundred ranged mechs saturating an entire area with ordnance, it was impossible to guess where the Dark Zephyr was located. Venerable Stark did not exhibit any doubt, though. Even though she was no longer in her prime condition, she was determined to land at least one hit against the elusive expert light mech. Begin! Chapter 3170, New Trick. The first two expert mechs developed and employed by the Larkinson clan were about to test their mettle against each other. Every Larkinson who was able to watch the feed of the test session paid rapt attention to the coming confrontation. Even though both mechs were subject to numerous restrictions in order to prevent any accidents from occurring, this was still a tense moment as the winner of this scenario would definitely affect the ranking of expert pilots in the Larkinson clan. Joshua, Janzi, Orphan and Dice had all gathered in a private observation room. They studied the expert mechs displayed on the large projections with a great amount of attention. "Who do you think will come out on top?" Orphan grinned as she lazily placed her hand on Janzi's shoulder and pulled her closer. "Do you think that flighty little Tusa will be able to remain untouched, or do you think that big bad Stark will be able to nail him down?" Venerable Janzi emphatically shoved Venerable Orphan's arm away. "I can't tell for sure. On the one hand, Tusa already spent several months with his expert mech. He knows all of the Dark Zephyr's nuances and is able to push it exactly as far as he needs it to go. On the other hand, the Amaranto is a masterwork. That gives Venerable Stark an immediate advantage. I don't think the power of the two mechs have much to do with who will win," Venerable Joshua said. "Just look at the mech types. Masterwork or not, I doubt the Amaranto is equipped with sensors that are good enough to uncover the Dark Zephyr's true coordinates." He was right. As much as the design department tried to equip the Amaranto with good sensor systems, sophisticated data processing systems, and advanced target acquisition systems, the Dark Zephyr's resonance ability was not something that pure technology could easily solve. Venerable Dice nodded. "The only way for Devia to win is if she can figure out the Dark Zephyr's coordinates without relying on what her mech is telling her. The ability to go beyond the limitations of a mech is what separates good pilots from the bad ones." This was the principal reason why piloted mechs continued to remain popular even when there were pilotless alternatives out there. Humanity's technology had advanced far enough to make battle bots viable enough to deploy on the battlefield. Yet aside from the fact that their programming was always vulnerable to subversion, the fact that battle bots were never able to exceed their technical parameters made them a lot less exciting. Mechs piloted by real human beings possessed an undeniable allure that humanity simply couldn't resist. The emergence of expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots breathed a lot of life in this seemingly idiosyncratic concept. This was why Joshua and his fellow peers did not completely count Venerable Stark out despite all of the odds stacked against her. They knew most of all that expert pilots were quite proficient in breaking the rules. That also made every confrontation between expert mechs such a pain to predict. Striker mechs might not necessarily be able to beat light skirmishers, and there was always a chance that knight mechs could defeat lancer mechs. "It's starting!" Back inside the interference zone, the Amaranto finally began to fire its gun. Venerable Stark had kept the weapon warm, so from the moment she received permission to begin, she immediately fired a couple of light-ranging shots. Just as predicted, the thin red lances hit nothing substantial. Even if a couple of beams struck the visual shape of the dark zephyr, it was nothing but a distorted image that was able to fool nearly every method used to ascertain the position of an expert mech. Despite the clear and obvious misses, Venerable Tusa did not relax in the slightest. Venerable Stark surely knew what the dark zephyr was capable of. This was just the start. After firing dozens of low-powered single beams without accomplishing anything, Venerable Stark started to split the beams up. This was a special feature that was standard in many advanced laser weapons. By using extra components to split the beam up and minutely angle them away from each other, it was possible for a single weapon to fire multiple beams that were spread in an expanding cone. This was quite a difficult weapon system to handle proficiently. It was extremely difficult for both a mech and a mech pilot to precisely angle the splitting laser beams in a way that allowed them to accurately intercept multiple targets, or hit multiple weak points of a mech or starship at once. Heh, it's too bad you aren't an Ilvanan, Divya. Tusa couldn't help but grow cocky as the actual Dark Zephyr always managed to stay far away from the split beams. If this is all you've got, then you can forget about laying a hand on my mech. Each time the Amaranto fired a split shot, the Dark Zephyr danced and dodged an instant before as if it was just about to get hit. Even if that wasn't the case, Tusa diligently kept up the charade in order to give away as little clues as possible. Venerable Stark maintained an impassive expression as she continued to pepper the spaces in front of her with laser beams. She paid careful attention to the sensor and targeting data that her new expert mech fed to her. As much as the Amaranto tried to nail down the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates, the data it supplied to her continued to miss the mark by at least dozens of meters. No matter whether her mech tried to judge the Dark Zephyr's position by analyzing visible light, heat trails, gravitic positioning, or anything else, the results were fundamentally skewed in different directions and different magnitudes. Venerable Stark had already attempted to decipher some sort of pattern in the Dark Zephyr's deviation from its perceived coordinates, but Venerable Tusa already had months to work out a sophisticated system in which he made his actual hidden position as dynamic as possible. Perhaps in 1 second his actual expert mech was a little bit to the right, while in the next second it had pivoted as far to the left as it could go. Tusa had also become quite good at reading the firing patterns of enemy ranged mechs after challenging himself in so many practice sessions. An average approach would never work against his expert mech. The Amaranto was beginning to run low on energy. Though the mech came with additional energy cells, it had already fired its weapon plenty of times during this entire session. While the Luminar Crystal Rifle was currently firing its beams at the lowest power setting, the sheer number of times that Venerable Stark pulled the trigger was taking a toll on the energy her expert mech had left. Not even a masterwork was able to generate an infinite amount of energy. It's a pity. My intuition and judgment hasn't improved to the point where I can pin this fast mech down. Venerable Stark frowned. She was hoping that piloting an expert mech would improve her battle sense and make her more sensitive towards the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates. While she did experience a lot of improvements, she never excelled in this skill set. She was still dependent on the data that her mech provided to her. If the Amaranto made a misjudgment, then Venerable Stark wasn't easily able to correct for such a mistake. Still, if Venerable Tusa thought that she was unable to strike his mech without converting to the Ilvanan faith, then he was sorely wrong. Amaranto! Let our light dispel the darkness that clouds our eyes. Illuminate! This was not a resonance ability that the mech designers had incorporated into the expert mech design. Instead, Venerable Stark leveraged the prime mech aspect of her machine, something which she had always been able to explore back when she piloted the Bright Beam Prime. Different from her former prime mech, the Amaranto was much more intricately tied to the illustrious one, which had been designed to accommodate the design spirit from the ground up. She was able to make a much more substantive connection to the alien entity. The Amaranto's red glow began to grow brighter. At the same time, it began to light up in different shades. Back on the spirit of Bentheim, Ves was perhaps the only other person who knew what was taking place. Prime Resonance! She's calling upon the illustrious one! Through Venerable Stark's unceasing efforts, the design spirit was able to descend a lot closer to the Amaranto than what should ordinarily be the case. Even though the strain was taking a greater toll on her already weary mind, her will did not allow her to return in failure. We'll be facing far more difficult opponents in the future, so we cannot accept weakness. Dispel the darkness and light our way forward. After the Amaranto glowed so bright that it had turned into a rainbow, its third eye projected a broad and expanding field of subtle white light that instantly illuminated an entire section of space. The false dark zephyr's black-coated surface grew a little brighter when shown with this constant flood of light, but that did not necessarily mean anything. A few seconds passed before the Amaranto shifted the aim of its rifle and snapped a single, straight beam that unerringly hit a seemingly empty patch of space. Unlike the previous times, the beam did not continue to course into space. Instead, it halted abruptly and seemingly disappeared. At the same time, the false image suddenly showed that it had been struck by an invisible attack. Though the effect sounded complicated, the simple fact was that Venerable Stark successfully managed to identify and strike at the true coordinates of the Dark Zephyr. Even when the light skirmisher activated its boosters in order to jerk aside, Venerable Stark was still able to read Tusa's actions ahead of time. That's cheating! Tusa shouted over the communication channel. You cheated! It's gotta be Ovanans, right? Did you ask them for tips or something? Venerable Stark shook her head as her expert mechs slowly grew dimmer. As far as she was concerned, she had passed the challenge. Now that she came up with this trick, she could rely on it to identify the Dark Zephyr's actual coordinates at any time. You just don't use your expert mech well enough, Tusa, she calmly replied, though she wasn't able to hold back her sense of superiority. There is more to your expert mech than meets the eye. What I just did was activating some of the hidden potential of my machine. I suggest you explore your own a little more thoroughly instead of sticking to your usual routine. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to block me next time. In truth, the trick she employed was not flawless. One of the factors that allowed her to find the real Dark Zephyr so easily was the limited range between the two mechs. Due to the inverse square law, at greater distances the illuminating light became more and more feeble. At longer ranges, it was unlikely for it to detect anything hidden. Still, Venerable Stark was already satisfied with what she got. She judged that she could cooperate with the illustrious one in more ways than just this improvised ability. The session had finally ended. The two expert mechs flew side by side and returned to the spirit of Bentheim without any incident. The bots deployed by the Larkinson clan all returned to their respective berths as well. However, in order to prevent any third parties from figuring out any sensitive clues about the Amaranto's performance, the Larkinsons dispatched a large salvaging party to scoop up all of the loose debris that could give away certain clues. Once everything was cleaned up, the fleet transitioned back into FTL and resumed its journey across the Bardo Star cluster. Chapter 3171, Show Off. The Amaranto's performance significantly exceeded everyone's expectations. Ves, Gloriana and many other Larkinsons who were able to witness the new expert mech in action had become incredibly jubilant about their accomplishment. Not only was the Amaranto able to plug an important gap in the Larkinson army's lineup, it also showed a glimpse of the future of expert mechs that possessed prime mech capabilities. The journeymen all took a well-deserved rest as soon as the fleet transitioned into FTL. They went to bed knowing that they had absolutely created a mech that they could take pride in for the rest of their lives. In the next morning, Ves woke up feeling more warm and comfortable than ever. His wife pressed her body against hers, allowing him to feel her body warmth. She was still in slumber, though he knew it wouldn't take long for her to wake up as well. Meow. Clixie was already sitting beside Gloriana's pillow. As a cat, she possessed a different sleeping cycle, which was an important aspect in allowing her to stay on guard at night. Did Gloriana sleep well? Meow. That's good to hear. One of his hands reached down to touch his wife's belly. At this stage of the pregnancy, a small bump had already formed, though it would take a bit more time for it to gain enough definition to be visible no matter what clothes she wore. This was the first time that he was truly able to inspect his unborn daughter after all of the events that had happened during the start of the fabrication session. He never expected the superior mother to just descend and bless her future granddaughter right when the journeymen had just embarked on one of their most important and critical endeavors. The fact that Gloriana and the others were able to take advantage of this phenomenon to create their strongest and most exceptional mech yet was a massive bonus. It's all thanks to you, little girl. Ves grinned as he softly rubbed his palm across his wife's belly. If Gloriana never decided to become pregnant at this period, the superior mother wouldn't have been inclined to show up. How the Amaranto would end up in that case was anyone's guess. Perhaps we would have gotten close enough regardless. Ves wasn't complaining about the current outcome. Not only was he potentially able to save one of his precious gems, his daughter also gained a substantial boost. When Ves finally inspected his daughter with his spiritual senses, he noticed that the fetus already exuded a considerably stronger presence. Her spirituality remained pristine, but it had gained a lot of firmness. This was a crucial improvement that would make her much less susceptible to external influences. That's not the biggest change, though. He recalled that the superior mother poured most of her efforts into his unborn daughter's body. When Ves swept his senses across the fetus, he was only able to perceive a limited degree of changes. His baby's body felt a bit more substantial to his senses. Yet no matter how many times he inspected his daughter's cells, he wasn't able to find any differences. What did the superior mother do? What was her goal? Ves seriously doubted that she went through all of that effort just to give her unborn granddaughter a pat in the back. There had to be more behind this move that he was not able to figure out. He needed to make a lot more progress in spiritual engineering before he was able to discern the exact changes. She's a lot better than before, he instinctively judged. He did not feel that anything was amiss as he scanned his baby. If this wasn't the case, he would have forcibly interrupted the superior mother's ritual no matter how well-meaning it seemed. Ves. His wife opened her eyes and smiled warmly at him. She placed her hand above his own. Our daughter is going to be so strong one day. Not even I received so many blessings. With the superior mother as her grandparent, our baby will enjoy all of the care and attention she needs to become great. Maybe even greater than us, hi. They spent over 10 minutes wondering about their future daughter before they left their bed and readied themselves for their day. The big project was already complete, but there were more projects that needed to be completed. The Amaranto also had to be checked over. Though the chances that a part had prematurely worn out was low, they needed to do their due diligence. They also had to inspect and scan every part of their latest work in order to see how exceptional it had become after it had become a masterwork. However, before the couple could exit their grand stateroom and head over to the design lab, their bodies suddenly dematerialized from existence. Meow! Clixie immediately panicked as she saw Ves and Gloriana disappear from view. Alarm! Their guards acted as if someone just poked them in their eyes. However, before they could do anything further, a small card materialized. Clixie caught it before it fell to the ground and studied it with a confused expression. Mal? Nita's armored form stepped forward and took the card. Her expression grew grim as she apparently received an answer of what had happened. It's the MTA. She did not entirely believe the card, but from what had happened, the powerful organization had somehow managed to teleport a pair of humans while the spirit of Bentheim was still traveling in FTL. The level of sophistication that such an act required was unattainable to any of the local states in the Jaina and Bardo star clusters. Only the Big Two were powerful enough to accomplish such a feat. Despite the fact that the MTA discreetly informed the Larkinson clan of their actions, the clansmen nonetheless began to sweep their ships. Who knew whether the MTA actually took action? While the Larkinsons were scouring through all of their ships, the people who were teleported by surprise re-emerged in a completely different compartment. Ves normally would have panicked and summoned the Amistendera if he was teleported in this fashion, but he carefully maintained his composure and observed what was happening. He expected the MTA to come knocking sooner or later. Though he did not predict the Meshers would make a huge power play by showing that they could take him from his ship during FTL travel anytime they liked, this action completely fit their profile. Ves. Kedis called from the side. She and Juliet had been summoned as well. This made it more than clear that they were definitely here because of their latest accomplishment. Larkinsons. It appears that I have been forced to visit you once again. A very familiar voice called from the side. Master Willix approached once again. She looked quite appreciative of the four journeymen, but paid special attention to Ves and Gloriana. I apologize for bringing you aboard this battleship in this fashion, but I needed to brief you before anyone else had the opportunity to reach you. What you have accomplished is a great feat that will ring across the mech industry, but it will also lead to severe disruptions to your lives. How so, ma'am? Ves carefully asked. I will explain that and more to you in a moment. Before he could ask another question, Master Willix snapped her fingers, causing everyone to teleport out of the empty chamber and straight into a mech workshop. When Ves got his bearings, he curiously scanned the entire workshop. Its clean metal walls were just as bare as before, and there were no exposed tool racks or traditional production equipment that he could see. He only managed to spot a few huge but completely unfamiliar machines that reminded him of a lot of materialization technology. They weren't here in order to fabricate a mech. They were here so that Master Willix could reunite them with Amaranto. You guys teleported an entire mech? Ves asked in a nervous tone of voice. Teleportation technology is much more versatile than you think, Master Willix answered. Under the right circumstances, we can teleport people, gases, mechs, ship components, and even antimatter bombs. Yikes! Ves could immediately recognize how much terror these actions could sow, particularly if the MTA had already shown the ability to perform teleportation while traveling through FTL. You don't need to worry about that, Master Willix said. Teleportation technology becomes more ubiquitous at the first-class level, but you will also begin to encounter anti-teleportation measures. Also, the teleportation that we have performed is extremely difficult to perform by anyone except for us and the CFA. Our battleship actually had to approach extremely close to your factory's ship during FTL travel in order to lock your coordinates, and that is not something that anyone can do. Outside of FTL, just make sure that no foreign ship gets close. If that cannot be prevented, then your ship should activate every possible shield generator. The energy shields they project naturally produce enough disturbances to make it substantially more difficult to teleport anything in or out. This was a valuable lesson. Ves suspected that Master Willix deliberately showed off the MTA's teleportation tech in order to make him aware of the potential dangers. What should I do if that is not enough? If you truly wish to guard yourselves ahead of time, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge to purchase the latter in exchange for a large amount of credits, or a more modest sum of merits. Ves inwardly sighed in relief. As long as it could be bought, he would not have to worry too much. He directed his view back to his own creation. The dormant red masterwork expert mech already exuded a strong presence without even doing anything. Even Master Willix couldn't help but look admiringly at the great creation. There was one nagging uncertainty, though. "Will you be taking my mech away?" he hesitantly asked. He didn't forget that the MTA expressed a strong interest in the little angel. The masterwork mech that Ves and his wife had created long ago had already fallen into the association's hands. "We won't," Willix immediately reassured him. "You can trust us on that. There are multiple reasons why we will not take it away. First, it is disrespectful to take a masterwork version of an expert mech away from its original owner because it is meant to serve a specific mech pilot. Mass market models are designed to serve a wide variety of people. This makes it easy to adapt the masterwork versions of these mechs for another purpose. Not so for your Amaranto." That made a lot of sense. Ves also gathered an important clue from this answer. The MTA was evidently making use of the masterwork mechs in an unknown fashion. Second, it is disrespectful towards you, the creators. Your status and importance is no longer as trivial as they were in the past. I will be explaining this to you later, but with this accomplishment, you have finally entered the true galactic community. That sounded both good and bad. Ves did not like the implications of this, as he was largely relying on his relative lack of fame to coast by without attracting any dangerous attention. Third, if we frequently take masterwork mechs away from their creators or owners without their consent, no one will make them anymore. Creating a masterwork of any mech is an event that should be pursued by every mech designer. Succeeding in making one should not make you feel as if you are punished. That is the exact opposite of what should be the case. The association has always insisted that great creators like you should be rewarded for your success. Ves truly relaxed at this time. This answer made the most sense. The MTA was a far-sighted organization and always tried to keep the mech industry as productive and innovative as possible. While it restricted technologies and messed with mech pilots on a regular basis, their overall goals had never changed. Chapter 3172, Hyssarian Bardine. Master Willix didn't appear to be in a hurry to talk about the Amaranto. After reassuring Ves and the Larkinsons that the MTA was not about to take away their expert mech or retain them as permanent guests, everyone relaxed. While working for the MTA was a dream to many mech designers, none of the four had much appetite to pursue a career in the association. Despite the immense wealth and power at the MTA's disposal, the Larkinson mech designers were more than confident that they would be able to climb up to the same height one day. This especially applied to Ves and Gloriana. The former held a lot of confidence in his unique talents as well as the system. The latter was just confident because she was Gloriana. The other two journeymen did not have any thoughts either. Juliet did not have any other thoughts because she took her vows to the Larkinson clan seriously. As for Kedis, her status as a sword master made it impossible for her to associate too closely with the MTA. Willix surely knew their attitudes, so she was quick to assure them that the MTA did not intend to take them away for too long. "We'll return you and your expert mech to your factory ship by the end of the day." "That long?" Ves raised his eyebrow. "What will we be doing here?" "Ah, you don't seem to understand. Well, you should brace yourselves, because you have become quite the talk of the town within certain circles within the MTA. Why do you think that we would go out of our way to dispatch an entire battleship to your fleet and put extra effort into teleporting you over while in FTL travel?" Ves had a lot of questions about that, but he refrained from asking them. Ever since he was moved over to this unknown vessel, he felt as if he was being observed by a million different sensors. His every move was probably being tracked and analyzed by both humans and AIs. In fact, shortly after he had been unwillingly brought over to this supposed MTA battleship, he had already employed one of his own tricks to make him appear more calm and composed. He did not want to leak out anything too delicate such as the system, or his extremely controversial mother through his words or his body language. Though he wished he was wearing his more impressive dress uniform right now, his daily outfit would have to do. He offered the master a smile. "We shall be in your care." "Good. Before we proceed, let us analyze your handiwork first." A gap smoothly appeared on the ceiling. Hundreds of different people floated through this opening and began to surround the Amaranto from all sides. Ves did not dare to sweep any of them with his spiritual senses, but from his passive spiritual vision, he could immediately identify that each of them were high-ranking mech designers. There were at least 14 masters and 30 seniors among the group of buzzing mech designers. The remainder were journeymen who mostly assisted their superiors in scanning different parts of the mechs with their specialized handheld scanning equipment. The exaggerated lineup of impressive MTA masters momentarily floored Ves. Even if it was unusual for a bunch of journeymen to successfully create a masterwork expert mech, he didn't think it would warrant so much attention from the meshers. Was it because of the young age of the creators? Was it because of the improved luminar crystal technology incorporated in the design? There had to be a compelling reason why these impressive mech designers showed so much interest in the works of just a handful of journeymen. One of the masters who was admiring the craftsmanship of the Amaranto turned around and descended as he flew in the direction of Master Willix. Once he reached the woman's side, he immediately said something critical. "It is undeniable. I don't need to study the mech any longer to confirm that its design has been tweaked by a mech designer who is far superior to you. From the integration of the resonating exotics to the mech frame to the clearly superior implementations of luminar crystal technology, I am 16% certain that the mech designer responsible is a highly advanced master mech designer and 79% certain that we are dealing with the work of a star designer." A grave silence stretched as the unknown older master issued his professional judgment. The wave of silence stretched for so long that Ves bet that they were talking to each other through a private internal network. The master likely said those words for the benefit of the guests. Ves finally understood what the excitement was all about. It turned out that the fake patron he invented had acted a bit too exaggerated lately. He realized that he had inadvertently given a lot more credence that he was backed by an unknown star designer by employing the super publish function. This seemingly simple-sounding system ability was supposed to improve the overall performance of a mech by 10%. This didn't sound too impressive until Ves realized that it had also applied to Master Willix's contribution to the Sentry project. Ves wasn't sure how powerful of a master she was, but her relative prominence in the association signified that she was quite powerful even among other masters. "It is good to hear that humanity boasts another star designer," Willix eventually replied in an even tone. "We are beset by enemies on all sides and face numerous great challenges that threaten our current order. It is a pity that he is among the more elusive of his kind. The Mech Trade Association is the greatest and definite authority on mechs in human space. It is disturbing to know that there is one more star designer in existence that has never cooperated with us. He can do much more for humanity if he assists us in our grand designs rather than occasionally lend a hand to one of his favorite seeds. It is not up to inferior designers such as us to question the motives of His Excellency. That is best left to other star designers or galactic mech counselors. This case is already being led by Her Excellency." There was a lot of spicy information in their conversation. Ves was keenly aware that the masters were trying to put up a show. They indirectly accused Mr. S. of being an idiot for not aligning himself to the MTA, and did so in a neutral voice that was completely devoid of emotions. Ves didn't realize it, but Master Willix always showed a bit more humanity when she spoke to Ves and Gloriana. Yet now that she was speaking to what appeared to be another rational mech designer, she didn't bother with any pretenses. To be honest, Ves felt a bit disturbed and intimidated by the two masters. The way they talked and the way they held themselves was so cold and devoid of emotions that they sounded like bots at some points. Master Faulkner, you should return to studying the Amaranto. You are our foremost expert on energy weapons aboard the Hessarian Bardine. There are many impatient researchers who are demanding a detailed analysis on the Amaranto's crystal armament. I shall transmit a report to you in 2 hours, but we should also interview the designer of the weapon himself for clarification. Master Faulkner directed a peculiar glance towards Ves. It was as if he saw the journeyman as an interesting experimental specimen. For a moment, Ves felt as if he was standing in the shoes of his test subjects. I shall take care of that, Faulkner. Master Willix finally showed a touch of pointed emotion this time. Eventually, the older man flew back to the Amaranto and approached its luminar crystal rifle before slowly caressing its smooth surface with his hands. Master Willix guided the 4 Larkinson mech designers towards the side of the workshop. As they approached a bulkhead, a circular gap spontaneously formed. Everyone smoothly passed through, though Ves curiously looked back to see that the bulkhead regained its original form, showing no hint of a hatch or opening. None of you have ever had the pleasure of touring an MTA battleship, am I correct? Master Willix asked as she transitioned back to a friendlier facade. No, Ketty straightforwardly asked. We did explore a CFA battleship once. Yes, I am aware. You have made quite the gains from that adventure, Willix said as her eyes twinkled in an interesting manner. The Hessarian Bardine is a different vessel altogether. Let me introduce her to you. In the interests of time, please step on these platforms. They each stepped on a circular floater platform that automatically lifted up and began to move them across the wide and spacious navy blue hallways at an elevated pace. While the corridors weren't large enough to allow mechs to pass through, they boasted enough height for the floater platforms to fly above the heads of the mechers walking on the deck. The lack of congestion meant that they were quickly able to reach another section of the Hessarian Bardine. They reached a wide cavern that was packed with first-class multipurpose mechs. Ves and the other Larkinson mech designers couldn't help but stare and admire the powerful and exquisitely designed machines. Though they were only able to glean a hint of their capabilities, what little they managed to figure out was already astonishing. Our association's concept of battleships differ from that of the Common Fleet Alliance. Master Willix smiled as she saw her guests becoming suitably impressed. We have always insisted on the primacy of mechs over warships. However, the latter has been in development for millennia while mechs have only properly taken flight in the last 4 centuries. It is completely logical for warships and especially battleships to play an essential role in our civilization's continued existence. Now that Master Willix had turned back into her PR-friendly persona, Ves felt a lot more relaxed around her. His familiarity with her had long caused him to feel a lot less hesitant about acting casually around her. The recent events as well as the treatment that she was giving only reinforced this impression. You and your association wish to change that, right? It is the common goal of all mech designers to lead humanity towards a future that will make vessels such as the Hessarian Bardine obsolete. Until this transition ends, we must make compromises. Just as the CFA makes use of mechs under necessary circumstances, so do we make use of warships in order to pursue our goals. They watched over the mech workshop a little longer. Though Master Willix did not elaborate on any of the powerful first-class multipurpose mechs on display, it was already a treat to see them in the flesh. Impressive, are they not? The 4 mech designers simultaneously nodded. Then what if I tell you that they are inferior to the Amaranto that you have just made? That remark threw them all for a loop. How could the MTA's finest designs ever be worse than a very good expert mech that was ultimately just a second-class machine? I would ask what criteria you are using to issue this judgment, Ves carefully answered. From a performance perspective, all of the notable features of the Amaranto ultimately can't match up against any of your association's standard-issue mechs. It was a harsh truth, but an undeniable one. He had recently witnessed how a small squad of first-class multipurpose mechs completely dismantled the Uranus, a titanic bio-juggernaut that was definitely a lot more powerful than the Amaranto due to its sheer size and scale. We are proud of our work, but our design is not entirely of our own work, Gloriana admitted. You as well as Mr. S. have been key in elevating our mech design to an impressive standard. We merely put the icing on the cake. Master Willix chuckled. It is that icing that is crucial to the MTA, the mech industry, and perhaps humanity as a whole. What you perceive to be a minor contribution is actually the ingredient that can make all of the difference. This is why all of these mechs designed by esteemed masters that you see before you are inferior. They are technically without flaws, their entire existences are flawed from the start. Don't you see? This is not the direction that mechs should be heading for. They are misshapen children. Kedis scratched her head. I don't know, Master. They look really good in my eyes. Chapter 3173, Rungs of a Ladder. None of the four Larkinson mech designers understood why Master Willix disparaged the proud works of her fellow colleagues. In the interests of self-preservation, neither Ves nor any other of the guests voiced anything negative about the mechs. Perhaps one of the designers of these powerful machines was among the masters that were currently studying the Amaranto. Master Willix didn't seem to mind the lackluster reaction. She gave them another smile before leading them away from the massive hangar bay. Come, let me show you around the other parts of our fine vessel. They flew above the heads of other meshers as they headed to another section. They briefly toured various departments such as those responsible for mech fabrication, mech pilot training, and more. They even paid a brief visit to the control center of a massive main gun turret. The sheer amount of firepower that this gun could unleash at a decent rate of fire was absolutely astounding, and completely overwhelmed the guests. This weapon is powerful enough to crack a moon, if not a planet, Gloriana exclaimed. The Amaranto's full-powered shot was like a needle prick compared to this humongous beast. It is merely the dumbest application of weapon technology, Master Willix said in a distinctly unimpressed tone. As I am sure you know well, building big is the easy way out. From the moment humanity stepped into the stars, we constantly pursued greater and greater strength. The best way that our race can attain this goal is by building larger and larger warships. Hence why the size of battleships has continued to balloon over time. Newer advancements, better materials, and increasing pressure has constantly pushed us to upsize our battleships even further. How long is the Hessarian Bardine? She is just over 8 kilometers. She's a middling battleship by our standards. Despite the Hessarian Bardine's shorter length in comparison to the Starlight Megalodon, the MTA battleship was a lot more modern and a lot more powerful. It was too bad that they weren't able to see much of that in their tour. The interiors of many compartments were distressingly clean and free of any clutter that could give away some helpful clues. The meshers didn't talk out loud that much and instead relied on their sophisticated implants to communicate through their private ship network. They continued the brief tour. After briefly looking at some basic ship systems, they finally visited a more interesting department. They entered a large hall that contained a lot of huge machines that were immense in a way that Ves could hardly describe. The machines were as large as corvettes and were shaped like rectangular cubes covered with a gray metal material. What are they? Gloriana widened her eyes as she tried to make sense of the metallic monstrosities. These are one of the vital systems that define the role of the Hessarian Bardine. While I will not explain them in detail, I can tell you that they are responsible for tracking and interdicting starships traveling through FTL. They are essential to waging war in FTL space. Ves tried his best not to shudder. The concept of warfare in the higher dimensions was a frightening idea. To most of humanity, FTL travel was merely a means to get from point A to point B a lot faster than relying on conventional propulsion. The tech in the hands of most people only enabled them to travel through the higher dimensions, and only reluctantly. They lacked the sensors and advanced theories to perceive what was beyond them and to find and target other vessels that might be traveling nearby. Evidently, that was not a problem for the Big Two. Their advancements in FTL technology were so much further ahead that the rules didn't apply to them anymore. Does the MTA make use of this interdiction function often? Willix simply responded with a stare. Never mind. They proceeded with the tour. For several hours, Willix led them from one advanced compartment to another. The rather utilitarian metal interior of the Hessarian Bardine, along with the mostly silent and professional-looking measures occupying the vessel, made it seem as if they were in a secret military base. Given the clues that Master Willix had provided to the guests, it appeared quite likely that the Hessarian Bardine was mainly used to perform clandestine missions. The implicit threat caused Ves to shudder inwardly. From tracking systems that could precisely sniff out ships traveling in the deeper reaches of the higher dimensions to teleporters that could seamlessly replace a human being with a biologically identical clone, the interdiction battleship could employ an endless amount of methods to infiltrate, sabotage, and destroy anyone and anything traveling through FTL. Ves had a small suspicion that one of the reasons why the Big Two favored portal jumping was to prevent shenanigans like these from happening to themselves. In the end, the tour had been both revealing and non-revealing. Master Willix placed a considerable emphasis on specific examples of high technology that she felt the Larkinsons should know about, but she cleverly avoided many other properties that were best left hidden. Ves had the feeling that the areas she brought him to had already been deliberately cleaned up so that they did not give out any clues the MTA would rather stay hidden. It was what he would do if he was in a position of power and needed to impress some yokels. Eventually, they entered a lab area where a lot of mech designers were developing mechs or performing research related to them behind closed doors. Master Willix led them to a spacious, high-tech lab that was currently rather barren but could easily summon lots of tools and materials on demand if needed. Upon entry, a table and several legless chairs emerged from the deck like it was made of ooze and took on a clean white coloration. The design of the furniture was both clean but possessed a touch of elegance as well. The comfort level of the chair was a lot more pleasant than Ves expected. He couldn't help but want to take one of these floating chairs back to his own ship so he could luxuriate in it all day. Once everyone settled down, Master Willix began to ask a basic-sounding question. What is a masterwork? None of the Larkinsons knew how to begin. Ves looked at everyone for a moment before making an attempt. A masterwork is a creation that matches but also exceeds a given design. Willix followed up with a slight smirk. Can masterworks be made without a design in mind? He never thought about that, and neither did the other Larkinson mech designers. They knew far too little about what a masterwork even meant. While they had successfully made at least one masterwork creation, they lacked far too much knowledge about it. This was why it was so difficult for any of them to reproduce their earlier success. It would have been nice if we had access to a textbook or a manual on masterworks. Kedis spoke up. Everyone is being so damn vague about it that it's impossible for us to know exactly what we're dealing with. I thought the MTA was all about sharing knowledge. Oh, Kedis. Ves inwardly sighed. Though he shared the same thoughts, he wouldn't have brought them up in such a blunt manner. Willix didn't seem to mind, though. We have found that there is little point in sharing what we know and how we think about masterworks, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. However, since you have come to our attention because of your unlikely success in creating a masterwork expert mech, I am authorized to enlighten you to some of our theories. Theories? Ves questioned. Yes, theories. Very few of us possess a deeper understanding of what a masterwork constitutes. It was rare for the MTA to admit that there were fields of research that even they didn't know a lot about. The master mech designer stretched out a hand, causing a rather simple mug to materialize in existence. Soon enough, the cup was filled with a warm and steaming liquid. Would you call this cup a good work of craftsmanship? She asked before she took a casual sip of coffee. I would say not. Gloriana took the initiative to answer this time. It is an efficient design that is devoid of any extraneous elements, but it does no more than that. The cup itself was produced by an automated production method that literally prints products in the air. It is a precise way to create a copy, but it's not something that inspires anything. Ves quietly nodded. He agreed with those words. The cup lacked a personal touch that his products lacked. It's a product that does the job and doesn't have to accomplish anything else. There is no need to go out of our way to craft a handmade mug when our tech makes it much more convenient to print it out of a template. That is also a good point, Mr. Larkinson. What about you, Miss Demeros? The penitent sister shrugged. I agree with my patriarch. We are strong because we can surround ourselves with many useful products. If we try to handcraft each of them, then too much of our population will be stuck with performing menial jobs that can easily be automated. And you, Miss Keddies? There is great value in a sword or any other stuff that is made with love and an attention to detail, the swordmaster replied. It's not what most humans want, though. They just want the best possible things at the cheapest possible prices. Oh, and they don't want any flaws or deviations either. Willix nodded in approval. These are all valid points. It is true that our civilization and many other ones have pursued greater efficiency and greater consistency. The materialization technology that is responsible for making this cup in my hand can be considered as the apex of this school of thought. There is no conceivably better way to produce items en masse with the best possible adherence to existing designs while maintaining near-complete consistency. Ves frowned, and so did the others. There was a very big flaw with this tech. It doesn't produce anything greater, though, he said. The lack of personal attention leads to an inability to create masterworks like the Amaranto. It also divorces mech designers from the practical side of mech design. Master Willix took another sip of coffee. Let me share with you a theory. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is a hierarchical model that suggests that the concept of craftsmanship has multiple layers. The most basic version of this theory claims that these layers or tiers can be stacked on top of each other like the rungs of a ladder. Now, how far up is the method of producing this cup? No one really knew, so the master answered the question herself. It is the first rung. What? That was barely above ground level. It is easy for you to become impressed with what our production technology can do, she said. Yet those who ascribe to the latter theory do not consider it to be a fundamental improvement or evolution from more primitive production methods such as refining ores into steel or throwing random ingredients into a big pot to make soup. In order to illustrate this point, she waved her arm to the side. Within seconds, a huge space lit up as a gigantic object was being materialized into existence. The mech in question took less than a minute to reach completion, but already the Larkinson mech designers recognized the design of the machine. It was a nearly identical copy of the Amaranto design. Yet, compared to the copy that Ves and his peers created by hand, the copy produced through the fastest, most consistent, and most efficient method mastered by the MTA was hollow. Part of it was technical. VS could clearly see from the makeup of the Luminar crystal rifle that the materializer had trouble reproducing its more esoteric aspects. Another part of it was the lack of a human touch that so wonderfully characterized the real Amaranto. Master Willix's expression turned grim. If our best production tech cannot yield a better version than this copy, then it does not deserve to be placed at a higher rung of the ladder. What she essentially implied was that VS and his people were capable of making far better mechs in their shabby second-class workshop than a mesher pressing a button on a first-class materializer. Chapter 3174 The True Role of Masterworks. VS grew a bit skeptical about this latter theory. Though Master Willix made a compelling point, materialization technology had its own merits. As some of us have stated earlier, not every mech or product has to be made with personal attention. Sometimes you just want something that works and don't want to deal with all of the hassle that comes with handmade products. The Amaranto we fabricated turned out to be great, but it could have easily ended up in a disaster if we were in a bad mood or something. More labor-intensive production methods were always associated with greater variance. The chance of creating a masterwork was small, but the risk of botching the process was significantly greater. The odds of creating a masterwork is virtually zero for the vast majority of people in our society, she said. Many believe it is not worth the effort to focus on it when quantity can easily trump quality. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is not universally accepted within our association. One of the great differences between us and the Common Fleet Alliance is that the latter completely believes in mass production, mass standardization, and maximum efficiency at every possible level. That sounded just like the Fleeters. I can't argue with that. VS shrugged. The CFA has to build and maintain hundreds of thousands of huge and extremely demanding battleships, and who knows how many more subcapital ships. It is a logistical nightmare to produce all of them with more labor-intensive methods. The number of accidents, screw-ups, and deviations that can occur during production will certainly lead to vessels with so little integrity that they will be plagued with flaws from the moment they slide out of the shipyards. Gloriana added her own remark. It's also impossible to create a masterwork version of a battleship under such circumstances. We managed to luck out because all four of us were in a good mood when we made the Amaranto, but I don't believe it is realistic for a crew of thousands, tens of thousands, or even more workers to get inspired at the same time for several continuous months or years. Battleships were so big and immense that making them like how the Larkinsons made their first production copies of their mech designs was physically impossible and unfeasible. Master Willix smiled at Gloriana. That is an excellent observation, Madame Woden. Bigger is not always better. The smaller the product, the less materials are used up to make it. The galaxy may be filled with exotics, but the supply of them is not endless. Material constraints are one of the main reasons why our friends over at the Common Fleet Alliance have not maintained a high rate of production of their battleships. They are not able to source the large quantities of high-grade exotics that are required to produce huge modules such as the interdiction modules and main cannon turrets that you have witnessed earlier. Think of how much less materials we have to consume if we can accomplish the same function in a mech-sized package. There was a considerable complication to this argument, though. VS crossed his arms. Miniaturized components may use up less tons of raw materials, but the quality of what is left has to be a lot higher to make all of those fancy first-class multipurpose mechs. You are not wrong, Mr. Larkinson, but what is the purpose of our profession? We serve mech pilots, he responded with the standard MT-approved answer. And how do we perform this objective? We design mechs that aim to do more with the budget, tech, materials, and other means we have on hand. Master Willix finally nodded at him. Good mech designers can make use of the same resources to create superior works compared to those that are not as skilled. This is the central premise of our approach to mech design. While the engineers and shipwrights of the CFA also aim to minimize waste, that is difficult to accomplish when their warships keep expanding in size. The fleeters are hungry for power, and that is pressuring them to commit to the most efficient production approaches that enable them to construct immense battleships. Don't we also do this to a large degree? VS asked. I mean, to most people, mechs are just mechs. They just need to work for them. While it would be nice to deliver more, the cost and effort required to gain an improvement is too excessive. It depends on the need. Master Willix agreed. For ordinary mech sold to customers looking for bargains, the rationale to make a great effort is not that strong. Yet what about the people you care about, such as your clansmen? What about exceptional individuals such as your expert pilots? Are they not worthy of greater craftsmanship? VS immediately nodded. The costs aren't so great as long as better and more powerful mechs will help them achieve success and stay alive. Every mech pilot deserves to be treated like a king. That is the purest interpretation of our creed and a goal that some mech designers aim to realize. The ultimate ambition is to elevate craftsmanship to such a level that every mech pilot has access to a masterwork mech. The 4 Larkinson mech designers all looked astonished. They already knew that the MTA had great ambitions, but to create a condition where an endless amount of mech pilots had access to an endless amount of masterwork mechs was so ludicrous that they couldn't even begin to point out all of the challenges that had to be overcome. The silence that stretched on grew a little awkward, so VS attempted to voice his own opinion. The biggest constraint to the CFA's build big approach is that it is limited by material scarcity. The biggest constraint to this ambition is the huge shortage of masterwork mech designers. I know from personal experience that it is incredibly difficult for anyone to succeed even once. Only the most accomplished mech designers can pump out masterworks at a more stable and frequent pace, but they can't spend all of their time in their workshops. Indeed. In fact, the less time they spend on designing new mechs or researching related technologies, the less they are able to succeed. At our core, we design mechs. Making them is a secondary purpose that should only be reserved for special occasions. Gloriana looked intrigued. I think it would be great if it was easier for professional fabricators to make masterworks. That would solve our manpower problem and leave this job to specialists. That is one area of research that we are engaged in, but centuries of studies have borne little fruit so far, Master Willix said. The shortage in skilled manpower is not a problem that can be solved in the short term. Nevertheless, our association will never cease exploring. This is also one of the reasons why we show great interest in studying masterworks, particularly those made by younger and less qualified professionals. The more data we gather, the more we can detect and analyze patterns. VS blinked. This explanation sounded counterintuitive at first. Shouldn't the MTA value masterworks made by masters and star designers more? Then again, the MTA's research was obviously oriented towards enabling common people to make masterworks. Journeymen who were young were much closer to the average space peasant than some elite MTA master. Gloriana and the rest also looked enlightened. They finally understood a portion of the greater context behind the MTA's obsession for masterworks. Was it realistic for them to attain this absurd-sounding goal? Hell no! Yet VS blessed them on their impossible venture anyway. At least the MTA wasn't focusing all of their resources on conquering human space in its entirety. There was just one little gap in the story that VS was missing. Master, if I may ask, what is the point of all of this? He asked. I mean, sure, masterwork mechs are better than ordinary products, but is it really necessary? The MTA master tapped her finger against the metal table. There are many reasons why enabling the creation of more masterworks is desirable. I cannot share all of them with you, but as an extra reward for your impressive feat of craftsmanship, I am allowed to reveal the most relevant implication to the four of you. It goes without saying that you should not divulge this information further." This sounded big. Ves and everyone raised their attention and awaited the revelation. Masterwork mechs increase the probability of pilots breaking through. I am not talking about a mild increase, but orders of magnitude greater. The difference is minimal at the ordinary level. This is why the public has not been able to perceive the difference. The real difference starts at the expert mech level. The amount of variables that increases the chances of a breakthrough from expert pilot to ace pilot are too many to count, so I cannot exactly tell you a precise figure. Loosely speaking, the chances increase by as much as 1000%. If all of the earlier revelations haven't floored the Larkinson mech designers already, then this bombshell pretty much blew them into pieces. Only Kedys of all people looked slightly less shocked. "A good swords master requires a good sword." Master Willix nodded in acknowledgement. Aptly said. "A different way to put it is that a low-quality weapon cannot accommodate the needs of a high-quality soldier. The greater the disparity between the two, the more the weaker partner of this relationship drags down the stronger partner. In order to further develop the potential of a superhuman, he or she must be matched with a superweapon, a product that has exceeded the conceptual limits of its kind. We call that a masterwork." A deep silence followed as everyone contemplated the massive implications of these assertions. Though there was a chance that the information provided by Master Willix was wrong or inaccurate, he knew in his heart that it should be true. It made too much sense. The logic behind these assertions were sound. Just as Kedys had said, a good swordsman needed better swords as they grew stronger and more skilled. While there was nothing wrong with letting a powerful swords master like Kedys wield a butter knife against armored infantrymen, she could do a much better job if she wielded a more impressive weapon like her bloodsinger. This theory explained why Venerable Tusa but especially Venerable Stark experienced so much growth after obtaining their expert mechs. In fact, Venerable Stark already grew by a significant margin after piloting the Amaranto just once. Ves narrowed his eyes as another thought came to mind. Was Patriarch Reginald Cross hoping to achieve a breakthrough to ace pilot by obtaining a masterwork expert mech of his own? What did he feel when he saw the Amaranto for the first time? The Bovar Rage was a potent hider expert mech, but in terms of craftsmanship it did not stand out too much. All Ves could say about Patriarch Reginald's expert mech was that its mech designers did their jobs. "I have a question, ma'am," Gloriana softly asked. "Do expert pilots benefit from piloting well-crafted expert mechs even if they fall short of masterwork level?" "They most certainly do, Madam Woden. The better the weapon, the less it will hinder a strong soldier's progression. What you must take note, though, is that an expert mech that remains on the first rung or level of craftsmanship can only provide a limited amount of assistance to the development of an expert pilot. The latter is called that way because there is a strong and clear difference between the first rung and second rung. Masterwork expert mechs truly stand at a much taller height." Ves turned his head and glanced at the materialized version of the Amaranto. Compared to the version that was the culmination of all of the design department's hard work in the last few months, the hollow copy in front of him was completely devoid of any element that only masterwork products possessed. It was a product, not a partner. Chapter 3175 Philosophical Difference. Humanity is a tool-using race. Master Willix spoke up again after the four journeymen had time to process the massive revelations. "Our race and civilization progresses by making use of more and better tools. Technology is our crucial enabler, and our dependence on it has grown exponentially greater as we have developed further along this trajectory. Think about what would happen if all technology from the simplest room light to our innumerable amount of starships stopped working overnight. What do you think would happen to our civilization?" The answer to that was quite simple. It would be doomsday for us, Ketty said. I mean, if this battleship and every tech inside her falls apart, the vessel would violently eject out of FTL, which we may or may not survive. If we are lucky enough to still be alive and not lost in some weird or random higher dimension, we would slowly freeze and suffocate as the temperature drops and the oxygen level around us drops while we continue to breathe out carbon dioxide. What's funny is that we'd be better off than most people stranded on dead starships, since the Hessarian Bardine is quite big. The more packed passenger liners would probably turn into floating coffins the fastest, while the tiny crews of cargo haulers might be able to last for years if their cargo holds are air pressurized. Life on a planet won't be much better, Gloriana remarked. Transportation and many services will collapse overnight. People who live in densely populated cities will quickly go through their stock of perishable food products and will have to subsist on whatever stashes of emergency rations that they or the local government has stockpiled. The sheer amount of hungry mouths will ensure that these reserves will never last long enough for a group of urbanized and completely clueless humans to figure out how to start up enough farms to feed the desperate population. These were some of the few issues that would plague humanity after losing access to their tech. They didn't even begin to address other issues such as hostile alien empires overrunning defenseless human territories, the breakdown of order after the powers that be lost all of their tools of coercion, and so on. Only the most isolated and most self-sufficient territories in the backwaters of human space had a realistic chance of survival. Ves could easily imagine that remote planets like Cloudy Curtain would continue to subsist even if there were no machines anymore to assist in tending to all of its farms. In contrast, hyper-advanced star systems that were stuffed with high technology such as Centerpoint would turn into an immediate catastrophe as all of those huge and heavy floating structures collapsed to the ground, and how the lack of radiation shielding and other forms of protection would cook and irradiate the entire population to death long before they ran out of emergency rations. Master Willix saw that she had made her point. Do you see what we have become? We as a race have decided that our best way to progress is to increase our development on tools and to become more dependent on them. Now, we at the MTA do not frown upon this. Compared to many other sentient alien races, we are individually weak and have very limited potential for transformational growth. Our dependence on better and better tools allow us to grow far past our biological limitations and become the dominant species in this galaxy and the next. Ves could hear a but coming. Not everyone believes we are following the right path, the Master gravely said. There are great philosophical debates on the course we are charting and whether it is still the best choice for us to follow the historical trend. This is in fact another great difference between our association and the CFA. Can you guess what I am talking about? The journeyman took a moment to think about this question. Fortunately, Ves spent a fair bit of time on thinking about these issues himself. His overactive imagination always caused him to think about fanciful subjects even if they didn't have any direct bearing on his current life. I would say that the CFA attempts to reform the past while the MTA attempts to chart a different future. He spoke up. Warships have always been our strongest weapons, and even now they guarantee our dominance over the galaxy. The CFA may have some thoughts about who is allowed to control all of these powerful vessels, but it still embraces them and wishes to develop them even further. As for your association, you have already stated that you seek to shift away from this increasingly wasteful and unsustainable paradigm. You and your fellow meshers are looking to make our race and civilization stronger through different means. The Master nodded. You are correct. We do attempt to make a break from our past. Your answer falls short of the key point, though. Does anyone else have a more thorough answer in mind? Silence ensued as Ves and his fellow Larkinson mech designers failed to come up with an idea they were confident enough to present. It was as if they were back in class and wanted to avoid embarrassing themselves in front of their professor. Fortunately, Master Willix did not keep them in suspense for long. Think about who we are, where we stand at this time, and where we are heading to. We are continuing to depend more on technology, yet we have never truly utilized its true potential. That sounded incredibly strange to Ves and the others. Humankind was incredibly powerful today because of its utilization of technology. Just the advancements in worship-related technologies was enough to break the old order that had previously governed the galaxy and push back the 7 apex races from their old territories. There was no way that Master Willix was kidding, though. Ves tried to think deeper and grasp the point that she was trying to make. He failed to connect the dots. Willix let out a disappointed sigh. We are growing weaker as a race. What? Everyone looked confused. Were they truly growing weaker? Then why didn't they feel that way? After months of relative calm, humanity had even begun a new round of expansion by invading the red ocean dwarf galaxy. How could their race and civilization possibly be weak in the face of this aggressive development? Let me bring up a simple example, she said. In ancient times, humans gained sustenance and more specifically meat through hunting prey. This was physical, demanding and dangerous work. The tools that ancient humans had access to consisted of stone-tipped spears and javelins. Even if they were further developed and made use of slings or bows, that still did not take away from the fact that they must physically exert themselves. The best and most successful hunters were all strong and fit, and could use that to fight against any foe, not just their prey. Ves started to see where this story was going. With the passage of time and the advancement of early humanity's tech, hunting has become increasingly less demanding. Spears made way for hunting bows. Hunting bows made way for muskets. Humans rely increasingly less on hunting and more on capital-intensive factory farming to bring meat to their tables. These days, the mass cultivation of genuine meat is a near completely automated process. Bots and advanced algorithms can easily manage the entire process of raising and butchering livestock. Only the more traditional organic farms that serve a distinguished clientele bother with older methods, but even then these farm workers cannot compare to the ancient hunters in strength. You're saying that as our technology grows stronger, our fitness and self-sufficiency grows weaker, he said. That is my essential point. Willix finally looked pleased again. As you can imagine, the CFA with its obsession for ever greater warships and advanced automation does not ascribe to this viewpoint. The Fleeters are strong traditionalists who continue to assume that it is irrelevant to the gradual weakening of individual humans. What does this have to do with Masterworks? Kedis asked with a touch of impatience. These philosophical talks were not her cup of tea. If Master Willix wanted to lecture them about high-minded ideas that were barely relevant to the immediate issues, then Kedis would rather skip the boring lecture. I was getting to that, Miss Kedis. You see, our association also supports technology, but we wish to chart a different course from our friends over at the CFA. We believe that technology must strengthen humans, not weaken us, as is the case for most applications today. This was a profound and incredibly high-level aspiration that none of the Larkinson mech designers felt that it mattered to them at first. However, the dots finally connected to them after a short time. So that is why you insist on studying Masterworks. You think it is a way to make people stronger? Gloriana realized. As I have stated earlier, Masterwork mechs are special in that they can strengthen both their creators and users. Master Willix smiled. Ves, you have created several Masterworks already. How do you feel each time you succeed? Do you feel enlightened? Do you feel you have come closer to the essence of your profession? He nodded. All of that has happened and more. I don't really know why I experience all of these changes, but they have all been helpful to me. I feel I can design a better mech each time I complete a successful masterwork. The threshold of making another masterwork also drops. That is because you have elevated yourself as a masterwork mech designer. You have grown stronger in a way that many other mech designers are never able to achieve. The mech pilots that have the privilege to pilot your masterworks are also fortunate. Their stronger and more exceptional mechs can unlock their potential and speed up their development. Ves suddenly realized a critical detail. His first, true masterwork mech was the Devil Tiger. When his mother stole his proud creation and passed it on to his father, did she know about the usefulness of masterwork mechs? Did she deliberately pass it on to her husband so that she could be assured that he would be able to progress a lot easier as a mech pilot? This was perhaps the best gift that he could have given to his father. While it was undeniable that the Devil Tiger had already changed into a drastically different mech from his original form, Ves had designed it to be adaptable and capable of growth from the start. Its essential character and masterwork properties should still be intact even if a second mech designer upgraded it into an expert mech. As long as the Devil Tiger continued to upgrade, his father might even be able to break through to ace pilot one day. Unlike his brother Ark, Wrinkle may actually be the first son of Benjamin Larkinson to reach a height that no other Larkinson mech pilot had ever reached in the history of their lineage. While Ves mused about the optimistic future of his father, Master Willix continued to expand on her point. The CFA's ideal of a strong human is someone who relies on smarts and knowledge to manipulate advanced machines. There is a strict separation between man and machine, and it is only the latter that becomes stronger and more advanced. What about the MTA? Our ideal is one of mutual strengthening and mutual dependence. Master Willix looked a bit more proud. By elevating the quality of our mechs, we can create machines that are stronger but do not leave their human creators and users behind. At this time, we already know it is possible for this to happen. It is unfortunate that our circumstances raise the bar too high. In order for us to succeed in proving the CFA wrong, we must continue to work towards this goal and find a solution that will allow every mech designer or craftsman to make a masterwork. When we are able to realize this future, humanity will have truly stepped on the second rung of the ladder.